Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the August hearing of the California Coastal Commission. We're very happy to be here in the Santa Monica Mountains, and thank you to MRCA for having us. We will begin, please, with a roll call.
Give me a second to bring that up.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Commissioner Dumlau.
Here.
Here. Commissioner Escalante. Commissioner Hart.
Present.
Commissioner Jackson.
Here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Nothoff.
Here.
Commissioner Preciado. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders. Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
And Chair Harmon.
Here.
We have quorum.
Wonderful, thank you. And now we'll move to the virtual meeting procedures, please.
Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have internet access and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker's request form may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittals are available on the Commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comments may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comments are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a regular agenda item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have internet access, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a phone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address a commission, the organizers will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Thank you very much. And that will bring us to the agenda changes for today, please.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Harmon, Commissioners. Is this on? Yeah. Item 3 is the agenda changes, and the agenda changes memo that was posted is still accurate. All told, there are 8 agenda changes for today, and I'll run through each of those. The first item is item 11A. This is the Sonoma County LCP amendment that adds a zoning administrator position and modifies CDP duration terms. That item has been moved to consent. Item number 13A, this is the Gruden-Hueso CDP application for a single-family residence in Seadrift in Marin County. That item has been moved to consent. Item number 15B, This is the City of Santa Cruz LCP amendment to expand their downtown plan area and add additional development parameters. That item has been moved to consent. Item number 16A, this is the North Coastal San Luis Obispo County Notice of Impending Development for their Regional Ecological Strategy for Northern San Luis Obispo County. That item has been moved to consent. Item number 18A, this is Caltrans CDP application for retaining wall supporting Highway 1 near Big Creek and Southern Big Sur. That item has been moved to consent. Item number 18B, this is the LeBaron CDP application for a relatively minor revetment restacking in the unincorporated Pleasure Point area of Santa Cruz County. That item has been moved to consent. Item number 18C, this is the Zollers CDP application, also for a relatively minor revetment stacking in the Pleasure Point area of Santa Cruz County. That item has been moved to consent. And then lastly, item number 18D, this is the City of Capitola CDP application for its annual fireworks display. That item has been moved to consent. And unless there are any changes, that concludes the agenda changes. Or questions, excuse me.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And now we will move to general public comment, please.
Okay. For members of the public, I will be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comments at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimonies on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as a panelist. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time. Please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you will be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When we hear your name, please line up behind the podium and introduce yourself when you approach to speak. There is a raise hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it's your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on the phone by dialing *6. First up, we have Tally Robinson, Tina Calderon, and Frank Angel. They are attending in person.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on your May 9th decision approving the development of 501 Sandpoint Road in Carpinteria. Slide 1. Thank you. My name is Tally Robinson. I'm a longtime Carpinteria resident, and I strongly oppose this project. For decades, I've walked to the eastern end of the sand spit where Carpinteria Salt Marsh meets the sea, a breathtaking convergence of ocean, wetlands, and mountains. It's one of the most biologically rich and visually stunning places on the Southern California coast. Having lived on the California coast my whole life, I've trusted the Coastal Commission's commitment to protecting our last remaining wild places, regardless of outside pressure. This decision undermines that trust. The Carpinteria Salt Marsh is more than a scenic spot. Slide 2, please. As you can see, it's a vital habitat for birds, fish, and marine life. It's a research site, a teaching ground, and a refuge for both wildlife and people. There is no justification under the Coastal Act or under conscience for allowing the development in such a vulnerable and irreplaceable site. I stand with the friends of the Carpinteria Salt Marsh, scientists, artists, birders, nature lovers across the country who are fighting to protect this one-of-a-kind ecosystem. Please reconsider your decision and do due diligence. Stand with the coast, with the community, and your legacy depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tina Calderon, followed by Frank Angel. Tina?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tina Calderon. I'm a Chumash and Gabrielino Tongva culture bearer, and I work for Sacred Places Institute for Indigenous Peoples as the Director of Ocean Protectors Program. Sacred Places Institute for Indigenous Peoples, or SPI, is a California Indigenous-led grassroots environmental justice organization based in the unceded ancestral homelands of the Tongva people, also known as Los Angeles, California. Our mission is to build the capacity of Native nations and indigenous peoples to protect sacred lands, waters, and cultures. Through our work, we support Native nations and their ability to reestablish relationships with their ancestral homelands and waters. Our focus is on creating systems that prioritize indigenous knowledge and protocols grounded in intergenerational respect, reciprocity, and connection. We at SPI thank all of you for your good works that you do to protect our California coast. We were pleased when the Coastal Commission voted to enforce a cease and desist order, restoration orders, and impose a steep financial penalty for Sable Offshore Corp's illegal activities in the coastal zone. We are still concerned, however, that Sable seems to continue activity in order to restart the Santa Ynez unit, the very same line that devastated our village area of Casil in Chumash territory in 2015. For that reason, we urge the Coastal Commission to stay vigilant and escalate enforcement to the best of your ability. Specifically, please require a coastal development permit for restart. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, next is Frank Angel, followed by Eileen Boken, followed by Lucia Castellanuevo, and followed by Connor Filson. If you guys can raise your hand, those that are on Zoom, so we can start moving you guys over. Frank Angel.
Again, I'm not Mr. Angel. He's en route, so I don't know if it's possible to call him at the end of public comment. Otherwise, if you have to skip him, I'm sure he'll understand. Sorry about that.
Okay, so moving on, we're going to go to Eileen Boken. Eileen,
Eileen Boken. Eileen Boken, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, speaking on my own behalf. On August 4th, an email was sent to the Ocean Protection Council, the State Lands Commission, the Coastal Commission, and the Greater Farallones National Marine Sanctuary regarding the discovery of the cause of sea star wasting disease. I would urge all the agencies to work collaboratively to restore the sunflower sea star, control populations of purple sea urchins, and restore kelp forests. New subject. On December 16, 2021, the Coastal Commission, on a split vote, upheld the federal consistency to drop thousands of pounds of poison on the Farallones to eliminate invasive house mice. I would strongly urge the Commission to revisit this issue. Rodenticides are retro. A more state-of-the-art approach would be to use drone-based LiDAR to map the mouse burrows, then use carbon monoxide in the burrows as outlined in the California Department of Pesticide Regulation, Title III, California Code of Regulations, Section 6695. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lucia Casanuevo, followed by Connor Filson, followed by Mimi Chan. Lucia? Lucia, if you can unmute yourself.
Okay, I did it. Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Lucia Casalinuovo, Oceano Beach Community Association. But this morning, just for the sake of the following comments, I also speak for Sierra Club, Defenders of Wildlife, Concerned Citizens for Clean Air, Ecologistics, San Luis Obispo, Coastkeeper, Center for Biological Diversity, Morro Coast Audubon Society. We want to speak about our concerns for the ODSVRA, dunes and Oceano Beach. Although the courts have concluded that you cannot ban driving on our beach and dunes in the manner that you attempted, still that doesn't mean that you can recommend changes to mitigate the ODSVRA's negative impacts on our communities and the environment. So we respectfully request that you promptly schedule a yearly review of the Oceano Dunes State Vehicular Recreation Area. The last one was held in 2021. A review is due, courts or no courts. We want you to have an annual review. You have found that the LCP doesn't conform with the Coastal Act, so we respectfully request that you develop, that your staff develops a recommendation for submission to the San Luis Obispo Board of Supervisors to ban driving on local beaches and dunes according to your unanimous resolution of 21. Please act as soon as possible. We do not expect our county to take corrective actions on its own. We believe it never will. You can and should lead the process. An early yearly review and changing the LCP. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Next is Connor Filson, followed by Mimi Chan, followed by Joy Kobayashi, followed by Marcia Hascom. Connor, if you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. I am Dr. Connor Filson. I'm the Executive Director of UC Santa Barbara's Natural Reserve System, which is a network of field research laboratories and outdoor classrooms across the state, including the Carpinteria Salt Marsh Reserve. That reserve serves over 1,500 students and researchers annually and is home to numerous unique and sensitive plants and animals, including 3 federally listed and state-listed endangered birds and plants. I'm speaking today in relation to the Friends of the Carpinteria Salt Marsh v. California Coastal Commission. As a trustee agency of the state of California, it's the UC Natural Reserve's legal requirement and constitutional duty to hold and protect our lands and trusts for the people of California for the explicit use of research and education. And as executive director of the division of this state trustee agency, it's my duty to speak up when our ability to protect the public's natural reserves for research and education is at risk. The development approved by the Coastal Commission at 501 Sandpoint Road at the mouth of the Carpinteria Salt Marsh would be a direct and negative impact to our ability to hold the Carpinteria Salt Marsh Reserve in trust for the people of California. Development in this sensitive habitat is not recommended. Despite the active litigation of the Friends of the Carpinteria Salt Marsh versus California Coastal Commission and a stop work order, the landowners continued efforts to remove vegetation and grade this parcel does not signify the owner will operate in good faith. And faith is how much of the Coastal Commission's environmental mitigation plans were approved. An explicit and detailed environmental review of the removal plan required from the Coastal Commission should be required before any construction can begin. 501 Sandpoint Road would violate the UC Natural Reserve's ability to serve our mission as a state trustee agency, and for this reason, I recommend the development not go forward as currently planned because the environmental and wildlife protection imposed by the Commission are not sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mimi Chan, followed by Joy Kobayashi, followed by Marcia Hascom, followed by Robert Jan Vanderhoek.
Hello, my name is Mimi Chen, and I have a home in Pacific Grove. Thank you for letting me speak on behalf of homeowners and STR licensed hosts. If passed, this restriction would require hosts to pay a $14,000 permit fee for hosts that limit the number of
I believe this is on the agenda today as item 15A.
Thank you. You'll have to come back during that item, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Joy Kobayashi. Joy, if you can unmute yourself.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Joy Kobayashi, and I represent Earth Alert. Earth Alert is a 41-year-old environmental organization that has been involved with Ormond Beach in Oxnard, California for 23 years. Last week, we had our attorney, Douglas Carstens, write a letter to your South Central Coast office about an evolving situation at the Arnold Road access point to Ormond Beach. Mr. Walter Fuller has been the unofficial guardian at Arnold Road for almost 30 years. In 2014, the city of Oxnard recognized his contributions by donating a trailer so that he could live there full time. In the 11 years that Mr. Fuller has been at Arnold Road 24 hours a day, he estimates that over 150,000 people have passed through to reach Ormond Beach. One of the major reasons that the Arnold Road entrance is so popular is that Mr. Fuller's presence is a major deterrent to car break-ins and vandalism. Many current visitors have told Mr. Fuller that they would not feel comfortable parking their cars there if he was not present. Unfortunately, the city of Oxnard is planning to evict Mr. Fuller sometime later this summer. The city has not announced their plans for Arnold Road after he is forced to leave. Through our attorney, we requested that the city provide us with that information, but our letter was not even acknowledged. Earth Alert is now asking that the Coastal Commission force the city of Oxnard to tell the public about its future plans at Arnold Road. We further ask that the Commission require the city to obtain a coastal development permit if they reduce safe access to Ormond Beach. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning.
Thank you. Next is Marcia Hascom.
Hello, Honorable Coastal Commissioners and staff. Marcia Hanscom. I'm representing the Coastal Lands Action Network. And first of all, I want to object to something that staff said before general public comment. I wasn't able to speak, but I did raise my hand because I object to 18D from the Capitola fireworks being moved to consent. There are a number of people who have signed up to speak at that, and I don't know why it would then be moved to consent. So please reverse that and announce that that is going to be a hearing item today, as it should be. I've never seen something moved to consent when you have speakers signed up. Secondly, I want to support everything that Tina Calderon said earlier. We're very grateful for her leadership in the indigenous region of Los Angeles, the unceded occupied territories and lands here, and we're very grateful that she's speaking related to the Sable oil pipeline, which I also want to say a few things about. First of all, we're very grateful for the Coastal Commission's enforcement action there. However, we have evidence that we have seen that the company is doing work out there, and we would like to really underscore what the Center for Biological Diversity has submitted to you. We are in coalition with them, with numerous other groups throughout the state, the Last Chance Alliance, and we would like to ask that you, as soon as possible, move this item to being required to have a permit and to stop the piecemealing of the work that they are doing out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Robert Jan Vanderhoek.
Good morning, Madam Chair, President, Chair of the Coastal Commission, and all the Coastal Commissioners. I'd like to reflect. Okay, my name is Roy, and I'm Robert Jan Vanderhoek, and I'm a wildlife biologist, environmental biological scientist. And I'd like to reflect for a moment that 25 years ago, in 1999, I spoke to the commission for the first time. Rusty Reyes was the chair, president, and it was good. I got 3 minutes,
Mr. Vanderhoek, this is Anthony from AGP Video. You're really crackling. Is there something you can do with your audio so we can hear a clean signal? We obviously want to hear you, but we can't hear you clearly because you're there's a bunch of static. If you want to fix your microphone, that would be great, please. Thank you.
Can I come back then later in the public comment? See, I took it off video. Does that help at all?
Sadly not. We're still getting a lot of static in between your words and while you're speaking.
Okay. Darn it. Okay, I'm trying to find. I'm going to be holding things up. So
that actually did the trick right there. Whatever you're doing, go ahead, and I'll go ahead and continue your clock.
Oh, okay. I muted myself and then unmuted. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I have that extra minute? I lost a minute in
Please
all that.
go
practice.
ahead. Thank you.
I paused your clock. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm going to unpause it.
So, okay. So 25 years ago, I spoke at the Coastal Commission, and Rusty Reyes was the chair, and he nicknamed my talk on the Blue Cranky, which is a nickname he used for the great blue heron. And then since then, I've been testifying over the last 25 years. And I'd like to speak on Master Organizer Marcia Hanscom, who just spoke for a moment, to say that I'm one of the people to speak on 18D. Please take it off of consent. And also thank you to Tina Calderon, and reminds me to say that I'm speaking from unceded land adjacent to the Chumash area in the San Fernando Valley, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, who recently the County Board of Supervisors sent a letter to have it recognized as a federal tribe. I want to talk about that I'm a plaintiff in a lawsuit, which is heavy for me to do this. I'm in two lawsuits against the Coastal Commission, both related to the Buena wetlands, and the Coastal Commission is who is being sued. We have 2 lawyers on 2 lawsuits, and I put myself down as an individual citizen professional scientist on that. And parties and real parties in interest are SCRRA, SoCalGas Company, Chevron and Edison indirectly, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for attempting to destroy the Buena wetlands and being linked to the fossil fuel industry with all the, and you will learn more about it in the lawsuit. We're leaving court in September and then again in January 2025. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Frank Angel, are you here? Just so please come up to the podium. Frank Angel's here.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Frank Angel. When it comes to LCP policy, coastal advocates and defenders of the Commission, and I count myself among them since the early 90s, are faced with a strange mantra that has gained steam in most recent years. It is local government balanced all relevant interests, or therefore the Commission should defer to this county or that city's policy dictates or wishes or desires. Should you? The answer is no, you should not. What has been balanced by local government does not substitute for what must be balanced by the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Act created the Commission as a state agency with primary responsibility for the implementation of the Coastal Act to account for broader public interests of large groups of diverse stakeholders, much larger and far more diverse than those crowding local hearing rooms. Local boards mostly balance no more than local interests. This point was driven home by an early landmark ruling in a challenge by the city of Chula Vista to the Coastal Commission's suggested modifications of an LCP submittal, where the Court of Appeal rejected the very argument that the Commission must not upset the balance of interests struck by local government. The court and many courts since emphasized the Commission's coordinate powers at a later stage in the process, and they emphasized that the construct of shared legislative powers between different agencies may not make for swift and smooth rulemaking, but it is not inherently impossible. The court instructed that local government is to be included, but statewide standards are to be formulated, and it noted that statewide interests are not always well represented at the local level, and therefore an agency is needed which promulgates statewide rules and statewide policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have 3 speakers on Zoom, but we didn't find them. I'm just going to call out their names to see if they'll put their hands up. Milton Allen Northrup, Bishoy Bibawi, and Christopher Clark. Okay, no hands up in Zoom, so that concludes our general public comments.
Great, thank you very much. And now we will move, sorry, there's a little feedback here. Now we will move to Director Huckelbridge and the Executive Director's report, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair. My published Executive Director report can be found on the Commission's website, but as usual, I'll spend a few minutes going over several of the items. First, I would like to offer our collective congratulations to Commissioner Dunnwald for being selected as the new Executive Officer of the State Lands Commission. We as an agency, We as an agency work incredibly closely with the State Lands Commission, and we could not be more thrilled that you will be at the helm. And we are also crossing our fingers that you may be able to join us in your new role on the dais. And we'll look forward to working with you in the future in that new role. Congratulations. Next. In line with the adopted LCP grant program guidelines, I approved 2 LCP grants this past month. The first was to the city of Redondo Beach for $500,000. This grant would update its will update its sea level rise vulnerability assessment, develop sea level rise and resilience policies, and generally work to update and clean up the LCP. So deliverables for this grant include an existing conditions report, which identifies policy and organizational content gaps, and then an update to the previous 2019 harbor-focused sea level rise vulnerability assessment to reflect the most recent state sea level rise guidance, and to expand its geographic reach to the city's entire coastal zone, and then finally an updated LCP. The second is a grant to the city of Half Moon Bay, also for $500,000, to comprehensively update its IP. The proposed comprehensive IP update would bring the IP into alignment with the recent 2020 LUP update, which includes priority subject areas for the LCP grant program like climate, sea level rise, and environmental justice, as well as SB 272 and new state laws related to subjects like housing. So next up, staff participated in a series of workshops and seminars that I wanted to bring to your attention. I will briefly mention each one, but wanted to note there are additional details available in my written report for those who are interested. Staff participated in a Noyo Beach restoration workshop hosted by the city of Fort Bragg related to the city's efforts towards its blue economy visioning, resiliency, and implementation plan. Also in the North Coast, staff participated in a Mendocino coastal planning webinar hosted by the Grassroots Institute that focused on coastal planning, permitting, and land use in Mendocino County. Coastal Commission staff from the statewide planning unit were invited to speak at the League of California Cities, Coastal and Bay Cities quarterly forum in July to provide a refresher on the requirements of SB 272, which requires local governments to develop a sea level rise plan as part of their LCP by 2034. And finally, 3 of the Commission's summer interns joined staff from our Central Coast District and our geoengineering team on a Santa Cruz coastal adaptation tour to discuss coastal processes, adaptation strategies, ongoing adaptation planning efforts, and what it means to check the coast. My written report includes a couple of pictures of this fabulous group, so I definitely recommend taking a minute to check it out. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the folks that joined us for internships this summer. We are fortunate to have welcomed summer interns in many of our programs spread throughout the state. And as many of you know, staffing resources are always a challenge, and so we are incredibly grateful to these folks for dedicating their time and energy, often on a volunteer basis, to help us fulfill our mission of protecting the coast. So a huge thank you to all of our interns. There are several announcements from the Public Education Department that I will not go into in the interest of time. However, I do recommend you check them out in my written report. There is one announcement that is not in my written report. As you know, plastic pollution remains an issue of great importance to the Commission. So for the past several years, Commission staff has been developing guidance for staff and local governments on how to reduce plastic pollution within LCPs and coastal development permits. The draft guidance will be available on the Commission's website for 30 days of public review starting early next week. And we anticipate bringing the guidance to the Commission for formal adoption at your November hearing. Next, I have a couple of personnel-related items to share with you all. First, I ask you to join me in congratulating Linda Laughlin, the Commission's Public Access Manager, who recently became the Commission's longest tenured employee at a whopping 48 years of service. An incredible achievement, and we're grateful to have Linda with us. And last on the personnel front, it is with very mixed feelings that I would like to announce the retirement of the Commission's Human Resources Director, Melanie Wong. To celebrate her incredible Commission career and service to our coast, I would like to read a proclamation that we wrote honoring Melanie on the occasion of her retirement. Whereas, Melanie Wong began her distinguished career with the state of California as a staff services analyst for the California Coastal Commission on January 1, 2001, and continued to serve with the agency for 25 years as an essential member and leader of the Human Resources Unit, helping our agency achieve its goals of protecting the coast for all. And whereas Melanie worked her way up to associate personnel analyst beginning on January 1, 2002, and later as staff services manager too, beginning on December 2, 2010, and whereas Melanie came to be relied upon by her fellow Commission employees as part of the very heart and soul of the agency, guiding staff, management, and leadership through all aspects of human resources and being there through everyone's big life events. And whereas Melanie made a career-long habit of initiating, organizing, and implementing all manner of party planning and community building across the San Francisco headquarters office and statewide. And whereas Melanie was a founding member of the Coastal Commission Craft Circle and giver of special handmade treasures from gorgeous handmade blankets to baby Yodas to minions beloved by all. And whereas to her fellow employees, she became more than a coworker, but a beloved member of our Commission family. And whereas Melanie Wong retired on December 31st, 2025, after 25 commendable years of service to the state of California. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the California Coastal Commission extends its deepest gratitude and appreciation to Melanie for her decade of exemplary service and wishes her a happy, healthy, and fulfilling retirement filled with family, K-pop concerts, crafting, and trips to enjoy the California coast and ocean that she has worked so hard to protect. Thank you, Melanie. And now finally, as the last item of my Executive Director report, I would like to turn it over to Madeline Cavalieri, Commission's Deputy Executive Director, for a status update on the Commission's budget.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. So we wanted to provide a brief update on the Commission's budget for fiscal year 2025, which began July 1st and extends through June 30th, 2026. We have a memo at the end of the Executive Director's report that outlines the key elements of the Commission's budget, highlights the changes to the budget made in fiscal years 24 and 25, and provides a summary of the Commission's funding history, along with projected estimates for the next 5 years. And I have some slides for these. There are a lot of details and complexities in the state budgeting process. Also, the budget change proposal process itself is confidential until the budget is released, and there are often adjustments that are made throughout the year. So we wanted to provide just a high-level overview today, but we'd be happy to provide more detailed information in the future if that would be helpful. The Commission's budget can be broken down into two main parts: state operations funding for internal operations and local assistance funding for grant programs to support outside entities. I'll spend most of my time today on the Commission's state operations budget. Next slide. You can see that the majority of the Commission's state operations budget is made up of its baseline annual allocation from the state's general fund, which provides $27 million, or about 60% of the Commission's $45 million budget for this year. In 2025, the Commission also has a sizable allocation made up of one-time general fund dollars that will be expiring in 2026 and 2027. Federal funds and reimbursement contracts are also significant fund sources, followed by a number of special fund allocations. Next slide. Table 2, seen here and in the memo, shows the one-time allocations the Commission received between 2021 and 2024. The column on the right shows the estimated amount of the one-time funds that will be spent in 2025. Next slide. Table 3 in the memo includes descriptions of each of the special fund allocations, and just those amounts are shown here. And next slide. So in addition to state operations funding, the Commission has budget allocations for local assistance. The Commission's local assistance funding provides for grant programs to distribute grants, administer the programs, and provide assistance to grantees. The Commission has two grant programs, the LCP grant program and the Whale Tail grant program. For the LCP grant program, between 2013 and 2019, the Commission was allocated approximately $7 million. And in 2021, the Commission was allocated $30 million for the program. That funding is almost fully distributed, and no further funding has been identified at this time. Regarding Whale Tail grants, since the program began in 1998, it has awarded almost $24 million to over 1,000 projects. In 2021, the Commission received a one-time general fund allocation of $10 million for the program. In addition, as noted in Table 3 in the memo, the program is generally allocated about $600,000 per year through the California Beach and Coastal Enhancement Account and the Protect Our Coast and Oceans account. Additional one-time funding sources for the Whale Tail grant program have not been secured at this time. Next slide. Each year, the Commission's enacted budget is modified through the state's annual budget process. In 2024, the Commission, like most state agencies, was subject to two ongoing cuts to its core operations. Also in 24 and 25, the Commission received new one-time funding allocations, new baseline funding allocations, and new position authority to address specific new workload items. So starting with the funding cuts, they included an operations cut of 7.95%, which in 2024 amounted to a $2.8 million cut to the Commission's core operations budget. In 2025, the cut was reduced to avoid certain special funds, and the resulting cut for 25 and ongoing is $2.4 million. The second cut was a sweep of existing vacant positions. This cut identified 10 positions for elimination and reduced the Commission's budget by $1.9 million in 2024. Similar modifications were made to this cut in 25 to avoid certain special funds, and the Commission's resulting cut for 25 and ongoing is $1.4 million. So altogether, the cuts are about $3.8 million in 2025 and ongoing, which is a little less than 10% of the Commission's core budget, excluding the one-time allocations. The positions for elimination include 7 newly established general funded positions to implement SB 272 related to sea level rise planning, and 3 positions that support whale-tail grants, statewide planning, and federal program activities. The positions were not ultimately eliminated in the Commission's 25 budget as anticipated, but instead, departments are directed to keep the positions vacant pending their final elimination, which will be subject to a final determination in the 26 budget process. So regarding funding for new workload obligations, Senate Bill 272 requires local governments to update their LCPs to address sea level rise and then keep them up to date into the future. It also requires the remaining 12 uncertified local jurisdictions to complete their LCPs all by 2034. This requirement will lead to significant additional workload for the Commission to provide technical assistance and to review and process LCP amendments and certifications. The Commission received 18 positions to implement this new law, including the 9 in 2024 and 9 in 2025. As I mentioned, 7 of the 9 positions established in 2024 are now subject to the state's vacancy sweep and may be abolished in the state's 26 budget. Also in 2024, the Commission received the one-time general fund allocation of $6.8 million for temporary staff and 2 permanent positions to support implementation of SB 286 related to permitting offshore wind facilities, as well as to assist with offshore wind call area planning and management. This funding is one-time only and must be expended by June 30th, 2027, after which the temporary staff support and 2 permanent positions that were established will no longer be funded unless other funding is identified. Regarding housing, in 24 and 25, the Commission received additional funding and positions to carry out new responsibilities related to housing that were established in AB 3093, SB 423, and SB 1077. These laws establish new requirements to facilitate housing production along the coast. AB 3093 requires coastal local governments to amend their LCPs to reflect new rezones in the coastal zone identified within the housing element by the same deadlines currently mandated by housing element law. SB 423 requires coordination with local governments and streamlined review of certain multifamily housing projects. And SB 1077 requires the Commission to complete new guidance related to accessory dwelling units. These new laws create additional workload for the Commission, and the Commission received additional funding and positions to account for that. The new funding allows the Commission to establish dedicated housing staff phased in over several years and funded on an ongoing basis. Finally, in 2024, the Commission received authority for 3 additional coastal program analyst positions to expedite processing priority projects, such as projects for habitat restoration, climate resilience, and wildfire fuels reduction. These positions were not funded through specific budget allocations, but are intended to be funded through future interagency agreements that haven't been established yet. So next slide. This graph shows the Commission's state operations funding history and projections from 2020 through 2030. The projections shown here are rough estimates based on the most up-to-date information, but are subject to change. As seen on the graph, the Commission has experienced some growth in overall state operations funding due to funding increases that address new workload obligations, including an influx of funding from one-time funds that will expire in 2027. But the Commission is also facing the significant cuts to its core operations funding that were made in 2024. So just to wrap up, the Commission's budget is always evolving. In addition to managing cuts to its core operations, the Commission is also facing several additional budget challenges. First, the Commission has been utilizing the one-time funds for the last several years that are set to expire in 26 and 27. If these funds are not replaced in the next 2 fiscal years, the agency will need to make adjustments to operations and staffing levels. Second, there are 10 positions that were subject to the 24 vacancy sweep drill that will potentially be abolished in the 26 budget. 7 of these were newly created to address sea level rise planning work that will be generated by SB 272 in the coming years. If they are ultimately eliminated, the Commission will not be able to adequately address this new workload. And finally, there's ongoing uncertainty in the Commission's federal fund allocation given the unanticipated changes in federal funding that have been made across sectors and throughout the country. So again, we wanted to provide a broad overview of the Commission's budget today, but we're also happy to provide additional details in the future. We're planning to provide a budget update at the Commission's February hearing after the Governor's proposed budget for 26 is released on January 10th. Thank you.
So that concludes the Executive Director's report, and we're here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Before we go to Commissioner questions, I'd like to ask if there are any public comments on the Executive Director's report.
No.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Preciado.
Good morning, and I apologize for my lateness today. I seem to have found Pepperdine University easier than this facility, but this is the third time that I've heard our unique challenges from a budgetary point of view. And I don't know if it is appropriate, but I think the Commission needs to formulate potential policies or policy recommendations to the staff to pursue new revenue activities. It was explained to me offline that philosophically we don't want to get involved with developers from the point of view that they would be funding our work. But it seems to me that every year with the slate of legislation that is trying to encourage us to work faster and be more efficient, it seems that we need to pursue efforts to be in partnership with all individuals trying to develop their part of the coast. I find it incongruous to state policy that we were grant funded to help local communities plan for sea level rise, and that funding is almost expired or almost gone. And so it seems to me that we have a huge responsibility as a commission, but that we are not projecting out as a commission. Maybe the staff does through their legislative advocacy, but the commission needs to take a hard stand position and make some choices, because we will continue to be beholden or criticized for slowness or, you know, the inadequacy of our review process in terms of time and space. But it seems that there has to be ways for us to support, just like any other local agency, the counties and the municipalities. When there is development, it's full cost recovery, and it's based on our professional standards, not the developer's standards. And so I'm just putting it out there to the chair. Maybe at the next meeting, if our budgetary problems continue, I may have to pursue a motion with colleagues to either pursue a task force or a subcommittee to create some sort of policy statement that we can direct the staff to start examining how we are going to bridge this gap between what we're funded to do, what we're expected to do, and the reality of the perception the public has of what we do. I was very happy to see that 2 positions were posted this week, a coastal program manager position and a program or a coastal analyst position. I may be mistaken, or my LinkedIn may be out of date, but I saw those positions posted, so that brings joy, unless we're trying to backfill vacancies. The hardest thing that I go through as a city councilman in my locality is when everyone is trying to get their development project moving, and that time is a delay. So I understand the tension, but I don't understand our limitations with the scale of our job responsibility. We have influence over everything from the Mexican border to the Oregon border, and it seems like we're funded to, I don't know exactly how we're funded or how this turned out, but I encourage our partner agencies to recognize that our staff should not be stressed. They are already working 100%, and what we're asking many of them to do is to work 200% or 300%, or explain that we're not able to. And I think that goes against the professionalism of the staff. It goes against the expectations the law has for our commission. And so enough of my TED Talk, but I know everybody would want to have received more money, but I think we need to make it a priority for us to find ways to support our staff to carry out their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Preciado. And I'm going to suggest here, I think you bring up a lot of good points, as well as, excuse me, hearing some feedback, as well as just the complexity around our budget. It's, you know, it is a little bit of a black box in some ways, in the sense that it's just very challenging to understand, and really appreciate our staff taking us through it. What I'm going to suggest is that we consider, perhaps you can work closely with our staff to consider setting up an ad hoc budget committee of commissioners to really dig into the details of this. So what I will ask is for our staff to connect with you in the coming weeks and maybe bring this concept of an ad hoc committee back to the commission to understand our budget, understand the challenges and the opportunities. I think that could be a good fit.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'm not really seeking to become the very efficient commissioner of evaluating how to spend $28 million. What I'm interested in is seeing if we can create an ad hoc committee to develop policy where our income can grow, and maybe through new partnerships. I think the staff does a really good job of tracking their $27 million and some of the other federal dollars that come in, but I'm concerned the federal government is up. Who knows what the federal government is doing? They change very frequently. And I really also appreciated seeing on LinkedIn our new t-shirt sales, which are wonderful ways of raising money for some of those grant programs that we love and support. But I'm just getting to that I'm not interested in evaluating the budget. I'm interested in figuring out policies that can help us generate more resources.
I fully understand. My point simply is that in order to create good and effective policy, we must first understand that upon which we are opining. So I think it is a critical step to do a deep dive and then to create policy. That's my personal perspective. Director Huckleberry.
Thanks through the chair. I just want to thank Commissioner Preciado for your comments, and I welcome those discussions about new ideas about how to bring in what options we have. I think as staff, we look at these kinds of things all the time, and it's a balancing of different benefits and challenges, right? So I think I really would look forward to talking more about that with you and looking at what options we have. It's the complexity of how we run this agency is, you know, as you've seen, it is a lot, but we're constantly looking for ways to reduce uncertainty, and it's really hard to do that right now. And as everyone is aware, we're all struggling through a state budget and then a federal budget uncertainty. And so part of what we're experiencing now is not dissimilar from many, I think, state entities. And so I just, you know, but I also want to, you know, through that we are working really hard to meet that moment. If, you know, this is our lot that we have, these are the staff resources we have now, this is the workload we have, how do we adjust ourselves internally and through process and prioritization to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the agency and meeting our mission of the Coastal Act, and doing that in a way that does not overburden staff to the maximum extent possible. So it is a constant discussion we're having, and so I really welcome your thoughts on that and thinking through different ways to approach it. So, you know, we'll welcome that, and we are, again, we'll have a lot more to talk about, I think, later this year. We're going through a strategic planning process right now. We'll be bringing that a draft to you, I believe, at the October hearing, and this is part of that effort too. That's, at least as I'm thinking through the strategic plan, is how are we, again, with the resources we have, how do we think about new resources, but also adjust to what we have and do the best we can with what we have. So really looking forward to continuing this conversation, and just for your support from all of you. We really appreciate, as staff, we really appreciate that. And then, you know, we want your feedback as we continue with prioritization and discussions around budget, how we do that. So just want to thank you and look forward to those discussions.
Thank you. Commissioner Nada.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, couple of things, point out, we do have a legislative committee that Commissioner Hart and I are on, and certainly budget and how we keep the agency going and through the budget process is part of the conversation and our responsibility on that legislative committee. Some of the good news I heard in the report is it's great to see that we're going to get some funding for housing staff. That's great. And when Commissioner Preciado mentions that, you know, people are concerned about timing, once again, I see in the consent items just for today, 20% of the consent items are about housing. So we're moving things through efficiently and getting things done as best we can with the resources that we have. A 10% cut is of concern, but I think that the staff does a really good job of prioritizing what we need before us. I guess the big concern I have is the Whaletail Grant Program, which has been such an effective and joyful program that the Coastal Commission is able to do and get so many people engaged in coastal issues that would not have otherwise been able to. So that is a particular concern that I have that I would like to you know, add to the mix about how do we make sure that we grow that and keep it going. Thanks.
Thanks. Through the chair, I thank you for those comments. I agree with you completely on the Whaletail Grant Program. We are actively working through several potential options for additional funds for that program. So as soon as we have any additional information, we'll absolutely provide it. Nothing, as Madeline said, we don't have anything secured at this point, but we are exploring multiple avenues. I also want to point out in the same vein, the LCP grant program has been enormously successful. And we basically are out of funds at this point. We have a little bit left. There are potential other funds available through SB1 grants at the OPC and others, so it's not that the tap isn't completely off, but again, we're looking at a 2034 deadline for a series of new LCPs plus, you know, substantial updates to many LCPs up and down the state. And yes, we talk about our own resource needs to do that, but local governments are in desperate need of those resources as well to do this planning. And so I view that LCP grant program and funds to do that kind of planning work as also incredibly important. And, you know, it's hopefully we end up in a different budget situation and we can replenish those coffers, or, you know, and again, we'll be relying, I think, sending local governments to SB1, that program to hopefully bridge the gap until we can get more funds. But just wanted to point that one out again.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart and then Commissioner Bochco.
Thanks so much. I just first wanted to acknowledge Linda Laughlin. I've been lucky enough to work with her, and it's one thing to say that the number 48 years. It's another thing entirely to dedicate yourself to the coast of California in the way that she has, and her accomplishments, there's just no way. She can never retire because we would have to set aside the entire 3-day meeting to talk about her accomplishments. And of course, we do have the trail named in her honor, the Access Point Malibu, which is so fantastic. I just wanted to acknowledge her. I also just wanted to share with my colleagues, and I kind of missed a little in my transition from the car to the, and I was not driving in case anyone was concerned. But just share my concerns about the LCP grant program, particularly what we're seeing up and down the coast of California in terms of the impact of sea level rise, to not have the funding to work with local governments on their approach is going to have huge ramifications. So I really hope that we can focus with our legislative partners and the governor on helping us to get funding going forward for the LCP grant program, as well as everything else, but particularly that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes, I too wanted to follow up on the LCP grant program. I do know how important it has been to us and to the local governments. I mean, they suffer as much as we do when the workloads become so intense and they have even smaller staffs. So I was going to ask, since we didn't get our allotment of that money, but we did get some staff positions under the legislation. is there a way to work with the local governments and see if perhaps they can get the allocation, you know, rather than having to funnel it through us? And just a thought.
So through the chair, I think there's different ways to look at options moving forward, right? So as I mentioned, there are these SB1 grants that could be a bridge. I mean, the resources that we have gotten through for the SB 272 work, again, we did have several of those positions that were swept. So we're not sure if we're going to get all of the resources we need. So that's just one thing to note. Also, it's a different, you know, we desperately need that money for local governments and their staff to work with us to get through these things. So whether it's there's different ways that could be allocated, I suppose, through the state process. It's what has worked really well is when it has gone through our LCP grant program, our staff worked very closely with local government staff in designing the grant and talking through deliverables and process and all these things so that we're all on the same page from the very beginning. And that has proven to be invaluable. And so we worked, for example, with OPC on their SB1 grant program to try to create a little bit of that as well, to make sure that they're checking in with us, because what we're worried about is if, you know, there's funding out there and local governments take that and go a direction and then we're not involved and come to us at the end, we spend more time trying to figure out how to get on the same page. So I think that can be dealt with in a number of ways. It doesn't have to be necessarily through an LCP grant program, but we'll be looking at any option that we can figure out that's available. But just want to put the word out, in whatever funding is available, we want to be engaged from the very beginning, so we can, again, it's also just making sure it meets the needs of, you know, when you submit an LCP application to us, that, you know, we know exactly what that looks like. Most of the local governments too, but right sizing it for SB 72 is going to be really critical. Making sure that all the elements are covered, that we can all agree that we have met the requirements of SB 272, and that we have a new LCP that will be, you know, bring this local government into the next 50 years. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I'll be brief, Madam Chair. Just want to say I support your recommendation and Commissioner Preciado's in setting up a subcommittee of some sort, ad hoc, however it needs to be phrased. Agree also as a new member wanting to understand from an education basis what the history has been and what those controls or, you know, potential bumpers are where we are and aren't allowed to go. But I'd like to volunteer for that at the appropriate time. It's a space that I've already had discussions with staff about, so long term would appreciate being allowed to do some of that work on behalf of this body. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Seeing no further comments, before we move on, I was remiss in not asking whether there were any commissioner comments or questions related to public comment. Okay, seeing none, let's take care of that. So we'll move on to item 6C, the legislative report, please.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. This is the legislative report for August. The legislature has been on its summer recess since mid-July, so while work has been continuing as usual at the staff level, bills have not been officially moving for the past few weeks. Staff is not bringing any bills to you today for positions, but we have just a few updates on the Commission's priority bills. First, AB 462 by Assemblymember Lowenthal, which would shorten the amount of time that the Commission and local governments have to process coastal development permits for ADUs, was amended in the Senate Housing Committee last month. The amendments would require local governments that don't have certified local coastal programs to notify the Commission when they receive a complete building permit application to build an ADU in their coastal zone, so that the Commission can do its CDP review at the same time that the local government is doing its building permit review. While staff don't have concerns with the Commission and local governments coordinating their respective reviews of ADU permits, staff and the author's office are in conversation about potential cleanup amendments to clarify that the Commission does need to receive a complete CDP application in order to process a permit for an ADU. That bill is now in the Senate Appropriations Committee. Moving on, this year's legislative conversation about billboards is continuing. Over the past few months, staff have been tracking and providing updates on the bill AB 770, which would have exempted projects to structurally fortify old billboards from all state and local permitting requirements. Last month, staff reported that that bill had been amended to remove the problematic exemption language. Well, that language has now been incorporated into another bill, SB 364, by Senator Tony Strickland from coastal Orange County. The bill is currently in the Assembly Appropriations Committee, and staff are in communication with the committee to share the Commission's previously expressed policy concerns from AB 770. A couple of the Commission's priority bills didn't meet the July deadline to pass out of policy committees, and so they won't be moving this year. The first is SB 675 by Senator Padilla. That's the bill that would create a special abbreviated Coastal Act review process just for the proposed Seaport San Diego project, and the Commission took an opposed position last month. In the days following last month's Commission meeting, the Commission finalized an MOU with the developer of the Seaport San Diego project that commits both parties to specific timelines for when project-related documents will be submitted, reviewed, and acted on. This MOU will provide for the efficient processing of the Seaport San Diego project without altering the Coastal Act's resource protections or the Commission's standard of review. As a result of this agreement, Senator Padilla decided to park his bill in the Assembly Natural Resources Committee until next year, at which point he could continue to move it or could amend it to address another topic. SB 741 by Senator Catherine Blakespear will also be a 2-year bill. That bill would have amended the Coastal Act to expand the existing exemption for emergency highway repair projects so that it would also apply to the railroad tracks of the Lozon Rail Corridor in Southern California. Senator Blakespear has decided to park the bill in the Assembly Natural Resources Committee until next year. Lastly, a quick follow-up on AB 1470 by Assemblymember Matt Haney, which deals with restaurants. Last month, staff reported that the author would be amending the bill to remove the provision that would have exempted the construction of restaurant patios from the Coastal Act. That amendment did go into print on July 14th, so that resolves staff's concerns with the bill. Looking ahead, the legislature will return from its summer recess on Monday. Throughout the rest of August, the appropriations committees will be holding hearings to determine which bills will move onto the floor and which will be held until next year. Next month, staff will report out on the results of those hearings. The legislature will then have until September 12th to pass bills. With that, Chair Harmon, unless there are any questions, that concludes the legislative report.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Are there any public comments on the legislative report?
None.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
I wonder if staff could speak to AB 130, the Committee on Budget and Housing. I'm just trying to understand the implications if that trailer bill moves forward or if it already moved forward. Oh, because it says chapter to stats 25, so what does that mean for our agency? And given that permits could move forward, I'm just curious about the impact on future projects if those projects move forward, for example, and they have a higher height than what we usually like. Will they set the new height for the area, or how will that work?
Through the chair, if I may respond briefly. In terms of the status of Assembly Bill 130, since, as you observed, it is a budget trailer bill, once it was signed by the governor on June 30th, it took legal effect immediately. So the provisions of that bill are now current law as of July 1st. The changes that that law makes are more procedural than they are substantive in terms of impacts on the Commission's program. You'll see those are summarized in the written legislative report, but to kind of review them briefly, certain projects, certain types of housing projects, now the Commission, along with other permitting agencies, must act on complete applications for those housing projects within 90 days as opposed to 180 days. The process for when a permitting agency, state or local, does not take action within that deadline have also been altered. And then specific to the Coastal Act, certain types of multifamily housing projects now have, I would describe it as a smaller universe of bases for which they may be appealed. And so of the prongs upon which projects may be appealable in the coastal zone, there are certain housing projects for which several bases of appeals have been taken off the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Thanks. I feel like this bill 770 has become a zombie. It's like it was dealt with, and then the language came back in Senate Bill 364. I just want to point out a few things. I know that we have a framework and a sort of a movement towards or popularity around deregulation, much of which I agree with. But this is not housing. It's not affordable housing. It's not renewable energy. It's not transit. It's for the reconstruction or even the rebuilding and actually new construction. And what I mean by that, I'll get to in a second, around outdoor advertising in the form of billboards. You can't hear me? I'll speak a little louder. I'm always so loud that I come back off a little bit sometimes. Some of you know this. Anyways, so it's not housing. It's not all the good things. So we're talking about a fundamental deregulation of these structures. Now these structures occur along our highways, but they also occur on buildings, on top of buildings, on the sides of buildings, and those sorts of things. The way this language is written is that if you replace any structural element, including the entire structural element, but do not change the square footage dimension of the advertising itself, you would not require uniform building code, inspections, any of the safety regulations that you might have. So this includes on top of buildings. It's no other structure in the state of California would actually have this kind of exemption. You couldn't have this exemption for your shed. Okay, so this is really, it's really bizarre. But going further than that, when you replace those structures, if you are in sensitive areas like wetlands or cultural areas or tribal areas, again, no regulation from any agency. So we're talking about nothing from Cal Fish and Wildlife, nothing from Coastal Commission, nothing from your local jurisdictions, your local building departments, nothing from Cal OSHA, all of those things. So this is not just like, these are some very large structures we're talking about along sides of highways that can blow into roads, and they have done that before, or can fall down. So this exemption is dangerous in a lot of ways, and I think it's time that we shed a little light on that, and that folks really understand that this is not the direction we should be going for these kinds of mostly fairly unpopular structures. I mean, if you poll the public they're universally unpopular, and so it seems weird to me that as the legislature we would stretch ourselves in a deregulatory process towards something that's not very popular, not very productive, and so anyways, those are my comments on this. Is Senate Bill 364. Please let your local labor unions inform them of the potential danger to their workforce, as well as your local environmental groups. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wilson. Any further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, then we will move to item 6D.
I believe Annie Frankel, there she is.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. The staff report from the Public Education Program is for this year's targeted whale tail grants. The slides show photos from some of the previous year's projects. Next slide, please. This year's targeted grants would be funded by revenue from voluntary donations to the Protect Our Coast and Oceans Fund on the California state tax return, as well as the last of a time-limited general fund budget allocation made in fiscal year 2021, which you did hear a little bit about earlier. Next slide.
Annie, this is Anthony from AGP Video. I'm just stop you just for a moment. Are you able to turn down your volume just a little bit for us, please? You're starting to overdrive just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Sorry about that. How's that? Any better? Any better?
Little bit more, if you can.
Any better? Hello?
Let's just move forward. We'll try to EQ it over here. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm so sorry. Okay, so continuing, targeted grants are non-competitive grants based on staff recommendations for high priority projects that are linked to the Commission's existing programs and goals. We expect to come before you at the April meeting for your approval of the grant recipients from our next competitive grant round, which will open up for applications in October. Next slide. Today, there are 6 projects being recommended for funding. The first is the Kids Ocean Day Adopt a Beach School program, which is divided into 7 different grants serving thousands of children from all around the state. Next slide. This annual program engages children in learning about marine life, their own connection to the ocean, and how to prevent ocean pollution. Next slide. The project includes classroom presentations. Next slide, please. Classroom presentations and a field trip to play at the beach, participate in a beach cleanup or restoration activity, and create an aerial art display to spell out an ocean conservation message. Next slide. The 2024 theme, so this past spring, the theme was Restore. Here's what the kids in Humboldt made. Next slide. Here's the aerial artwork from the San Francisco project. Next slide, please. And here's a wider view of that one. Next slide. The next grant is for Justice Outside to offer capacity building trainings to our competitive whale tail grant recipients as they continue work toward increasing equity and inclusion in their environmental education efforts. Justice Outside will conduct a brief survey of the grantees' interests and needs and offer a series of trainings based on the responses. Stipends will be available for the grantees who participate. Next are grants for the back, please. Next are grants for the Adopt a Beach programs of Heal the Bay, I Live a Clean San Diego, and Save Our Shores. Adopt a Beach is one of the foundations of our public education program, and it's specifically mentioned in the Coastal Act. These 3 projects have large numbers of participants and innovative components. Next slide, please. We're also recommending funding, next slide, please. We're also recommending funding for the Tide Center Marine Education Program's Project Grow program for supporting ongoing community-based habitat restoration and education. Next slide. Their work includes an environmental leadership internship program, which helps build critical skills for emerging environmental professionals through the restoration of rare coastal habitats in Upper Newport Bay. Next slide. Besides these 6 projects, we are also requesting that the commissioners approve setting aside a $50,000 reserve, as we do every year. If staff identifies a need for that money later in this fiscal year, we'll return to the commission for approval. If that doesn't happen, it will revert to the fund and be available for future grants. Next slide, please. Also, staff is requesting that if any of these funds end up not being needed by the designated grantees, the extra money can be added to the reserve or the competitive grants budget to be allocated at a future meeting. Finally, staff is requesting that if any of these grants end up being slightly smaller than the grantees need, we have permission to allocate some of the reserves so their projects can be completed successfully as long as the reserve funds are not otherwise needed. Next slide, please. In closing, I would like to encourage everyone to support ongoing funding for our grants program by 1, purchasing a whale tail license plate, which provides the core of our public education program's funding, and 2, donating to the Protect Our Coast and Oceans Fund on your California tax form. October 15th is the tax filing deadline for everyone in Los Angeles County this year. As well as for late filers throughout the state. So if that applies to you, please consider a tax-deductible donation of any amount when you file. The Protect Our Coast and Oceans Fund is found in the voluntary contribution section of your state tax form. I'll also note that thanks to the State Controller's Office, we are also able to accept donations to that fund via check at any time separate from the tax return. We haven't quite reached our required minimum of $200,000 yet, but with your help, we can meet and exceed the cutoff and continue our important work. So thank you very much. The motion and resolution are on page 2 of the staff report.
Wonderful, thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have one in person, Jennifer Savage.
Good morning, Chair Harmon, Commissioners. Jennifer Savage, California Policy Associate Director with the Surfrider Foundation. I know that you have many complex and perhaps controversial items coming up in the next few days, so I didn't want the whaletail grants to just be a distant memory at the end. I really wanted to take a moment to celebrate them and to emphasize how important they are. Before I worked for Surfrider, I worked at a very small nonprofit in Humboldt County, and I'm still close to a lot of people who work in similar small-sized nonprofits, and I know how important these small grants are. You know, they don't, if you are at a small nonprofit, you don't apply like for an OPC grant or these big grants because the burden of applying for them and managing them is so huge. But these small, you know, what we would consider a small grant can make an incredible difference to small organizations. And you know, they're simple, they're accessible. It is such a wonderful program, and these the grants that are provided introduce people largely to the ocean and coast in a way they would not otherwise get. And in addition to, of course, supporting staff's recommendation for the grants today, I was curious, I don't know if you have a formal strategy to advocate and support these grants in Sacramento with the legislator, with, you know, appropriate people of influence who can help to make sure that the grants continue, that more funds can be coming in. If there's creative ways to do that, if there are people who are championing these, I would strongly encourage that kind of strategy, and obviously Surfrider would be willing to support those kind of efforts, as well as numerous coast and ocean focused and environmental justice NGOs. So I just would love to see this program continue to be a shining beacon of goodness in this world that we're living in. Thank you.
Thank you. No more speakers.
Thank you very much. Any comments? Vice Chair.
Thanks so much. You know, I'm just so happy that now we can make donations, and I just wanted to thank the controller for the effort, and it was a significant effort to get to that point. But now we have an opportunity that we can that people can make donations to the fund for the railtail grants. So what I was thinking about is if there's a way to get this information to large foundations that might be interested in including this group where we've already done all of the work to come up with the groups that would benefit. So I'm just curious if we're doing any outreach at all to the large foundations to potentially get them to include this in their portfolio or their recommendations to their donors. Do you know?
Through the chair, I'm not. Oh, sorry, Annie, go ahead. You're better to answer the question than I am.
Well, I very much appreciate that suggestion, and that is that avenue is not something that we had considered before. So that is something that we'll look into, certainly. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Keller.
Thank you. I just want to echo those comments and give gratitude to the Controller's Office for allowing donations to be able to come through this program. And I do think that there are several both community foundations located in jurisdictions along the coastline, as well as other private philanthropic foundations that have this type of programmatic work squarely within their mission. So I do think that's a great idea to do some of that outreach to foundations and otherwise, and happy to help give recommendations on that. And I want to just echo the comments and really these programs and what it is doing, especially in engaging the next generation and engaging youth and really creating those avenues for people, young people, to have a relationship with the coast. So many of the millions of residents of California do not yet have a relationship with our coastline, and I think the key mission of what we're trying to do and to continue to uphold the Coastal Act really relies on the fact that people know that the coast exists and want to do something to protect or preserve it. And in order to do that, they have to have a relationship with it. And so I think getting these young folks and the next generation to the coast and creating those opportunities to build that passion that we all have, and many of the folks in this room have, will ensure that the work that we do will continue in perpetuity. And so I just want to thank our staff who are working diligently on this program, and for all the organizations who continue to apply for these funds and do the work out in community. To me, that's what it's all about. So thank you.
Thank you. Make a motion?
Commissioner Preciado.
Thank you I'll try to be brief. It's been my experience in the grant making process that many of the usual collaborators are always funded, and so there might be opportunities to broaden how we target who is served. And I'll say this in this regard, just in my community, there are organizations that support student youth, student development, environmental justice, but it never focuses on the natural resources. It actually focuses on the impacts from diesel engines going by and things of that nature. So I'm just wondering, as part of the process to do outreach or to broaden who becomes interested in these, if it's possible to work with schools or other organizations that have more of a comprehensive curriculum, and probably work with more diverse students. And by diverse, I mean, they could be all income levels, they could be all areas. What I'm concerned about is that coastal resources may not be a core mission of many of the organizations that work on environmental justice, that work on poverty alleviation strategies, on food insecurity, and there might be opportunities to just reach out. Now I realize that you could hire like 3 or 4 or 5 outreach firms and spend all your money and have no grants to offer. But I'm just proposing to you that there are people who live a mile from the ocean, 2 miles from the ocean, and they're not aware, other than going the day that it's really crowded on a holiday, that there are ways to support the ocean's continued beauty and continued existence. And so I just wanted to offer the opportunity to examine, to acknowledge the success, and and I could see it just in the 6 projects that were highlighted today, but there may be a way to cast a broader net to see who's interested. And trust me, there are really entrepreneurial people out there looking for funds if they are aware that they're available and that they can get them. At the County Water Authority in San Diego, I used to support the Special Districts Outreach Fund, and that was to encourage youth in schools to understand what a special district was. And so you'd be surprised how many people came out to apply for the limited funding. So I just want to share with you that, of course, all of the wonderful ocean-centered organizations are wonderful. There may be others, so that we can really broaden those interested in the ocean and protecting the natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Huckleberry, would you like to respond?
Through the chair, again, thank you for those comments, Commissioner Preciado. I think, could not agree with you more. And one of the things I'm most proud of about this program is our continued, we have made so many efforts to try to analyze our process, see who we're missing, how we could find new grantees, pull them in. And there's so much more to be done in this space. I think it's a continued effort and would definitely welcome recommendations of groups. I think one of the cool features of this program, as Jennifer Savage mentioned, is our whaletail, their competitive grant program is these, micro grant opportunities. So we often can provide small grants to small organizations that are just starting, or who maybe have not run a program on the beach before, or have some other, and so I think that's been an important feature of our program, and part of that continued interest in those micro grants came out of an environmental justice analysis that we did do of our grant program, and the kind of continual learning that we're getting from our grantees about what they need. So again, there's a lot to do in this space, and when we bring up the next competitive grant cycle, we can go into more depth about how we've approached it and get your, again, additional feedback on how to reach new and different groups, because again, the comments about, this is our opportunity to create new relationships between youth and folks that don't get to enjoy the ocean on a regular basis and create that relationship. And so then we have invested youth and new ocean and coast advocates and folks, to kind of continue the mission as we go forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nada.
I'm prepared to make the motion. And just to say that I think if you look over the last few years, especially of the Whaletail Grant Program, you'll see that we've reached new voices and new people, and we can always do more, but there's really a pretty healthy dispersal. So I move that the Commission approve the funding allocation set forth in the staff recommendation and would urge an aye vote.
Second. Thank you. Apologies. Okay, is there anyone who would like to speak to the motion? It was a motion by Commissioner Nodop, a second by Commissioner Preciado. Okay, are there any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion is so adopted. And now we will move to item 6E, the 2026 meeting schedule.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. The next item is to consider and approve, ideally, the 2026 meeting schedule. And I did have a slide, if we could pull that up. It's in the staff report. It's real simple. Just wanted you to have a chance to take a look. As we have for the past several years, we're not scheduling a meeting for January in 2026. And then again, we've just spread out our meetings across the state. So it's fairly well spread out. So unless there are any questions, we're looking for a motion to approve the 2026 meeting schedule.
Okay. Move to approve.
Okay, that was a motion by Vice Chair Hart, a second by Commissioner Jackson. Any opposition to unanimous consent to the meeting schedule? Seeing none, the meeting schedule is so approved. I should ask, are there any public comments on the meeting schedule? No.
There's no commenters.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to suggest that we take a quick break. If you could all be back at 10:55, please. Okay, I'm going to try to speak more loudly for folks in the audience. But if I get too loud, please give me a signal. All right, so we will return to session, please, and we are now on the consent calendar.
Yes, thank you, Chair Harbin. So on item 7, the agendized consent calendar, there's nothing on that calendar. But item 8, the items moved to consent. As I described earlier today, we have 8 items that have been moved to consent for today. I'll run through them quickly. Item number 11A, this is the Sonoma County LCP amendment that adds a zoning administrator and modifies CDP duration terms from 2 to 4 years. Item 13A, this is the Gruden-Wazo CDP application for a single-family residence and an ADU in Seadrift in Marin County. Item 15B, this is the City of Santa Cruz LCP amendment to expand the downtown plan and add additional development parameters. Item 16A, this is North Coastal San Luis Obispo County's Notice of Impending Development for their Regional Ecological Strategy for Northern San Luis Obispo County. Item 18A, this is the Caltrans CDP application for a retaining wall supporting Highway 1 near Big Creek and Big Sur. Item 18B, this is the LeBaron CDP application for relatively minor revetment restacking in the unincorporated Pleasure Point area of Santa Cruz County. Item 18C, this is the Zollers CDP application, also for relatively minor revetment restacking in Pleasure Point. And then finally, item 18D, which is the City of Capitola CDEP application for its annual fireworks display in October. So I'd note we'd received some comments and objections on some of these, and so I'll walk through that next. First, with respect to 11A, this is the Sonoma County LCP amendment. We did receive some comments raising questions about the role of the zoning administrator position that's being created. And as is described in the staff report, the ZA will have coastal decision-making authority, just like any other coastal decision-making permit body at the county. We don't think the observations change anything with respect to the proposed amendment. It's actually a fairly straightforward procedural amendment from our perspective, and we continue to support it on consent. For item 15B, this is the City of Santa Cruz's downtown plan expansion LCP amendment. We did distribute an addendum yesterday, make some minor clarifications, and it responds to the one objection that was received, where that objection was basically disagreeing with staff's assessment that the downtown area in question was an appropriate spot for infill development, particularly of the type that would be engendered by this amendment. So we continue to believe that the downtown area is exactly the type of place where you would increase densities and allow for more development in a way that doesn't result in significant coastal resource impacts, especially as this one's structured to accommodate a range of housing types where affordable housing is prioritized as it is here. In a lot of ways, actually, this could be seen as a model of sorts for other coastal communities to direct infill development in areas that can accommodate it, just as is envisioned and directed by the Coastal Act. So we continue to recommend approval on consent for that item as well. As to 16A, this is the notice of impending development by the Upper Salinas Las Tablas RCD for forest health and fire prevention work in San Luis Obispo County. I'd note that staff received a comment from the Northern Chumash Tribal Council requesting to participate in design and implementation of the proposed fuel treatments. And the RCD is in contact with tribal representatives, and staff firmly believes that the NOID's requirements adequately reflect that collaboration and account for it. We addressed this in the addendum that was published on Monday. In addition, last night we received an objection where the commenter suggests that the project would lead to adverse ecological impacts, that project activities are more akin to commercial harvest, and that the project might actually increase wildfire risk. While the project covers potential activities over a large area, RCD will actually be scheduling more discrete treatments during the next 6 years, and not that entire area, so they're going to be much smaller projects. And as to ecological function and fire safety, the Commission's ecologists have reviewed the project materials and agreed that the project will actually benefit habitats, and we do believe that the project will improve ecological resilience to fire. So approval of the NOID today would result in coastal authorization for the work across the northern half of San Luis Obispo County, but again, through discrete projects. We'd like to thank the RCD for their partnership in developing this fire prevention project, both enhance forest habitat and protect communities in the region. We continue to recommend approval of that one on consent. And finally, as to 18D, this is the City of Capitola's proposed fireworks in October. We received multiple letters of local support and no local opposition, but we did get an objection from the Los Cerritos Wetlands Task Force in Southern California, suggesting that a drone show should be required, and that in general these kinds of fireworks shows shouldn't be allowed due to their biological impacts. As we describe in the staff report, we agree that these kinds of displays can lead to biological impacts, but we also note that this particular project at this particular location has not led to these types of impacts, that over 10 years of monitoring has not identified any sort of significant coastal resource impacts that would suggest that we need to alter course with this event. The project includes a number of BMPs that have been added over the years. It includes thorough cleanup measures, and it includes strict biological monitoring. The wharf itself is not constructed in such a way that would facilitate significant use by marine mammals or birds, and the same is generally true for the surrounding area. Importantly, this event takes place in October outside of marine mammal breeding and bird nesting seasons. On those points, I'd note that the objections that we received have been very generalized objections to fireworks, and not so much objections focused on the specifics of this event in Capitola. Staff's assessment here for this event, though, while acknowledging these types of general issues, is derived from the effects identified for this event. and it's supported by extensive biological monitoring of the event itself over a decade. And that history and evaluation shows that the event has been authorized by the Commission for many years, has been operating efficiently without significant coastal resource impacts, including as evidenced by the required cleanups and marine wildlife monitoring reports. We continue to believe that this event can continue to provide a fun and free, family-oriented entertainment and local fundraising opportunity without leading to any sort of adverse impacts that would suggest we do something different. That is not to say that all fireworks events should be understood in this way, but we continue to believe that this one should. And I'd also note that if you have any questions about potential biological impacts, our staff ecologist, Dr. Rachel Pausch, is sitting right next to me here, and she can answer questions as well. So to wrap on the consent calendar items, in each of these 8 cases, the applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendations. We've described the known objections and the comments on these items. We've made changes via addenda or explained why they don't change the staff recommendations where applicable, and thus we continue to recommend the Commission approve all 8 of these items through the consent calendar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carl. Are there any commissioners who have any ex partes to report on any of these items? Vice Chair Hart.
I just want to note I have an ex parte on, I think it's 15B, and it's on file.
Great, thank you. And I believe we have some members of the public signed up to speak. Thank you.
Yes, we have a number of speakers signed up to speak on items that are moved to consent, or proposed to be moved to consent. For item 11A, we have 2 speakers. We have Nancy Okada and then Scott Orr. Nancy Okada, you're on the phone, I see, and you should be able to unmute now. And go ahead. Nancy Okada, I see that you're...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for, Nancy Okada, thank you for allowing me to comment. It took several years for Sonoma County's constructively engaged community to collaboratively work on this LCP in good faith. And at no time during this process was there ever any mention of or any consent to using a zoning administrator. This arbitrary change is being imposed after the fact and has not been subject to due process or to public review. The Sonoma County Board of Supervisors was required to approve the LCP update within 6 months of the Commission's November 2024 action by May 14, 2025. When the Board of Supervisors did approve the LCP update on May 6, they also approved a zoning administrator position within Permit Sonoma, that's Sonoma County's planning department. The board also changed permit extensions from 2 years to 4 years. This means the Board of Zoning Adjustment will be eliminated, and decision-making for certain permit requests will rest solely with the zoning administrator. Too much is at stake for the California coastal zone in Sonoma County. Communication about coastal permit issues requires effective, full outreach and input from the public, impacted residents, and organizations representing environmental interests. This new position and its impacts to the coastal zone of Sonoma County are unclear. I respectfully request the Coastal Commission delay approving this LCP amendment until more details are provided by Sonoma County to the public and to all stakeholders who were involved throughout the LCP process. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, Scott Orr.
Thank you. I'm Scott Orr. I'm the interim director for Permit Sonoma, and I'm available to answer any questions regarding this item. I would just say that we went through the full public process for this, and I do want to clarify that while the Board of Zoning Adjustments will no longer exist as a decision-making body, its authority is shifted over to our Planning Commission, which will make it easier for both the public and staff to have, and developers to have clarity on which decision-making process their item will go to, which hearing board. And also, this process is going to do away with our longstanding practice of waiving public hearings where there's no opposition and instead require a public hearing every single time. So we think it will actually increase the amount of transparency to permitting on the coast. So thank you again for your time today, and I'm here if there's any follow-up questions.
Thank you. And also note we have Cecily Condon available for questions as well from the Sonoma County as well. Moving to item 15B, move to consent. We have Fred Keeley, the mayor of Santa Cruz, here in person.
Madam Chair and members, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to congratulate your staff for working cooperatively with the city of Santa Cruz on what we think is a quite creative way to achieve increase in housing, especially affordability of housing in the coastal zone, as well as a number of other activities that are taking place and going to take place in our downtown expansion plan. Your staff and our staff, I think, have found really good ways to get the job done while we are also respecting the other side of California government policy, which is changing rapidly around the interest in housing, especially housing density and so on. The City of Santa Cruz thanks you. We hope that you will keep this on consent and approve it with changes that the gentleman mentioned earlier today that happened late last night. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we also have two other members from the City of Santa Cruz available for questions. For item 16A, move to consent, we have one speaker, Nina Beatty. Nina, you should be able to unmute now. I see that you're on a phone.
Good morning. My name is Nina Beatty. I request that this project is postponed to the September meeting to allow the public to study it. It's extensive. It's across nearly 90,000 acres with methods taken from the wood pellet and timber industry. It focuses on symptoms instead of root causes of poor forest health, and the techniques it proposes guarantees worsening forest health by injuring and killing trees, damaging or destroying their established ecosystems, reducing moisture levels, damaging topsoil, and killing their complementary trees, vegetation, and wildlife partners. And it increases fire risks and hazards. This fails as a scientific or nature-based inquiry and approach. Tree and forest health is a visible reflection of toxic exposures and a compromised environment affecting everyone. Pitch canker and bark beetle are symptoms. San Luis Obispo County has unique stressors and exposures as well as more general toxic exposures. Trees are the canaries in the proverbial coal mine. This plan moves in with chainsaws and macerators instead of doing deep analysis and kills the messenger in a very literal way. The San Luis Obispo plan also increases fire danger and introduces fire risk to previously undisturbed areas. I refer you to the papers by fire investigator Dave Maloney on the danger of branding land transformation as fire mitigation and the results of this type of action. The LA fire lessons clearly have not been heeded. This introduces or increases wind access to these 90,000 acres, and it dries the wind. By limbing up trees, logging and thinning trees, eliminating vegetation, and creating porous forests, fire lanes, not breaks, and bare hillsides, this plan reduces moisture, dries out, and stresses the landscape, which leads to more plant entry compromise. And you increase wind. Provide new entry and increased avenues and spaces for wind to flow through and even speed up via Venturi effect. This is happening in my area, very detrimental, and this will be detrimental for firefighters, and it kills habitat and wildlife. So I ask you to postpone this, remove it from the consent agenda, and bring it for a full hearing next month where the public can have time to look at these documents and look at all the issues related to this. Thank you.
Thank you. And then also for this item, we have 5 people available for questions, including the Executive Director for Slow Fire Safe Council. For item 18A, move to consent, we have 4 people available for questions. For item 18B, move to consent, we have Ann Cantrell. Ann Cantrell, you're being moved in as a panelist right now.
I'm sorry, I mistakenly put 18B, it's 18D.
Okay, and then we are moving straight into 18D, so stay right there. We'll start with you, Ann Cantrell, commenting on 18D.
Good morning. Ann Cantrell, Sierra Club Los Cerritos Wetlands Task Force. I would like this item to be returned to the regular agenda for vote. We've been fighting fireworks shows in Long Beach and along the coast for several years. Even the city of Capitola agrees that fireworks have the potential to impact coastal wildlife, and firework debris can impair water quality as well as harm wildlife that may ingest or become entangled in such debris. How can anyone say with certainty that no human or animal has not been harmed by 10 years of fireworks in Capitola? In spite of these and other dangers such as air pollution and noise effects on vets and pets, the city rejects drone shows as being too new, logistically challenging, and costing more. Jeff Stein did a drone show from the La Jolla Pier on July 4th, 2025. The show was designed in a way to be visible from any angle from the La Jolla Cove up and down the beach. The show was 500 drones for $60K. John Morris in Long Beach has stated that fireworks for Big Bang on the Bay cost $40,000. Adding the cost of biologist surveys, numerous permits, and repeated cleanups, it would seem drones are a bargain. With the known and acknowledged adverse effects of fireworks on coastal resources, the Commission must deny this permit. There are other more environmental ways to fundraise and hold celebrations. At the very least, this should not be a one, not 3-year permit. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We have 8 more speakers for this item, 18D. Next is Jessica Kahn, followed by Jane Velez-Mitchell, and then Marcia Hanscom. Jessica Kahn.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jessica Kahn. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Capitola. Thank you so much for considering the city's annual permit for its fireworks show. This long-standing event provides free family entertainment and supports local fundraising for educational and recreational activities in the county of Santa Cruz and benefits local villages, businesses in our Capitola village. The city values its decade-long partnership with the Monty Foundation and looks forward to continuing this collaboration. We also have a well-established relationship with Save Our Shores, who partners often with the city for beach cleanups, including for this event. This event has been permitted by the Commission for over a decade under the Monty Foundation, with mitigation measures that have been consistently met. Monitoring reports from previous year's events have not identified any significant adverse impacts. As the agency responsible for protecting Capitola's coastal environment, the city is pleased to take on the permit responsibilities to ensure continued compliance. We've coordinated this project with your staff ecologist and agree with all mitigation measures included in the permit. And we support staff recommendation and proposed conditions and are available to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Jane Velez-Mitchell, Marcia Hanscom, and then Robert Roy Van Doek. Jane Velez-Mitchell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Respectfully, you falsely suggest that there's no ramifications from these fireworks. Fireworks cause death and bloodshed. In California alone, over 10 people died. There was a tragic blast, you may have seen it, at a warehouse, a fireworks warehouse. 7 people died this holiday. An 8-year-old girl was killed by fireworks. In Simi Valley, a man died and his house caught fire. A man was also killed at Pacoima. Okay, 10 people died. Countless others were injured. A sports star suffered an eye injury, and a homeless man lost his eye. 2 people were also injured in a deadly fireworks warehouse explosion, separate from the one that killed 7 people. You know, where were those fireworks headed in that deadly explosion that killed 7 people? Were they headed to Capitola? You can't just exempt yourself from this destructive industry. They sparked more than 100 small wildfires. In Laguna Beach, people had to evacuate, including a friend of mine. This is a medieval, literally medieval practice that stems back to the 11th century or earlier. It is killing people. It is causing wildlife to fall out of trees. It is giving veterans PTSD and triggering them. It's causing more lost pets than any other time of year. It must end. Why are you backing something medieval and deadly? Think about the parents of that 8-year-old girl. Is that family-friendly fun when you have a safe and effective and entertaining alternative in drone shows? I urge you to please join the 21st century. There is no excuse for this violence. It is violence.
Thank you. Next, Marcia Hanscom, Robert Jan Roy Vanderhoek, and Susan Kirks. Marcia Hanscom.
Honorable Commissioners and staff, Marcia Hanscom, representing the Coastal Lands Action Network. I want to reiterate there is a feasible, environmentally superior alternative, a drone show that does not blast and disturb wildlife with no chemicals that harm the wildlife. I saw in your staff report no analysis of the chemicals. You're going to have somebody go out the next day and pick up some of the cardboard and plastic debris that falls from the sky after these fireworks, but you're not able to get the heavy metals. Copper, strontium, barium, and other chemicals create the colors of these fireworks. Fireworks also emit fine particulate matter and soot and ash. All of that goes into the water. I know because I watch this at Marina del Rey every year, several times a year, and it's got to stop everywhere. People do not understand the chemical reactions. The Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board is starting to understand it and starting to say no to a number of cities' fireworks shows in that region after years of litigation down at SeaWorld by one of the good environmental law firms down there. So we ask you that you start taking this seriously. These chemicals go into the water, they go into the air, and there are marine mammals off the coast here. Has anybody done any studies of the sea otters or the sea lions or the dolphins that require echolocation sonar to thrive? If you want a family-friendly event, what happened to picking pumpkins in October? This makes no sense.
Thank you. Robert Jan Vanderhoek, Susan Kirks, and then Suzanne Cumming. Robert Jan Vanderhoek.
Hi, is my voice coming across clearly right now?
Yes, it sounds great.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, my name is Roy, Robert Jan van de Hoek, and I'm an environmental biological scientist and work professionally in the government as a wildlife management biologist. So I'm going to give you some specifics. You know, SCRRA, by the way, says look at cumulative impacts, and I don't think you have. In terms of marine mammals, let's focus on the sea otter for a second. They may be able to survive the blasts of sound, but their prey, which includes fish, may not. And we haven't studied if fish, what species of fish are dying. Grunion, they are using the area in autumn of the California coast, and they come into the surf zone, and that's ground zero and where this fireworks is going. In terms of the bottlenose dolphin, it's a recent arrival in the 1980s and has expanded its range due to El Nino events, and now there's an established population, and the bottlenose dolphin occurs within the first 100, 200 yards of the seashore, often going through the surf, jumping out of the water, and again, they're affected, as you heard from Marcia Hanscom, by their special hearing ability of echolocation and sonar-like, and that leads to them not being able to find prey, avoid obstacles in the water, which their sound, you know, comes back to them when they send out the when they send out their communication and communication between themselves. During the fall, we have osprey coming through and roosting in the trees right where the festival's going to happen. Bald eagles are nesting in nearby locations, but fall is when courtship begins of reacquainting. The blasts are very important. In terms of cumulative impacts, you need to study how all of these things with plastics in the ocean or in the fish and birds and how it all connects together in terms of more biological impacts. Thank you. Climate change too, I forgot to mention that.
Thank you. Next is Susan Kirks and Suzanne Cumming. Susan Kirks.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Harmon, Vice Chair Hart, commissioners, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Susan Kirks, and I have led and am leading an effort in Northern California to eliminate fireworks and replace fireworks with drone light shows. Unfortunately, the information contained in your staff report is erroneous regarding seeking alternatives and making decisions about how the other alternatives to fireworks just wouldn't work for the Capitola community. Ann Cantrell and Anna Christensen's letter was full of details and definitely alternative suggestions. And October is actually in the middle of wildfire season. So while this community may have enjoyed fireworks and you have given permits for them for many years, we all know that the impacts of fireworks are very, very negative. And in the climate crisis in which we find ourselves, fireworks should not be approved at any time of any year. What about the veterans? I recently heard an interview of a veteran who wanted to talk about the PTSD effects of fireworks shows. It was heartbreaking to hear the impacts to veterans and what this triggers when they hear the bombing explosions for 20 minutes straight of fireworks. Pets will be impacted, animals will be impacted. And yes, I agree with the speakers before me, birds in the area and wildlife and marine life will be negatively impacted by these bombing explosions. Please begin to take the path that your commission has taken previously. Please deny this permit.
Thank you. Next, Suzanne Cumming.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, honorable commissioners and staff. I'm Suzanne Cumming, speaking as a member of SCRRA Club and in support of SCRRA Club Los Cerritos Wetlands Task Force letter of opposition. They submitted a timely and well-researched letter. First, the staff report failed to mention air pollution. It's well known that fireworks release toxic substances in the air. Do our measurements really assess all the fine toxic particles left behind, maybe for days or longer? Second, staff states drones and lasers are more expensive. The task force has offered data to show otherwise. Please watch the video of the La Jolla drone show. This could really be a bigger fundraiser. It could be something the whole community would enjoy more than fireworks. Additionally, you heard about the fire hazard. The Palisades fire may have been started by illegal fireworks not thoroughly extinguished. If we normalize drone and laser shows with music, then I believe fewer people would think it would be okay to set off illegal ones. And fireworks affects wildlife, as you heard. They injure wildlife and have harmed people. Most people who have pets find they must take extra precautions with them. Please deny the fireworks permit or remove it from the consent calendar to allow more research into this item. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We had two other speakers that are signed up for this item, but we aren't able to locate them. I'm going to call their names, and if you hear your name, please raise your hand so we can find you. Michael Monty and Kristen Northrop. Michael Monty and Kristen Northrop, please raise your hand. All I'm seeing no hands raised. There are no more speakers for items moved to consent.
Okay, thank you very much. I will ask if any commissioners wish to remove any items from the consent calendar. No? Okay, yeah, now we'll move to questions.
Is there a response from staff to comments on any of the items where there's concern? Yeah.
I think I'll quickly respond to the last one, 18D, and mostly just to reiterate, we don't believe there's anything in error in the staff report. We continue to agree with the general premise that fireworks shows can have significant impacts, but the track record for this show has shown that there aren't those sorts of impacts. And that reflects the staff recommendation that you got today. And also, just on the biological points, I'm going to pass it to Dr. Rachel Pausch from our staff ecologist to give some other further information.
Hello. When we considered potential impacts from this show, we looked at which species are using the area and how they use it. In this location specifically, we don't have marine mammal haul-out areas. We don't see birds using the wharf. We looked at the time of year and what species may be present. Are they particularly susceptible during that time of year? So it's outside of nesting season, which is usually one of our main concerns during 4th of July shows that are smack dab in the middle of summer there. So the timing of the show is a benefit to the biological resources. Additionally, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Sanctuary and NIMS signed off on this last year. So they have previously approved this show. We have extremely stringent monitoring conditions, both for biological resources as well as debris. So we will have a handle on what debris was generated. Not only will there be a cleanup, but we've required a report to be submitted of what debris was generated to be submitted for the ED and suggestions made for improvements if necessary. So I'm available for more questions.
Okay. Comments, questions? Commissioner Bochco.
Just to follow up on that, I really appreciate all the hard work you've already put into this, and I know we've had this discussion now almost every year. My particular personal take on it is I would love to see us really wind down fireworks as rapidly as possible over the next couple of years. There are alternatives, as you pointed out. I think perhaps the executive director might look at, since this is a 3-year or 5-year approval. Yeah, condition it on every year them coming in and proving that the alternatives, which we already know are more ecologically beneficial, proving that those are not available. I would discount the wow factor. I don't think it's important. If people want to come and watch a show, then, you know, it doesn't have to wow them. It can actually just be, anyway, that would be my suggestion. I don't know about the rest of the commission.
I could just quickly respond to that, Commissioner Bochco. The permit does include that sort of adaptive management, and the city is required to evaluate alternatives and come back with less impactful alternatives that for the ED during the term of the permit. So there could be changes made during the course of the permit, but what you're suggesting is actually required of the city, and they're fully committed to that effort, to looking into how the alternatives might work here and how they might be able to implement them. So just wanted to say that that is part of the permit.
Good, because it was a little general in the language in the report. So they have to be very specific. Like, this is what it costs to do a laser. This is what it costs to do a drone. And you know, we know fireworks are cheap. My God, they.
Yeah, our expectation is that they're going to take it seriously. They've indicated to us they will.
Okay.
So that's all part of the program.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Preciado.
I just wanted to add a comment related to our veterans experiencing PTSD. And I just wondered if there's any outreach by the city or the organizers to the community in terms of preparing or knowing that the event is taking place and that they should prepare in case they are impacted in any way by this. I guess I want to recognize the staff's work on the natural resources and protecting the natural resources, but it just seems that one element might be beneficial for us to consider. And so if there is an outreach initiative already, I'd like to hear if that is underway.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will say we do have a special condition 7, which says at least 1 week prior to the event there needs to be noticing in the area of the event. So that is a new addition for this year to address public outreach in the area and make sure people are aware that the event will be happening. So we do have that public noticing effort within the special condition.
I made note of it because as the public raises concerns about these things, they may not go into the fine detail, but and maybe it can be explicit that for those who have flash and other things, that they too be considered in the outreach. So the 1 week notice is there, but maybe if we can develop the notice to extend to certain communities that may be impacted. I just want to be sensitive to the unique needs of our veterans community.
If I may, I'd observe that that is something that we can definitely work with the city on, including for this year's event. I think that's a really good comment, and focused outreach to certain groups that might be more sensitive is definitely important. And I'm sure that they will do that as part of this project. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, you can ask the city if you want, they're on the line.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Carl. I too would very much appreciate that. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Nada, excuse me.
I just wanted to say that I think in general we have seen a lot of testimony about the need to move away from fireworks, especially in sensitive areas. I think we've had mostly discussions in Long Beach and Mission Bay and San Diego. I'll just note here that the timing does matter, and I appreciate the work that the staff has done to identify the time of year makes a difference. But I would like to see us move away from these where we can. I think that technology of drones is bringing the price down, and I've certainly seen more and more. Wow factor's not a bad thing, and they are pretty impressive, the drone shows. So I hope that, you know, I don't think we need to have one size fits all on the coast, but as we move towards, as the technology improves, I'd like to see more of the drone proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Just happy to make the motion to move consent this morning.
Second, and if I could speak to just for a second, which is that there are areas around the world where they've done modifications to fireworks. Now, it doesn't necessarily deal with all of the issues, but there's been modifications around the materials, biodegradable materials, as well as substituting certain chemicals in the explosive properties, as well as modifying the report, I guess the noise level. So that those do exist, but they were done through legislative means in countries in Europe and other places, and so maybe something that the legislature might want to take a look at. Thanks.
Thank you. There's been a motion by Commissioner Lopez, second by Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly understanding and appreciate where the trends are going, but I just want to give a shout out, appreciate the staff for the careful analysis and thoughtful understanding that at this particular junction, the one size does not fit all. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Commissioner Kelly.
Sorry, I'll just add a quick comment that we recently did do, at the local level, an evaluation of whether we could transition away from fireworks based on some of the concerns raised, concerns about pet noise and trauma for animals, as well as environmental concerns. And our local jurisdiction in Sonoma County did realize that the cost is still quite prohibitive to transition to a drone show, and so we ultimately decided to stay with our fireworks display, which was under $50,000, and to transition to drone at this time would have been over $150,000, so more than triple the cost for our local jurisdiction. And also also just to note that actually it was the veterans groups who were the most vocal in asking us to keep the fireworks. It was a 4th of July display, and so just some interesting nuance to the conversation that I'd add. And we've also seen some really incredible drone shows in our region in Northern California, and would love to see more of those. And I wanted to second the comments by Commissioner Wilson, and just that if we can reach out to our partners in the legislature to ask them to look at environmental concerns around fireworks. Obviously, the loss of lives at the fireworks storage facility in Northern California should not go unmentioned. That was a truly tragic incident, which is still under investigation. But we know that obviously the storage of fireworks, as well as the environmental concerns and some of the ingredients that are used in the creation of these, can certainly be improved upon. We should never just rest on our laurels, especially when lives are lost, that we need to do better. And if we are able to try to move legislation forward that looks at environmentally more beneficial fireworks, if they're doing that in other countries, there's no reason why California can't continue to be a leader in ensuring that anything we are exploding or that are being deposited into sensitive areas, when that is occurring, that we could continue to try to press for better fireworks that are going to be less impactful on the environment. So, thank you.
Thank you. A lot of really good conversation here. So we have a motion and a second on the floor to adopt our consent calendar. Are there any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the consent calendar is so adopted. And I believe we are now moving to item 9, the enforcement report.
We are. It just might take us a second.
Give us 1 second.
Yep.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's still morning. I just wanted to note that since the meeting is here in South Central Coast District, we'd like to do 2 brief things today as part of our enforcement report. First, we're going to highlight some developments in a few of the local cases. And this is a picture of Point Doom, in case you're interested. The South Central Coast District covers a very active part of the California coast from an enforcement perspective, and includes both the city of Malibu and the Santa Monica Mountains. And today we're going to be providing an update on a few of the cases in which our local enforcement staff have been working on. But secondly, the district includes an array of access ways with long and storied enforcement histories behind them, many of which are within a short drive of where we are now. So since several of you are joining us in this area for the first time, we thought it'd be a nice opportunity to also take the commissioners and the public on a virtual site tour through a few of the historic public access cases in the Malibu area, which enforcement has been involved in. Unfortunately, the agenda was too full to take a physical tour this month, but hopefully this will give you a good flavor of a few of the access cases around in this area, and we'll provide a map and a list of addresses for anyone who has a minute and an interest to go and check them out this week or later. So first of all, I'd like to hand the microphone over to one of our 2 district enforcement officers for this area, Cameron Lee. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Lisa. Good morning, Commissioners, and welcome back to the South Central Coast District. You heard a bit about our district last month during the presentation on the consent enforcement order to direct a property owner within the Meadows Court subdivision in Malibu to, among other things, construct on their property a portion of the commission-required Izumi Trail, which will link the PCH with the very popular Escondido Falls Trail. Here you can see a bench along the Escondido Falls Trail just ahead of the falls. Next slide, please. We know that last month commissioners expressed an interest in seeing the Izumi Trail site. Unfortunately, that final piece, which connects the trail from the falls down to the PCH, has not yet been constructed, and we will have to put off the actual site visit to another time. though we are happy to say that progress is being made as required by the consent enforcement orders. As you may recall from the discussion of that matter, other property owners within the Meadows Court subdivision were also subject to the requirement to improve the Izumi Trail within the subdivision, and for the most part, the trail is in place as required. As another step toward constructing, opening, and maintaining the trail here, and to resolve another instance of non-compliance with the permit requirement, staff arranged for payment of trail stewardship funds from another property owner that was out of compliance with the trail improvement condition. So in addition to the funding contributions required under last month's orders, staff have arranged for $240,000 to be paid to the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, or MRCA, who holds the easement. Those funds will be for maintenance and stewardship of the Izumi Trail once construction has been completed. That funding, the majority of which has already been paid, will help to ensure that the benefits provided by the trail will be available for the public continuously and that it will not fall into disrepair. In the interim, members of the public who are interested can currently reach Escondido Falls through MRCA facilitated access along Winding Way and via Escondido. Next slide, please. While the Meadows Court matter is a great example of one type of case we see, meaning the type that takes years of diligence as staff in both the district and statewide level doggedly pursue resolution. Our goal at the district level is generally to get expedient cooperation from alleged violators so that harms can be rapidly remedied and remediated, and to help achieve resolution informally when that's possible. To that end, we'd like to highlight another recent case of this latter type, where staff have made substantial progress towards resolution by working with the permittee to bring them into compliance with the CDP. This case comes from a housing development just down coast from County Line Beach in Ventura County, which you can see marked by the star on this map. Next slide, please. The housing tract in question is protected by a 787-foot-long seawall, which was constructed pursuant to a county-issued permit in the early 1980s. The seawall encloses an elevated sandy box area, though a public access easement grants the public the right to walk across a walkway along the top of the seawall, which is marked with yellow lines. That walkway can be reached through several staircases on the flanks and the front of the seawall, which are indicated by the arrows here. In addition, another easement grants the public the right to lateral access over the beach seaward of the seawall. And after years of weathering by the seawall required certain repairs and improvements, including the removal and replacement of a concrete cap at the top. And this commission approved a permit for such surface repairs and replacement of that cap on July 12, 2023. Next slide, please. The Commission's approval of the project was subject to several conditions, including special conditions that required that no construction material, debris, or waste be placed or stored where it may be subject to wave dispersion, and requirements that any debris which inadvertently made it to the beach or coastal waters be removed immediately. This is an important condition intended to protect the beach from debris, which is both a public access and safety issue, and also a concern for the health of the ecosystem and marine life. However, Commission enforcement staff became aware that the requirement was not being adhered to, and in the course of demolition and construction, concrete, rebar, and other materials had made their way onto the beach in the vicinity of the seawall. For example, in this image, you can see the material that we found, a concrete and rebar debris originating from the seawall, which was deposited on top of a rock revetment and left to linger here where it could be subject to wave action. Next slide, please. Because debris was left where it was subject to wave action, some of it was actually pulled farther onto the beach and into coastal waters. Here, and as part of this little show and tell piece we were able to bring you today, you can see this piece of epoxy-coated rebar had been deposited and migrated within the rocky intertidal area seaward of the seawall, where it could pose a hazard to marine organisms which reside in that rocky intertidal area, as well as beachgoers who come to this area for beach uses such as tide pooling. Next slide, please. Due to the seasonal accretion and scour of sand, Debris which is not removed from the beach may become buried underneath the sand, where it can persist undetected for some seasons and pose a future hazard to beachgoers or marine life when it's later uncovered. Here you can see a metal brace which had fallen to the beach at the toe of the seawall and was not promptly removed, as a result of which it had become half buried by the shifting sand. When it's more fully covered, these rusted metal edges could pose a greater risk of injury to beachgoers. Next slide, please. Additionally, wave action and currents can carry lighter debris significantly down coast of where it first enters the beach, as was the case for the screw-embedded wood plank which you can see in this image. Next slide, please. After making visits to the site to confirm the presence and extent of debris on the beach and in the rocky intertidal area, Commission staff made contact with the HOA to direct them to immediately remove the debris as required by the CDP. Representatives of the HOA and contractors quickly responded to comply with enforcement staff's direction. Here, following an on-site meeting between Commission staff and representatives of the HOA and the contractors, we see the HOA's contractors combing the affected area and conducting hand removal of concrete and other construction debris. Commission ecology staff joined us for the on-site meeting, and we had the opportunity to observe the site and confirm that this method of hand removal was appropriate. Next slide, please. Fortunately, as the sand profile was relatively low at the time of the cleanup and site visits, staff were able to get a good idea of the thoroughness of the cleanup efforts, though we continue to monitor the site and coordinate with the HOA's representatives to ensure that timely compliance is achieved with all conditions of the permit. With the debris from the present construction project in the area now removed, beachgoers, tide poolers, and tide pool inhabitants have one less hazard to worry about. Next slide, please. I will now hand the mic over to the other district enforcement staff member in our office, Carlo Rivas, for something different.
All right, there we are. Good morning, Commissioners. Now, as we said at the top here, since several of the Commissioners are joining us here in our district for the first time, but since we didn't have enough time in our schedule to do a physical site tour this hearing, we figured this would be a nice opportunity to take the Commission and the public on a bit of a virtual site tour of just a few of the many public access ways we have had our enforcement staff involved in the Malibu area. So on this map, you can see some of the many sites where enforcement staff, working with our access, permit, and technical staff, as well as by coordinating with our sister agencies such as the Mountains Recreation Conservation Authority, or MRCA, have played a role in facilitating public access to help people reach and enjoy the beach. This is only a small subset of the enforcement accessway stories from Malibu, and while some of the accessways in the area are located within the area affected by the Palisades fire and may be temporarily inaccessible, the ones we are covering today are all open and are all within a short drive of where we are now. Next slide, please. Our first site is an MRCA managed accessway at Carbon Beach. Now, on paper, this accessway dates back to the 1980s, when the Commission approved 2 CDPs for development on the properties here indicated by the arrow, requiring the dedication of both a lateral access easement covering the area seaward of the seawall, as well as a vertical access easement extending from the PCH to the mean high tide line. Next slide, please. However, as you can see in this photo from 2006, the property owners had installed unpermitted obstructions within the vertical easement, as highlighted in the yellow box, including rock riprap, a concrete slab and generator, fencing, railing, a planter, light posts, a staircase, a private tennis court, and landscaping, all of which clearly prevented public use of the vertical access easement located at the site. Additionally, unpermitted rock riprap along the seawall at the property occupied beach space within the lateral public access easement, which you can see marked in the lower yellow box. Next slide, please. Now, here is another angle on the revetment, which you can see was occupying a majority of the dry sandy area available at the time this photo was taken. Commission staff contacted the property owner in 2005, and over the next several years, tried to get the property owner to resolve the violation by removing the unpermitted development obstructing vertical access, but to no avail. In 2009, the Commission adopted unilateral cease and desist orders requiring removal of the unpermitted development therein, and the homeowner filed suit challenging the orders. The Commission prevailed in litigation before the trial court and subsequently the appellate court as well. Next slide, please. After the litigation was concluded, staff reached out to the owner and worked with the property owner to still negotiate a consensual resolution of the violations, including the removal of the unpermitted development within the vertical easement by amending the unilateral orders to make them consent orders. Under the consent orders, the property owner also designed, got the permit for, and constructed the ADA-compliant accessway at their own cost, including installation of a ramp to facilitate full public access to the beach at this location. In addition, the property owner agreed to pay $350,000 towards the improvement, enhancement, and maintenance of public access elsewhere in the Malibu area, and a further $549,000 payment to the violation remediation account. The settlement, which between the payments and accessway construction provided over $1 million worth of benefits to the public, was effectuated through consent orders in 2013, and today, you can walk straight from the PCH to reach this beautiful stretch of beach. Next slide, please. In addition, the property owner agreed to remove tons of unpermitted rock revetment which have been placed within the lateral access easement seaward of the seawall. Here, you can see the open beach available for public access. Next slide, please. Our next site is just up coast along the PCH, where 3 or more public access improvements, which are indicated here by the arrows, were secured through enforcement actions. Similar to our prior story, this one began in the 1980s, when the Commission approved the demolition of existing structures on the site and the construction of the Malibu Beach Inn, a hotel right along the coast. As a condition of that permit, the permittees were required to construct a pair of public access staircases, providing access from the PCH to Carbon Beach, and also to record a lateral access easement across the beach seaward of the hotel. While the offer to dedicate the easement was recorded, over the years that area was subject to unpermitted beach grooming, placement of private guest amenities supplanting public areas, and the hosting of private events which had the effect of discouraging public access to the beach. Furthermore, the required public access staircases were never constructed. Next slide, please. Now, here you can see the towering revetment over the beach. In the absence of the required stairway improvement, members of the public would have to scramble down this revetment, which is no easy feat, especially when you're carrying a surfboard or any other sort of recreational equipment down to the sand. Next slide, please. Commission enforcement staff became aware of the violations and sent a notice of violation letter to the owners at that time in April 2009. Enforcement staff then attempted to work with the owner and their representatives to try and resolve the violations, but these efforts ultimately fell through. When the property was acquired by new owners in 2015, Commission enforcement staff apprised these new owners of the violations and, through a series of negotiations, were able to reach an agreement to address the violations, which was approved by the Commission through consent orders in December of 2016. This agreement required the property owners to finance constructions of the staircases which had been originally required under the CDP, one of which you can see pictured here. Commission enforcement staff were further able to negotiate to have the property owner contribute an additional $300,000 towards the ongoing operation, maintenance, and any other costs associated with the public stairs, as well as a $200,000 contribution to the violation remediation account. Next slide, please. In addition, the property owners agreed to undertake the planning and construction of a signalized crosswalk across the Pacific Coast Highway to facilitate public access to the coast by slowing traffic on this section of the PCH and providing protected crossing, which you can see here. I apologize. This addition helps to enable safer public pedestrian access to the beach along this stretch of the busy highway and helps to facilitate access to existing public parking on the landward side of PCH. For example, just down the road, public beach parking is available at a shopping center on the landward side of PCH as the result of a separate district-level enforcement case. This crosswalk was a very significant element of the settlement since such infrastructure changes are both very expensive and time-consuming to pursue, and the hotel owners took on the entire financial and logistical burdens of bringing this new crossing to fruition, and as a result, there have been significant improvements in public access and safety. Next slide, please. Our next site is Latigo Beach for yet another story that begins decades ago. Just prior to the effective date of the Coastal Act permitting requirements, a revetment and oceanfront wastewater treatment system were constructed for what is now the condo complex known as Tivoli Cove, as shown on the arrow to the left. As a bit of background, staff resolved a separate violation which opened up access to this stretch of beach via a staircase indicated by the arrow on the right side of the photo. After opening access to Latigo Beach itself, staff began working on this violation at Tivoli Cove, which blocked public access to the western half of Latigo Beach. Next slide, please. Okay. In the late 1970s, the Commission approved a CDP for repairs to this wastewater system, and in doing so, also required the permittee construct and sign a public pathway atop the boulder seawall to facilitate access, since the revetment would totally eliminate public access along the shoreline in that location. After the property was acquired by Pepperdine University for student housing, the public access path and stairs at both ends were constructed, as you can see in this image from around June 1984. The staircases at the western and eastern end are marked by the arrows, and the walkway atop the revetment is marked with this yellow box. And at one time, members of the public could access this area from the downcoast side, indicated by the right-hand arrow. Next slide, please. However, by 1986, after the property had been sold to a developer, the downcoast staircase was destroyed, as can be seen in this photo, and was never replaced. Furthermore, pieces of debris from this downcoast stairway, including concrete and rebar, became strewn across the beach, also preventing safe public use of the beach itself. Next slide, please. In 1996, access to the remaining upcoast stairway and walkway were blocked off, after which the walkway area languished, unsigned and unusable by the public, and overgrown with ice plant, as you can see in this photo. Next slide, please. Moreover, the HOA members and their guests continue to utilize the staircase at the upcoast end as a private access. Here, you can see unpermitted signage discouraging public access had been posted, erroneously claiming that the right to access the area was, quote, by permission and subject to control of owner, end quote. Instead of the coastal access signage required by the permit, describing the legal rights of public access, which was supposed to be located here. Next slide, please. After observing the site and becoming aware of the violations, Commission staff sent a notice of violation letter to the property owner in September of 2017. The matter was then elevated to statewide enforcement staff, and following extensive coordination and negotiation, the property owners agreed to resolve the violation through consent orders, which this commission adopted in February of 2020. To address the violations, the property owner agreed to build the downcoast stairway as required by the permit, install required public access signage, and remove unpermitted development obstructing the public pathway. Here, you can see the restored staircase providing linkage between the beach to the east and the public walkway atop the revetment. Next slide, please. In addition to removing the concrete blocks, pipes, rebar, and other material from the defunct staircase, but as part of the resolution, they further agreed to remove literal tons of other debris from the historic rerouting of the PCH decades ago, including concrete, asphalt, and other material. Next slide, please. Furthermore, to mitigate for years of lost public access, the property owner also agreed to install a drinking fountain, which you can see in this photo, a public shower, a pair of benches for public use, a pair of interpretive signs, and to widen the public walkway, as well as pay an administrative penalty of $925,000. Staff in our statewide enforcement unit continue to coordinate with the HOA in order to fully effectuate this agreed upon resolution. Next slide, please. Here, you can see a shot of the restored walkway, open and available for access by members of the public, with signs to make sure the public knows they are welcome here. Next slide, please. For the next destination of our journey, we stop at Malibu Road East, an accessway which provides access to Amarillo Beach. The site has its own violation history, including the unpermitted placement of a chain link fence and parking restrictive signage by neighbors. and where there is also where there is a staircase, brought about in part due to some of the penalties which you've been hearing about today. When penalties are assessed for Coastal Act violations, including administrative penalties assessed pursuant to Section 3821 or 3821.3, penalties can be deposited into the Violation Remediation Account, or VRA, a fund which is managed by the State Coastal Conservancy in cooperation with the Coastal Commission. Funding from the Violation Remediation Account is meant to offset the impacts which Coastal Act violations have had on coastal resources and to attempt to make the public whole, and can be used to support various projects which aim to enhance coastal resources, including infrastructure facilitating public access, acquisition of habitat, and restoration projects. Next slide, please. Here we see an example of such funding in action, as this staircase providing access from Malibu Road to the beach below was constructed in part using funds from the VRA. As you can see in this photo, there is a significant elevation difference between the road above and the beach below, making this staircase an essential feature to facilitate public access down this coastal bluff. Next slide, please. In this photo, you can see this lovely little beach before you reach the Malibu Colony Beach at the base of the stairs, which would be inaccessible absent this essential amenity. Furthermore, this serves as one of the only points of access to the beach fronting what is known as Malibu Colony, with the other being Malibu Lagoon, located nearly a mile down coast from here. Next slide, please. As a quick aside, that access point from Malibu Lagoon, which is marked here on the map with an arrow, is the site of yet another enforcement story. Next slide, please. Prior to the passage of the Coastal Act, a fence was installed running perpendicular to the beach from the house at the end of Malibu Colony down to State Tidelands, where it blocked public access to the downcoast area for some decades. In 2016, enforcement staff learned that the pre-coastal fence had been removed and replaced with a new fence without the benefit of a CDP. Next slide, please. After learning of this unpermitted replacement, district enforcement staff sent a letter directing the property owner to remove the fence. And as you can see from this photo, the fence was removed, and now members of the public can more easily reach this once inaccessible stretch of the beach. Next slide, please. The final stop on our journey today is El Matador State Beach on the western end of Malibu, for a story that dates back about 2 decades, and shows the importance of keeping a close eye on attempts to interfere with the public's right to access public spaces. Next slide, please. El Matador State Beach is a publicly owned beach, one of a series of 3 smaller public pocket beaches. Due to the high bluffs and line of private properties between the PCH and ocean in the nearby area, El Matador provides an important access point for members of the public to enjoy the incredibly scenic views in this stretch of coast. However, just because the beach is publicly owned does not mean that it is not in need of protection to ensure continued public access. Next slide, please. As you can see in this photo from 2005, a property owner adjacent to the beach had installed an unpermitted plastic fence on a portion of the state beach. This fence created the appearance that an area of the public state beach was, in fact, private, discouraging members of the public from accessing this section of the public beach. After becoming aware of the fence, staff sent a letter to the property owner, who, despite claiming that it was on his property and that it was a replacement for a fence maintained by state parks, did ultimately remove it for a time after speaking with commission staff. Next slide, please. However, as you can see in this photo from 2017, the adjacent property owner eventually fell back into their old ways, installing posts with ropes strung between, orange mesh fencing, and signs claiming that the beach beyond was private. Following another letter from commission enforcement staff in 2017, the property owner once again removed their encroaching development. Next slide, please. To round out the trilogy, in late 2021, enforcement staff learned, as you can see in this photo, that signage and an unpermitted post and rope barrier had once again been installed. After bringing on new staff to help share the workload in the district, enforcement staff sent another letter in 2022, prompting the property owner to remove the unpermitted development. Next slide, please. Following a series of exchanges with the adjacent property owner, the extent of El Matador State Beach remains open as it has for the last 3 years, though district staff remain vigilant in monitoring the site for any recurrence of the violation. Next slide, please. And with that, I will hand it back to Lisa.
Sorry, sharing a mic. Thank you, Carlo. As you can see, and this is and historically has been an incredibly active area from the enforcement perspective, both at the district and statewide levels, especially for public access cases. Public access is not only at the heart of the Coastal Act, it is a right under Section 4 of Article 10 of our state's Constitution. While Malibu and the rest of our coast offers a stunning array of coastal access opportunities, the challenge to obtain and keep these opportunities for the public is never ending. In some cases, we have, as you just heard, had to take action a number of times. But with the help of public reporting information to us and local government partners helping resolve, we try and track cases and ensure they remain resolved. You can see that the challenges of providing and protecting public access are varied as the violations run the gamut from chain link fences to very solid and significant walls and many other forms public access encroachments take, such as cones, painting curbs red, and so forth. There's a lot of creativity in along the coast by property owners who would like not to have the public visit. Anyway, the violations involve both unpermitted development and failure to follow the permit conditions that you put on permits when you issue them. We have a handout for you that notes the locations of some of the sites we've talked about today, and hope you get to see some of the sites protected by the Coastal Act and the work of the Commission. The handout includes addresses and some information about where you can park and how to access the sites. And that includes the enforcement report, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated. We'll start. Are there any public comments on the enforcement report? No. Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the Commission for comments or questions. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, just a question. I've noticed as we've gone through these in my short time on this body that the signage is always different, right, based on location. And I think it's a missed opportunity for branding. I'm wondering, is that something that's come up in the past? I mean, seeing the same color, right, it's a great way to indicate that it's blessed by or part of a program. And for us, as folks wonder what we do, I think having our logo on there and perhaps always being a certain shade of blue and reflective would be a great way that folks recognize that is ours and that is us. Because as I see other colors intermingled, I would wonder, is that a local club? Is that an HOA? So just curious if that's ever been talked about, addressed, or a program considered.
Yes, actually. We've gotten better over time, believe it or not. The signs that officially go up, not as the result of an enforcement action, but as a result of our permit actions, use the sort of brown and the wave. And we've tried to get those put in as far as possible. Some of them, when they're on private property, they want to have it sort of fit in with the pictures of the other signage that's existent at the site. What we do is we have people submit signed plans and we approve them, and we've gotten much better about it. We have the signs that are larger. They used to put tiny ones, or they would put them in places where they didn't make sense or they were not very visible. I think the idea of having a unified color scheme is a good one, and we can talk about that internally. I think it's a great idea. One thing we've also gotten better about is the signs used to say brought to you by the Coastal Conservancy, even if it was an enforcement action or we'd funded it. And so we have now, in all of our enforcement actions, we require that the signs mention the involvement of the Coastal Commission, because it's one of I do think it's a lost PR opportunity for people to understand that we're the ones bringing them and fighting for these access points. And so I completely agree. And I think that maybe having something that's more of a brand is a really good idea. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
What's sort of the spectrum of local government agencies or jurisdictions that we covered here just now? I assume the city of Malibu, but it's also in the county as well. Are there any other jurisdictions that's just...
Yeah, certainly, Commissioner. I hope I don't miss anything on the list, but if we go sort of north to south, we covered Santa Barbara County, Ventura County, and LA County. In LA County, there's the Santa Monica Mountains Local Coastal Program, which is handled by the County of Los Angeles. then the city of Malibu, which is the site of most of the stories that you heard today. Up in Ventura County, there's Ventura proper, which is the city itself, and then, of course, the expanded county. And a little bit farther north of that, up going into Santa Barbara County, I believe, is the county, the city of Santa Barbara, the city of Carpinteria, and as well as a little area called the city of Guadalupe. I think we have a small LCP covering that one.
I guess what I'm asking is, in terms of the violations that were adjudicated through us, talked about today, what was the sort of spectrum of jurisdictions?
They would all be within the city of Malibu. Are you asking about the involvement of the local government, if I'm understanding you correctly?
I didn't ask about that necessarily.
Oh,
No, I was just wondering what jurisdiction specifically, if it went outside the city, and then sure, I'll ask. Is now that you brought it up, what is the local jurisdiction have any nexus to this?
I apologize, I'm not briefed on that piece of information for all those cases.
So I would just say that the city of Malibu was not a party to any of these violations. That is one of the grounds when we can take over a case if the local government is a party to the violation. But we generally take it over because they don't have the wherewithal or the desire to take it. And so we work closely with them. And our relationship with Malibu has gone up and down over the years, as I'm sure you're aware, but we have a good working relationship with the staff there, and we really try to coordinate on violations and decide who should take the lead on them. And the ones that are more complicated are the ones that we tend to pick up.
Okay, great. Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you. Commissioner Kelly.
I just wanted to comment, I think the jurisdictional alphabet soup certainly helps to elevate the challenges that we face as an organization, both on the enforcement side and permitting side, but then also the opportunities and the role that we play in ensuring that we have consistency up and down the coast. To Commissioner Lopez's comment earlier about the branding opportunities, I think that is a really great point, and that so much of public access, both on the enforcement side but also on the permitting side, for folks out in the community to know, A, that we exist, B, that this access has been brought to you by the Coastal Commission, and then also with the signage that seemingly is just a game of whack-a-mole with individuals who are putting up their own signs to keep off private beaches that are in fact public. If we are able to have specific signage that is clearly the brand of the coast, because it is either brown as indicated by the coastal access signs, or we have our logo on it, it makes those signs of quote unquote private beach access that is not in fact private that much more obvious to just be individuals who are bad actors, and alerting the public that in fact those signs probably shouldn't be there. So I do want to just echo those comments and to say that if we are able to continue to kind of put our good brand out there, it may help to identify those who are illegally or unlawfully trying to create private beach access where it does not exist. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would just say through the chair that we do work with Linda Laughlin also as well. We have a good relationship with Caltrans, and they've been very cooperative about putting signs on PCH and the other highways pointing out where you get to the access. It's a little bit more complicated to put signs on the beach, and we try not to do that insofar. One thing we have done, and we've done it for a few different, the enforcement unit did it, but it's on the public access part of our website. For both Carbon Beach and Broad Beach, we did annotated aerial maps that show where both the vertical and lateral easements are, so that folks can just look at it and know where they're allowed to go. And some people actually carry it with them to the beach, but if you don't want to do that, you can at least look in advance and know what your rights are. We're trying to figure out all the ways that we can to inform the public so that they have some agency to push back when they're given incorrect information. And we do jump on them as quickly as possible. You heard last summer we had a whole bunch of violations having to do with beach, people being kicked off the beach. And the one that we talked about today, we literally called it the whack-a-mole violation because it's unbelievable. It just keeps reappearing. But we're keeping our eye on it. And so far, so good.
Thank you for that. And I think to your point about people using our maps or printing them and taking them to the beach, I've seen some really great opportunities for artists to participate in, not just a paint your favorite picture of a whale competition, but actually create public access maps for trails and otherwise in other parts of the state. So that could be an opportunity where we invite artists in the public, and when I say artists, I mean digital creators as well, to help us with those maps and using our coastal lodging partners as well to help disseminate those. That could be another opportunity. Thanks.
It's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll say for my part, I'm always so grateful, Ms. Hagee, Mr. Rivas, Mr. Lee, when you come and just share with us how much work you're doing to preserve and protect access for all of us, the people of California. I'm very grateful. And I wanted to specifically call out this site tours handout that I appreciate so much, especially not being from this area specifically and not having a lot of familiarity. I love this and really appreciate it. And I think you said it's going to be available for the public as well. So I just wanted to specifically note how awesome this is for those of us that are not as familiar with this area. So my gratitude. Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of that item. Thank you very much. I'm going to propose that we break for lunch here before we start the regular calendar. To my fellow commissioners, I believe we have closed session at lunch today, so we'll take an hour. Director Huckelbridge, do you have a suggestion there?
I do. Just a note, I guess, a logistics comment. We're actually, lunch is not in this room. It's going to be across the way. So maybe, I think there are drinks in here. Everybody could grab one, and then we'll walk, and then we'll probably need to come back or find a different space for closed session. So just want to point that out. It's going to be like a kind of a two-part lunch. So.
Yes, so we'll go get lunch and then come back here and we'll sort out where closed session is. For the public, we will aim to return to open session at 1:30 p.m. Commissioner Wilson.
Through the chair, just having been here a few times and knowing the logistics of going over and having lunch and then coming back for, I would suggest an hour and a half for lunch, because I'm just saying it will, I'm just trying to be realistic about
maybe an hour and 15 minutes.
Hour and 15.
We have a long afternoon, so we need to both be efficient.
I like this negotiation.
We will commit to be efficient and.
But I don't want to be unrealistic.
I think that's a good point, Commissioner Wilson. Maybe an hour and 15 minutes.
1:45 it is. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We will return to open session, and I'm going to start with a report out from our council. Please, Ms. Warren.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. The Commission met in closed session over the lunch break. It received litigation information and advice on a matter of potential litigation, as well as Space Exploration Technologies Corp. versus Coastal Commission. It also received litigation information and advice and took action on City of Fort Bragg versus Mendocino Railway. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you very much. And now we are on item 10, the Deputy Director's Report for the North Central Coast District.
Yes, thank you, Chair Harmon. And in item 10 today, we are reporting 1 permit amendment, 2 permit waivers, and 1 emergency coastal permit. We're not aware of any objections or controversy regarding these matters, and so the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object, and if not, then the commission will concur.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Are there any ex partes on the DDR? None? Are there any public speakers on this item?
Just 2, but they're only available for questions.
Thank you. And do 3 or more commissioners object to an item on the DD's report? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That'll take us down to item number 12A. And I'd ask Isabel Cooper, who should be on the Zoom, who's our analyst for this, there she is, to give our presentation. We do have a PowerPoint for this one.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 12A is an appeal of the City of Half Moon Bay coastal permit approval of a new single-family residence with a detached garage along the Pullman drainage near the Miramar.
Just a second, we're going to turn you up, please.
Nope, no problem.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Slide 1 shows a rendering of the city-approved project as seen from the Champs-Élysées Boulevard cul-de-sac. Next slide, please. The project site outlined in red on slide 2 is a large, nearly 3/4 acre triangle-shaped property located seaward of the Champs-Élysées Boulevard cul-de-sac and seaward of Highway 1. The Pullman drainage, shown here with a blue dashed line, is a man-made and sometimes underground culverted drainage feature that runs east to west through the neighborhood and along the entire north side of the project site. Given the culverted nature and general morphology, the watercourse can flood during significant storm events, and the city has identified Pullman drainage as a high priority for hydrological capacity improvements in their storm drain master plan. Next slide, please. Slide 3 shows the city-approved residential site plan with the house noted in green, the lot lines in red, and a rendering of the completed house on the lower left. The 4,710 square foot development includes a 2-story residence and a detached garage connected to the home by a covered breezeway. The project also includes an approximately 2,300 cubic foot stormwater detention basin shown here in blue. The appellants contend that the approved house raises LCP consistency issues related primarily to habitat, flood risks, hydrological function, and coastal blufftop hazards. Next slide, please. In terms of habitat issues, the appellants contend that the approved development is inconsistent with LCP provisions that protect riparian and wetland habitat related to the Pullman drainage, including that the development is sited within the resource areas themselves as well as within their typical buffer areas. The LCP identifies the Pullman drainage as potential ESHA and as a non-riparian watercourse. Where Pullman drainage lacks riparian vegetation or other sensitive habitat value, the LUP requires a minimum 20-foot buffer from the top of the bank. The 20-foot buffer is shown on slide 4 in green, and as you can see, both the house and the detention basin are outside of the 20-foot buffer. Although the record is inconclusive on this point, there is a discrete area of potential riparian vegetation on the seaward side of Alameda Avenue, shown here in orange crosshatch. Were this to be riparian vegetation, a buffer of 35 feet from that area would be required, and that buffer is shown here with an orange line. As you can see on the slide, the proposed stormwater detention basin does extend slightly into that buffer. However, even if this buffer were applicable, it is allowed to be reduced to 25 feet per the LCP, in which case the detention basin would be outside of the buffer. And in any case, a stormwater detention basin is arguably an LCP allowable use within such a buffer. As such, the appeal contentions related to required Pullman drainage habitat buffers do not raise substantial issues. One appellant also asserts that wetlands are present on the property next to Pullman drainage on the site, and that the city relied on a flawed wetland delineation in its approval of the project. 2 recent wetland delineations were conducted for the site by the same consultants. The first delineation from 2021 identified some wetland areas in the western part of the site overlapping a portion of the proposed detention basin, roughly where the orange area is shown on the slide. However, a more recent delineation was completed in 2022 and concluded that there were no wetlands on the site. The city based its CDP decision on the updated 2022 report. And to be clear, this is not a case of dueling experts, rather the same consultant updated its work in 2022, and the city relied on this most recent information available in making their decision. Ultimately, this does not raise a substantial issue either. Next slide, please. The appellants also contend that the parcel is on a bluff top, where the LCP would require additional hazard analyses and development limitations. The Commission's regulations define bluff top development as that which is located within 300 feet of the bluff edge. The appellants contend that the western boundary of the subject site is just 210 feet from the bluff edge, roughly the location of the red dot seaward of the site on slide 5, because they allege that this is where the Pullman drainage culvert daylights and that should be the bluff top edge. However, it is inaccurate to describe the drainage culvert as the inland extent of the bluff edge, and while there has not been a formal bluff edge delineation, the city's conclusion that the project site is not within 300 feet of the bluff appears accurate based on the evidence available. In fact, it appears that the bluff is at least 400 feet from the site and some 850 feet from the residence itself. This contention does not rise to the level of substantial issue. Next slide, please. Additionally, several of the appellants contend that the increase in impervious surfaces at the site due to the development of the residence will modify existing flow patterns and worsen surrounding flooding and erosion conditions. Although the site is not located within a mapped flood hazard area, the Pullman drainage and surrounding areas have been subject to periodic heavy flooding during significant storms. Slide 6 shows examples of such significant flooding events in and around Pullman drainage. To address stormwater runoff produced on-site from the new residence, the project includes a stormwater detention basin with an approximately 2,300 cubic foot capacity, adequate to capture stormwater runoff produced on-site during a 25-year, 24-hour storm event, which exceeds the LCP's required capacity. Additionally, the city's approval requires that final plans demonstrate that all surface runoff is retained and managed on-site and includes erosion and sedimentation BMP requirements. In addition, the city's engineering consultants concluded that the project would not significantly contribute to flood conditions during even a 100-year storm event. As such, the flooding contentions do not raise a substantial issue. Next slide, please. Finally, the appellants also contend that grading took place on the parcel in 2016 without the benefit of a CDP, and that such grading modified drainage and drainage in and around the site, resulting in worsening flooding on adjacent properties, as well as the California Coastal Trail and beach parking lot access road to the west of the project site. Slide 7 shows the site again outlined in red and the grading in question in the lighter brown color. The city states that the grading was permitted and was part of site improvements authorized as part of the underlying subdivision approval. And in any case, it would be exceedingly difficult to determine whether the grading that occurred at the subject property has worsened flooding and erosion in the area, especially when at least 4 other residences have been constructed on properties along the Pullman drainage between 2016 and present. This contention also does not raise a substantial issue. Next slide, please. In short, it appears that the city's petition adequately addresses LCP provisions as they relate to Pullman drainage habitats, flooding, stormwater runoff, and erosion, and the issues raised do not rise to the level of a substantial issue. The outcome suggests that the Commission need not become further involved in this case, and staff recommends that the Commission find that no substantial issue exists with respect to the city-approved project's conformity with the LCP. The single motion and resolution to do so is found on page 4 of the staff report, and this concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any ex partes to report? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing, and I believe we'll begin with the appellants at 3 minutes, please.
Okay, so we have John Rosie, followed by Bradley Steinweed, followed by Andrew Abel, and Joe Farrell. John, if you can unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, well, good afternoon. My name is John Rossi, appellant on item 12A. So let's start with the truth. I believe that allowing this to proceed, given the information we're about to go through, sets a dangerous precedent, and no substantial issue vote today would leave unaddressed an illegal grading job, a recorded court order, and a Coastal Act violation, all documented in the record. At the heart of this appeal is a missing legal baseline. The city's own records manager confirms no grading permit was ever found for the 2016-2017 lock grading. Yesterday, upon a site visit to city offices, the city planner personally confirmed that the grading at 2800 Champs-Élysées was not permitted. The subdivision's 2012 parent CDP allows grading only for public road and utility corridors, not the 2800 Champs-Élysées home site. Without that permit, there is no lawful basis under the Coastal Act for this pad grading. Second, settlement compliance. The 2014 Stolowski versus Gradstein settlement permanently created a 30-foot restriction area along the Pullman watercourse, banning any development there. It also required the city to amend the subdivision CDP under Section 3.5, an amendment that never happened. That omission leaves the parent CDP legally deficient. Third, The city's current condition of approval demands dedicating that same 30-foot strip as a public easement for future flood hazard mitigation. Yet the settlement explicitly prohibits exactly that. This is a direct conflict between a binding court order and the city's approval. These violations violate LCP 7-51, requiring preservation of natural drainage, and LCP 7-57, requiring full downstream impact evaluation. The result is a city approval on an incomplete and unlawful foundation for flooding, wetlands, and buffers. I respectfully urge you to find substantial issue so the Commission can take jurisdiction, cure these baseline problems, and ensure compliance with the LCP and binding court orders. And lastly, as a resident directly next door who's been flooded 9 times, I am not opposed to the building of the house, but rather fulfilling the LCP requirements and asking the city to continue to remediate the flooding issue. And I also believe that this build will contribute to flooding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bradley Steinweit. Bradley, if you can unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes, but you have an echo.
Thank you. Could you please bring up the PDF? Oh, you have it there. Thank you.
Hold on, Brad. Hold on real quick for us.
Dear Chair and Commissioners, my name is Brad Steinwade, and I wish to speak about the wetland contention section of the report. Coastal Act Section 30121 defines the term wetland as lands within the coastal zone which may be covered periodically or permanently with shallow water. As you can see, the entire site is covered in shallow water. This photo was taken on March 28, 2023. Could you now please bring up the video, the MP4? This video was taken in November 22, 2024, conclusively showing that the property is covered periodically with shallow water. This should raise substantial issue. The 2022 wetland delineation was based on samples collected during the dry season in August, and it did not identify any wetland areas on the site. The city relied on the most recent 2022 report in making its CDP decision. This report, prepared by Biomass, did not use California Code of Regulation Title 14, which uses a one-parameter definition. The LCP clearly prefers wet season delineations, but it is not a requirement. Rather, the policy is framed such that wetland delineations should typically be conducted during the rainy season, LUP Policy 637. That said, policies in land use planning that are framed as something should be done typically stand for the premise that the standard in question should be applied unless there is compelling reason for that not to happen. The compelling reason in this instance is that the wetland assessment was requested by the Planning Commission on 3 separate occasions: in April 2019, in May 2020, and in July 2023. Additionally, the California Geological Survey lists this very area as a liquefaction zone using groundwater level records and subsurface geotechnical data. This turns the biomass dry weather report that the CDP decision was based on its head. The property owner, John Vidovich, owns approximately 60,000 acres of California property. Not building on this wetland will not cause him any hardship. Thank you, and I hope you can find within your scope to deny this. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Abel. Andrew, if you can unmute yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Anju Abel, speaking as a member of the Half Moon Bay community who testified during June 3rd hearing also. So the issues in this appeal go far beyond a single house. They speak to whether our local coastal program and court-ordered protections can be enforced in practice, or are we just talking and putting it on paper? Now, here are some confirmed facts. Joe Farrell did send an email out yesterday confirming that there was no grading permit issued by city for the 2016 and 2017 lot work. It's being ignored. It's illegal. The subdivision 2012 CDP was never amended to comply with Sadowski versus Gradstein settlements permanent 30-foot restriction area. Work was done that exceeded the scope of the original authorization, including tree removal, not contemplated in the subdivision plan. If these facts are being brushed aside, what kind of message are we sending to everyone? Dangerous message. Basically, we're being told that missing permits and unfulfilled legal obligations can be retroactively excused just by calling them permitted in a staff report. It erodes trust, undermines public participation, and it's weakening the Coastal Act's foundation. Basically, you have the authority, and I would say the duty and obligation to find a substantial issue here. We depend on you, the public depends on you to uphold the law, protect access, and ensure that once in a generation protections like Sadowski's settlement are not ignored in favor of convenience. Please, please take jurisdiction and review these facts de novo. Our community deserves it. Our safety deserves it. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joe Farrell, who's another appellant, followed by Mark Massara, who is the applicant, and then we'll have Harvey Rarback, which is an elected official. So Joe Farrell, if you can unmute yourself. Joe Farrell. Try this again. Joe Farrell, I see. Okay, you
Yes.
unmuted yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. A couple of points before I start on my presentation. I wanted to note that the parcel map rebuttal from both Scott, our Half Moon Bay City Count planner, and Isabel is just, it's just not correct. There are two maps. Neither tentative or final parcel map allows house pad grading, only roads and utilities, and no grading permit exists for the 2800 Champs-Élysées. The staff report claims that grading was permitted, and it was not. My, excuse me, my own observations and Google Earth imagery prove otherwise, and yesterday at City Hall, the city planner for 2800 Champs-Élysées confirmed to us that no separate grading permit was ever issued for this parcel. Okay, now you're seeing slide 1, which is, this was in April 2016. And at that point, the site is level, it's fully vegetated, and it's within the Pullman Watercourse buffer. It also happens to be roughly equal to the bank height, which was at just, it was a little bit under 32 feet. Today, that is, at the top of the bank is much higher. Slide 2, please. Commissioners, this isn't trenching for utilities as what was allowed in the CDP. It's significant pad grading, and it's inside a protected buffer, and it's altered natural drainage in violation of LCP 751, and skipping the downstream impact analysis required by policy 7-57. And And we also, our neighbors, we feel the effect of that because they changed the natural flow of water, and it's changed flow, period. Please bring up the video. And as you'll see in this video, this isn't minor work. It's extensive. It's unpermitted grading that reshaped the entire pad and drainage.
I would say maybe 15 feet. And there's some construction taking place off in the distance there. Looks like some soil being spread. I'm not sure what's going on, but
Can you go back to slide 2, please? I urge the commission to find substantial issue. And I think it's worth noting the irony that this same city planner who has required other homeowners along the Pullman ditch to obtain CDPs, yet this far larger grading project with no grading permit has never faced enforcement. A no substantial issue vote here tells every coastal member that missing permits, unamended
Thank you, Joe.
CDPs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Mark Massara. Please come up.
Honorable Chair, Commissioners, I'm Mark Massara, and I represent the applicant. We support your staff and urge that you find no merit or substantial issue related to these appeals. As staff's thorough analysis underscores, this single-family house is compliant with all LCP policies and the Coastal Act, as well as all the subdivision conditions associated with your 2014 approval of this small 4-house project. As has been repeatedly shown during the onerous 7-year city review of this project, including 9 separate public hearings. Some of you who work in local government may know that violates the 5-hearing rule. And by numerous independent biologic and hydrologic engineering firms hired by the city, this project is not only compliant with all biologic, drainage, and flood policies and regulations, but is also an important step forward for resolving historic Pullman Ditch flood concerns. Recall that the applicant does not own the ditch. Appellants own the ditch. In fact, if you look at the first picture that staff put up, you'll see that they have no setbacks. The last appellant's house is on the ditch. It straddles the ditch. Those flooding pictures, when you see that water backed up on our property, it's because their tiny culvert gets blocked up and our property is a flood overflow property. That's what's at issue here, is whether the appellants can take this property and use it for an overflow flood site instead of the single family home that was approved by you and now approved by the city for this site that includes more flood and drainage control than any other single family home ever approved in Half Moon Bay. So not only do we have a 30-foot setback that the city can utilize in the future for a bypass for the ditch, but we've also incorporated a bioretention basin for natural percolation that is larger than any single family home in the city has ever incorporated and can handle a 25-year storm. Interestingly, we did an analysis and could build a basin for a 1,000-year storm that would last 900 years longer than the structure itself. But in the end, the city engineer said that's just too much. We don't need that much. What we need is that potential for future bypass. So what we urge is that you support your staff and give us the opportunity and the appellants the opportunity to address their flood concerns going forward rather than trying to hold us hostage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Harvey Rareback. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I served on the City Council when the Planning Commission denial of this project was presented, and I agreed with that denial. I agreed mostly because I saw the flooding issues that the neighbors presented, and it impressed me that this was a real dangerous situation. Since that time, I've learned nothing that has changed my mind about the seriousness of the flooding in the area and the effect on the nearby neighbors, among other people. when the city commissioned their hydrologic report from Schaff and Wheeler, I was skeptical, because if you know what results you want to get, you'll get them. But I think it's really important that there are substantial flooding issues that are raised by this project, and that the only sensible way to deal with the hydrologic questions and the flooding and the unpermitted grading, which, as you just saw, probably is contributing to the potential for flooding of the nearby neighbors. We would need an independent assessment, a report of the hydrologic issues that the Coastal Commission would undertake, instead of the interested parties that have some financial gains to take. So I urge you to find substantial issues with this project and agree that we need further de novo consideration. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harvey. That completes the speakers.
Thank you. There are no other qualified speakers signed up?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll close the public hearing and I will return to staff for the response, please.
Yes, first in terms of the grading question, there seems to be some misunderstanding about whether grading that took place a decade ago required a permit, including because city staff has indicated to our staff that all required permits were in place for the grading, which is as we indicated in the staff report. And in any case, there was an underlying subdivision coastal permit. It was the city's coastal permit that also included grading on each of the sites. It included grading for subsurface sewer line all the way along Pullman Ditch, the length of this property. So that coastal permit authorized a certain amount of grading, including on each of the 4 subdivision sites. And as Isabel indicated before, it was a little difficult, or would be a lot difficult, to figure out to what extent the grading that may have taken place may have changed drainage patterns. We continue to think that that's a non-issue in terms of this particular application. Then there was some references to a subdivision settlement on the base coastal permit, which was the city's coastal permit. The commission was not a party to that settlement. And whether drainage work under the settlement that was required and whether it required drainage changes, it's kind of a separate issue from whether this project properly evaluated drainage and flooding issues. This project was properly evaluated in that sense and required all drainage to be handled on site, including with a 2,300 cubic yard detention basin that significantly exceeds LCP requirements. So even if there's some other sort of drainage provision that should have happened under a settlement that the commission wasn't privy to, and even if that would reduce drainage and flooding issues on Pullman drainage, that may be an interesting question, and it may be something the city should look into, but it doesn't reflect on whether this project is consistent with the LCP in terms of drainage and flooding. And as we indicated before in the staff report and Isabel's presentation, we think that the city did the appropriate work for drainage and flooding under the LCP. We continue to recommend no substantial issue. We're available for questions, including Dr. Pausch is here on my left, in the event there are any biological issues.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Okay, I'll open it up to my colleagues for comments, questions, or motion. Commissioner Kelly.
I had a question about the capacity of the the water basin, and just out of curiosity, I think what I heard from the applicant or the supporter of the project in his passionate delivery was that there was more capacity that could be created, but that would not be required. And can you just speak a little bit further about the likelihood, given kind of the magnitude of storms and rain capacity? Obviously no one can predict the future, but we are seeing more extreme weather up and down the coast. Would it be advisable that we seek to speak with the local jurisdiction about the capacity issues there, or we feel firmly that the capacity is appropriate?
So I think there's definitely, everybody, including the city, is clear that there are drainage issues along Pullman Watercourse, for sure. And the city is looking into that for future potential modifications. It reflects the entire watercourse from, from inland of Highway 1. For this particular project...
Can you speak just a little closer to the mic? There's
Sure.
like a fan or something, and it's just a little hard to hear you.
I hear the fan too. It's like right in my ear. But for this particular project, so they sized the detention basin for a 25-year, 24-hour storm, which is over and above what the LCP requires, which is sizing for a 10-year, 2-hour storm. So it already exceeds what the LCP required. I think Mr. Massaro was making a point that they could even do more, but it exceeds what the LCP requires in terms of in terms of the drainage capacity.
Thank you.
Chair Herman, questions, motion? Commissioner Kelly.
I move that the commission determine that appeal number 8/2/HMB/25/0017 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603, and I recommend a yes vote. That we find that the appeal does not present a substantial issue.
Okay, that's a motion by Commissioner Kelly, a second by Commissioner Preciado. Commissioner Wilson, to the motion, please.
Yeah, I'm just speaking to the motion. I agree with this. The only place I would have thought that an appellant might have done would have been the relative size of this house relative to the neighborhood. But it wasn't in the appeal, so we couldn't really talk about it. But I would say that was a substantial change that might have been something we could have reviewed, but because it wasn't our standard of review in this particular item. So with that, I am concurring with the motion. Thank you.
Okay, do any commissioners object to a unanimous vote on this item? Seeing no objections, no substantial issue has been found. Okay, that brings us to item 14, the Deputy Director's report for the Central Coast District.
Yes, that's correct. So in the Central Coast District Director's report this month, we're reporting 3 waivers, one amendment, 1 permit extension, and 2 emergency permits. We're not aware of any objections or controversy regarding these matters, and so the question is whether 3 or more commissioners object, and if not, the commission will concur.
Thank you. Any ex partes on any of these matters? Any public speakers wish to comment?
No, just available for questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, do 3 or more commissioners object to any item in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That'll take us down to item number 15A.
Yes, so I'm going to begin. We have a recusal. Commissioner Nodoff will be recusing, and I'm going to ask her to read her statement, please.
Thank you. I am recusing myself from the hearing on item 15A, the Monterey County LCP amendment number LCP-3-MC-O-24-0039-1, which is vacation rentals, due to a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Section 87100. And I will see you after the hearing.
Thank you. We'll give her a second to leave the dais. Okay, while she's doing that, I think we're going to begin with just a little bit of housekeeping here. We have a lot of folks registered to speak on this item. We're grateful for your participation and looking forward to hearing from you all. That said, given the late hour, I would just ask that we try to be as efficient as possible with all the comments. So for awareness, we're going to start with our staff's presentation, and then we'll move to the county, who's going to be allotted 10 minutes with 5 minutes for rebuttal, and then we'll move on to the organized groups, who generally will be allotted 4 minutes to speak unless previously agreed upon otherwise. Then we'll be moving to general public comment at 2 minutes each. So that's so we all have a general sense of the lay of the land. And now I will turn it over to our staff. Mr. Carl, thank you.
Yes, and I will pass it directly to Katie Butler, who's a district supervisor in the Central Coast, to give our staff presentation. There's the PowerPoint. Take it away, Katie.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Item 15A is a proposed Monterey County LCP amendment to provide vacation rental. also known as short-term rental regulations, within single-family residences in the unincorporated county coastal zone. Slide 1 here includes an image of the iconic Big Sur coast, which comprises a large portion of Monterey County's coastal zone. Next slide. Monterey County, outlined here in red, is located to the south of the San Francisco Bay Area, between Santa Cruz and San Luis Obispo counties, at approximately the midpoint of California's coastline. Next slide. The county's coastal zone encompasses a wide range of areas, from the rural agricultural North County to the resort-focused and single-family residential built environments within the Del Monte Forest and Carmel areas, to the largely undeveloped and mountainous Big Sur coast. Given this vast geography with distinct characteristics and development patterns, the Monterey County LCP is broken out into 4 separate area plans, one each for North County, Del Monte Forest, Carmel, and the Big Sur coast, shown here. In total, the county's coastal zone is quite large and extends along approximately 136 miles of coastline that is punctuated by the incorporated cities of Marina, Sand City, Seaside, Monterey, Pacific Grove, and Carmel by the Sea. This amendment would constitute the county's first vacation rental regulations for the coastal zone, although such rentals have operated here for many years. As of 2023, the county indicates that approximately 400 vacation rentals were operating in these 4 coastal zone areas, representing about 4% of overall coastal zone single-family residential housing units. Next slide. The proposed amendment would add a series of new definitions and operational requirements, such as general good neighbor provisions, and would create 3 vacation rental types, namely homestays, limited vacation rentals, and commercial vacation rentals. Homestays refer to room rentals in an occupied residence, also known as hosted rentals, and limited vacation rentals refer to whole house rentals, also known as unhosted rentals, up to 3 times per year. These 2 types would be allowed on an unlimited basis in the coastal zone, where single-family residential use is allowed, subject to obtaining a vacation rental license. Commercial vacation rentals refer to unhosted rentals with no limit on the number of rentals per year, and it is this rental type that represents both the predominant form of vacation rental in the county's coastal zone, and perhaps the most controversial aspect of the amendment. These would be capped at 4% of the total single-family residential unit count by area, except in the Big Sur and Carmel Highlands areas, where they would be prohibited. And these rental types would require a coastal permit in addition to the license. Slide 4 here shows the breakdown of the 3 types of vacation rentals in the 4 areas, which I'll walk through next in more detail. Next slide. Slide 5 zooms in on the Carmel area with the low-density residential zone Carmel Highlands sub-area shown in yellow, which is one of the 2 areas where commercial rentals would be prohibited. The data provided by the county indicates that as of 2023, there were 218 vacation rentals operating in the entire Carmel area, out of almost 3,000 single-family residences, most of which would likely qualify under the definition of commercial rentals. The data did not distinguish how many of these were located in the Highlands sub-area at that time. Under the proposed amendment, the maximum number of commercial vacation rentals in the other residential areas of Carmel would be 118, or a reduction of 100, corresponding to a reduction from 7 to 4% of single-family homes. Next slide. Slide 6 shows the Big Sur coast area in orange, where commercial rentals would also be prohibited in the entire area. The county's data indicates that there were 37 vacation rentals operating in Big Sur out of 925 single-family homes, or 4% of such housing stock, most of which would also likely qualify as commercial rentals. The new rules would mean a 37-unit reduction, corresponding to a reduction from 4 to 0%. Next slide. Slide 7 shows the Del Monte Forest area, where county data indicates that there were 83 vacation rentals operating in 2023 out of about 1,400 single-family residences, most of which would likely qualify as commercial rentals. Under the proposed amendment, the maximum number of commercial rentals would be 57, or a reduction of 26 units, corresponding to a reduction from 6 to 4% of single-family housing stock. Next slide. And finally, slide 8 shows the North County area, where county data indicates there were 63 vacation rentals operating in 2023 out of about 4,000 single-family residences, most of which would likely qualify as commercial rentals. Under the proposed amendment, the maximum number of commercial rentals would be 159, or an increase of 96, meaning an increase from 2 to 4% of single-family housing stock. Next slide. Thus, the proposed amendment's commercial vacation rental restrictions would reduce their overall number compared to the 2023 counts from about 400 to 334, or a roughly 17% reduction overall, corresponding to 3.6% of overall single-family stock, although the change would not be uniformly distributed. As just shown, it would both reduce the number of commercial vacation rentals in some areas, such as the Del Monte Forest, Carmel, and Big Sur, and increase them in one area, namely North County. In the Carmel area, this type of vacation rental would drop almost in half, and they would be reduced in the Del Monte Forest by nearly a third. In Big Sur, all such rentals would be prohibited and phased out completely for a 100% reduction. Conversely, the North County area could see a substantial increase, up to 96 more such rentals, or an over 150% increase. To be clear, however, these are caps and not affirmative requirements to have this many active rentals in the various areas. Market factors could dictate fewer rentals than are allowed. For example, in North County, the vacation rental market to date has been quite limited, with just 16% of the overall number of coastal zone countywide vacation rentals, despite having 43% of the coastal zone single-family housing stock. And again, it's important to note that homestays, otherwise known as rented rooms where the owner is present, and limited vacation rentals, meaning up to 3 whole house unhosted rentals in a year, are allowed on an unlimited basis in all areas that allow single-family residential use. So while the unlimited unhosted commercial rentals are set to decline, the proposed amendment still provides for significant vacation rental activity throughout the county's coastal zone for these more limited types of rentals. Next slide. In terms of other notable aspects of the proposal, the amendment would limit all 3 vacation rental types to single-family dwellings only, so they would not be allowed in multifamily units, ADUs, or protected workforce or affordable housing units. A vacation rental owner would be defined as a natural person, and owners would be allowed 1 commercial vacation rental at a time to prevent commercialization and ownership by vacation rental companies. In addition, the amendment includes provisions for phasing out existing vacation rentals by requiring applications for licenses within 2 months or later if the current authorizations expire later than that. Finally, CDPs would be required for commercial vacation rentals, where they are allowed, where these CDPs are valid for 7 years each and would all be appealable to the Commission. Next slide. The 4 area LUPs include provisions that require protection of public access opportunities and that prioritize scarce resources for Coastal Act priorities, such as providing for coastal visitors. At the same time, the LUPs also include provisions that speak to the preservation of housing and traditionally residential areas. Thus, the question of if, when, where, and how to accommodate vacation rentals raises intertwined LUP public visitor access, neighborhood, and housing issues that must be harmonized and balanced for LUP consistency. The county undertook a multi-year process to arrive at their proposed program and ultimately struck a balance that accommodates these sometimes competing policy objectives. Feedback from the public and decision makers over the years has ranged from concerns on one end of the spectrum about the importance of vacation rentals for visitors' ability to access the coast to, on the other side, concerns about the loss of neighborhood cohesiveness, the commercialization of residential areas, and overuse of limited resources. Staff acknowledges the validity of all these viewpoints and concerns and notes that there's a lot of discretion and a wide range of what can be considered reasonable and LUP consistent to meet the objectives of providing overnight accommodations and protecting other coastal resources. Some of these alternatives are explored in the staff report, and there certainly are others, which is reflective of the broad range of vacation rental regulations the Commission is familiar with across the coastal zone. But, as also explained in some depth in the staff report, staff believes the county's proposal represents an appropriate and balanced middle ground that appears to not be wholly supported by either side, but that represents a framework that is responsive to the unique attributes of the built and natural environment of the county's coastal areas and the various policies of the 4 LUPs. Next slide. So while it can be difficult to find an appropriate balance between providing an important overnight accommodations function and protecting communities and their needs, as well as housing opportunities and coastal resources, staff believes that the LCP amendment has found that balance and firmly grounded it in Monterey County's unique context as applied to the 4 coastal zone areas. Staff acknowledges that the proposed amendment will impact the availability of overnight accommodations in some parts of the county's coastal zone, and in particular in Big Sur and the Carmel Highlands, but also notes that the allowance for unlimited homestays and limited vacation rentals in all areas, and a total of 334 commercial vacation rentals overall, out of approximately 9,000 single-family residential units, is not insignificant from a visitor perspective, and still represents a not insignificant vacation rental market. Furthermore, there must also be a healthy appreciation for the local process that leads to LCP amendments like this, including respecting the bargain struck between important and critical objectives in the coastal zone, namely in this case providing unique and important overnight accommodations while recognizing a need to protect housing and coastal communities. Staff recommends that the Commission approve the amendment as submitted, and the motion to do so is found on page 7 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. I'll begin by asking if there are any ex partes to report on this matter. Commissioner Preciado.
It's already been submitted in writing, but I wanted to report that I had a meeting with representatives from Airbnb, Benjamin Lee, Jose Alvarado, Justin Wesson, Susan McCabe. I want to report that they shared with me unique challenges with the amendment as is proposed. They shared with me differences in how similar regulations have been applied by staff in other parts of California. And in fact, yesterday I got an email that outlined those. I think we all got the email. And lastly, they had recommendations for improvements or amendments that would really eliminate the hardships created by this amendment to existing short-term rental individuals.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Maybe. So I had the same meeting, same folks as Commissioner Preciado at a different time, same content, except for the upfront portion of the meeting was actually them asking me for background, given my role in this for the last 15 years as a staff member and a supervisor. So ditto on everything, including the material, but ours was also submitted ahead of time and is on the record with staff. Also submitted ahead of time was a meeting with Kurt Gaffel, who I consider a friend, and he is also a representative of the, let me get the title right, Big Sur Local Coastal Defense Committee. And so in that meeting, he again asked for my perspective to start, and then let me know about their representation of 250 residents and asking for us to pass the ordinance, and understood the lack of balance between the Salinas Valley and the coastal without the one-size-fits-all. An attempt to create a one-size-fits-all not actually working in this instance, and he understands that there may still be adjustments needed to this ordinance in order to get it where we want it. Now, lastly, I did receive late last night a text message from another friend, Kenneth Wright, who is a community member in the community of Big Sur, and he sent a short text. I reread it last night after talking to council, and I do think there was some advocacy in it, and so for that reason, I have my staff submitting it today, but I'm also going to read the length of the text, which is, "Hi Chris, tough day tomorrow with regard to STRs in the county. I urge you to support banning the STR in the Big Sur planning area. It's been a problem. I also know you have strong concerns, which I understand. STR and Big Sur are not affordable despite what the proponents may say. I know from years of experience watching them personally. Respectfully, Ken." So just wanted to share that as well. Those are the 3 ex partes I have on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to report that I spoke with representatives of Airbnb to discuss their concerns about the Monterey County LCP amendment regulating short-term rentals, and that was Ms. Susan McCabe and Mr. Benjamin Lee.
Thank you. I also met with representatives from Airbnb this morning at 8 a.m. via Zoom, and my conversation was substantially similar to that which was reported by Commissioner Preciado. Okay, seeing no other ex partes, we'll open the public hearing and begin with representatives from the county, please. And I believe 10 minutes is sufficient to start, with 5 reserved for rebuttal.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Craig Spencer. I'm the Director of Housing and Community Development for Monterey County. Here with me is Melanie Beretti. She's our Chief of Planning for Monterey County, and she's been involved in this process from the beginning, which is our supervisor and now Commissioner Lopez has mentioned, started about 15 years ago. So really, in order to understand where we're going here today, you have to know what the history is in Monterey County. We have not had any implementing regulations in our LCP that deal with short-term rentals. We have a lot of regulations in our 4 LCPs that deal with timeshares, in-units, hostels, every type of visitor-serving use you could think of, but that started in the 80s and has been updated in parts over time. But it really hasn't addressed in any significant way vacation rentals. And as you probably all know, and I've experienced myself, beginning in early 2000s, it really took off. It changed. The popularity of vacation rentals became very significant. And a former boss of mine and the former director of Housing and Community Development, or Resource Management Agency at the time, he made an interpretation. Under our existing implementation plan, a bed and breakfast or timeshare required a CDP. And so if you wanted to operate a commercial vacation rental, you needed to have a CDP that was a use of a similar nature and character to other uses listed as uses allowed in residential zoning and other zoning districts that allow residential. We were challenged on that, and as part of the resolution of that challenge, we agreed not to enforce permit requirements against those who are operating until we adopted regulations. So that's about when a former commissioner that sat on this committee, Dave Potter, began doing public outreach to many different constituents within Monterey County. He convened all kinds of groups and had a lot of discussions. That lasted at least 2 years, maybe 3. That brings us close to about 10 years ago when we really started having workshops at our planning commission. We had public meetings. We got all the feedback from all the people about this topic. We heard from our constituents, and our constituents have been mixed, and there's no doubt about it. There are people who want short-term rentals. There are people who don't want them. They don't want them as neighbors. They need them to help support them financially, be able to stay in their homes and afford them. We heard all of these stories. We developed these 3 types of vacation rentals. A homestay, where someone is in their home and they're renting out rooms or a guest house or whatever it might be as a source of income. It's not a whole house rental. It is not capped, and it's allowed everywhere. And by the way, we have the same regulations in our inland zone already adopted and in effect and working well, and we do have hosted vacation rentals being permitted and licensed as we speak. We also then said, people go on vacation. There are some significant events, including this weekend, which we call Car Week in Monterey County, where there would be some real constraints on availability of your traditional hotel units. If you're going out of town to avoid Car Week because you're not a car fan, or If you can get a whole bunch of money for that week with your vacation rental, you can do that. That's a limited vacation rental. It is not limited in any area of the county, and it does not require a CDP. Then there's the commercial vacation rentals. Commercial being one of the terms we've used to define them. They are whole house, unhosted rentals that have no limit on how often they can be rented short term, less than 30 days. And many of what the complaints we receive as the local government have to do with these types of vacation rentals. And a lot of it is social economic impacts. It's the fabric of our neighborhoods. It's getting to know your neighbors. It's the noise complaints, the trash, the parking. All of this stuff we heard, we listened to, and we addressed. As far as I know, Monterey County is the only jurisdiction to have done an environmental impact report on our vacation rental ordinances. We signed up for AirDNA data, so we had the data. We know how many are out there. We know where they exist. And we made that data available to an economist. We had an economist study the housing impacts and market conditions around these. And while it was slightly inconclusive about the significance of the impacts, I think we've all seen some impacts on housing as a result of vacation rentals. It is a commercial vacation rental, and it's so different from area to area within Monterey County. We decided we wanted to retain the discretion on the permitting for those commercial vacation rentals through a CDB process. That was talked about at length at our planning commission, at our board, and in many, many meetings. We have approved many vacation rentals. We welcome visitors to our beautiful section of the coast. By the way, I didn't thank staff. Very appreciative of your staff. They're excellent. They've been very helpful. They've been involved. They've been writing letters. We've been listening to them and trying to find that right balance. Is it perfect? Maybe not. But we cannot continue to be in a position where we don't have any rules and regulations. That really just encourages and incentivizes those investment properties, second properties where people can buy, and maybe they're going to retire here one day, but they're not going to stay here all the time, and they can make money renting it out. That grows a problem over time. We need to have regulations in place. We recognize that there are some things that we'll learn as we implement these regulations. We know that we can raise the cap if the cap needs to be raised, but we're talking about permitted vacation rentals. Right now in the coastal zone, I think there are 10 based on our past policies. We're nowhere near any cap in any place except Big Sur, and I'll just address the limits on the areas where we've said no commercial vacation rentals. We've heard loudly from these communities, and we have significant constraints. There are no public utilities in these areas. Most of you have probably driven Big Sur Coast and Highway 1. Highway 1 is the main highway through Big Sur, but most of that community, they live off of Highway 1 in up narrow roads with very difficult access, a long way from services that are private roads. They are on sewer, they're on septic, and it is an area where our LCP acknowledges that there are significant limitations to both residential and visitor serving commercial uses. And in fact, it says you get one or the other. So taking away existing housing stock when not much new housing is being built there, to add to the visitor serving accommodations and having the greenhouse gas emissions from all of the folks who live in our area who support that visitor serving industry in Big Sur, driving from the Salinas Valley or from Seaside and Marina all the way down to Big Sur and back every day. That's what you get. Or you get people living in cars in Big Sur. So we heard that loud and clear. We made a consistency determination based on our adopted land use plan policies that are fairly clear on this point, and based on the information and the geographics of that area. The same is true for Carmel Highlands, where we have studies that we've done as far back as about 10 years ago, where the concentration of wells and septic systems on 1 acre lots in the Carmel Highlands area, in an area underlain by granite rock, has a significant issue. Granite rock means that wells are not reliable. They rely on fissures within the cracks within the rocks to pull water from, and they don't percolate well. So you get cross-contamination issues and an environmental health problem. And so we really looked at those factors to say, in those areas, it is not appropriate for short-term commercial vacation rentals. It's a long way from services, there are significant hazards, there are significant problems, and there are significant community security issues. I'm done now, and I will let our District 5 supervisor answer any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, and confirming, Chris, do we have any elected officials? No. Okay, perfect. Then we will be moving on to the first group, which is MCVRA, I believe. And they will be allotted 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Honorable Commissioners, Frank Angel for MCVRA, and I thank you for graciously offering us the time, and staff also for having offered us the time to discuss these issues with them very early on since the submittal. First, second slide, please. The Coastal Act's balance requirement, I think I mentioned that more broadly, generally, and I've heard it again said, your balancing is not the same balancing as the county's. What the county balances is not what the commission must balance. There's a much broader diversity of interest of communities that are not taken account at the local level, but that must be and should be and are typically taken account at the Coastal Commission's level. So the legal mandate, you know it, the Coastal Act talks about maximizing public access subject to certain other rights and resources overuse. It's still the law, and the law explicitly prioritizes visitor-serving uses. Any restrictions on coastal access also must demonstrate an appropriate balance between competing interests, but that balance must be based on substantial evidence, and I'll get into that a little bit more. The Commission has historically applied these standards across California in creating settled precedent in terms of short-term rental regulations. So what are we asking for at this point at a minimum? 4 points. Remove the CDP requirement. It creates a $12,000 barrier that, together with hosts' inability to appeal CDP denials by the county, will basically eliminate most unhosted STRs, which are subject to this CDP requirement. Secondly, grandfather existing STRs. For those of you who are attorneys on the Commission, you know this is a dicey legal issue. Grandfather existing STRs. Third, raise the 4% cap, at least back to the 6%. And I think Commissioner Lopez knows and can confirm what I'm stating. This 6% cap was the cap set by the County Board of Supervisors itself before the EIR process started, and to disclose and describe the project as such in the environmental impact report. And only after some political pressure, very late in the game, did the county change it down to 4% without any new evidence that this 2% delta between 6 and 4 would be justified by any new evidence of concerns. So, and then the fourth point is, please remove the blanket commercial VR ban in Big Sur and the low residential areas of the Carmel Highlands. Basically, you're excluding short-term rentals unhosted more than 3 times a year from more than 60 miles of coastline. That is unprecedented and unseen anywhere in the state of California. So getting to the CDP requirement more in details, this is a complete about-face. The staff has consistently, since the 90s, opposed the CDP requirement for good reasons. For example, your former executive director, Mr. Lester, in a letter in 1997 to the chair of the board, stated a coastal development permit, which is limited under the Coastal Act to a device to regulate only new development, is not an appropriate mechanism for regulating transient rentals. Same thing repeated in July 22 by Mr. Carl, the current Central Coast District Director, to the Monterey County HCDD. And again, in the comments on the IR by Ms. Katie Butler, also from the Central District. This has been repeated. What she also very correctly pointed out in the EIR comments is that there is no really evidence to support the 4% cap. And she stated, it is also unclear how the county arrived at the cap of 6% of single-family residences for commercial vacation rentals in areas where they are proposed to be allowed. Neither the economic study nor the DIR, the Draft Environmental Impact Report, includes a detailed explanation for how or why that percentage was chosen, and even less so, of course, for how the percentage of 4% was chosen. So there's no evidence for that. Could you slip to slide number 6, please? Monterey County asks the Commission to severely reduce access to the Monterey Coast. So staff acknowledges that unhosted rentals would be curtailed significantly, but claims that this reduction is balanced by the unlimited allowance for homestays and limited vacation rentals. But as this Commission recognized in rejecting several LCP amendments for short-term rentals, including recently in Malibu in 2022, hosted STRs generally do not provide the space and the privacy desired by families and larger groups traveling together that STRs often offer. And 2, families and larger groups are less likely to stay at hosted STRs. And this directly then contradicts staff's current assumptions about replacement capacity. A predictor of the degree to which unhosted STRs, the so-called commercial vacation rentals, to be precise, in the LUP area subject to the 4% cap will plunge should the Commission approve the LCP as submitted, is to just look at the data for the inland areas like the greater Monterey Peninsula and Carmel Valley, which didn't need to evade your approval for the restrictions to take effect. These are a good proxy of the magnitude of the loss, as the CVRs there, subject to an individual CUP approval, which is conditional use approval, the equivalent of the CDP for the inland. The CVR counts posted on the county's website disclosed that today, 1 year after the board passed the restrictions, Carmel Valley is at a mere 5.47% of its 4% capped allocation, just 11 STRs of 201. And Greater Monterey at 12.9%, no more than 20 STRs of 155 after 1 year. Slide number 7, please. STRs are the primary source of coastal access. 80% of overnight visitor capacity in coastal Monterey County is represented by STRs. And 90% of those, as we've demonstrated in the CETO study, are unhosted STRs. So the conclusion is clear. The hosted requirement is a de facto ban. Slide number 8, please. We made that point, but I would just add that the coastal development permit requirement abandons precedent, a point noted earlier, and the CDP requirement is the proverbial camel's nose in the tent. Other jurisdictions will take note. You will be swamped with CDP appeals approvals of CDP appeals and neighbor-to-neighbor disputes. And in Monterey County especially, this will be bad given the very vague county findings requirements for a CDP. So basically, is a coastal visitor or family's access to a single family residence for a couple of days, is that a public threat to the health, safety, peace, morals, comfort, and general welfare? A finding that they have to make? If noise generated by occupants of entire residential development projects, including student housing, is environmentally insignificant, as the legislature determined in 2023, in a 2023 SCRRA amendment, then how can rental of a single family home possibly be environmentally so significant as to call for discretionary STR review, CDP review? Slide number 9, please. So to illustrate the disproportionate impact on lower cost overnight accommodations, Big Sur has only 15 economy hotel rooms serving the entire iconic coastline, making STRs essential for lower cost access. Banning short-term rentals in the wealthiest areas protects affluent residents while eliminating public access to California's most iconic coastal destinations. And in this regard, I want to draw your attention to a finding in the SCRRA report. This is really crucial. On page 39, it states it has found, after detailed analysis, and I quote, taking actual demand trends into account, Monterey County hotels cannot meet the demand for affordable overnight accommodations for almost 600,000 of the 2.2 million low-income visitors, resulting in a significant supply shortage. The low-income visitors are determined by looking at all the visitors that earn less than the median California income, which is $96,300. So we urge you to either deny it or at a very minimum to have this continued. You have time until February 2026 so that issues can be worked out in a more orderly fashion than they have now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now we will move on to the verified groups, please. And that will be at 4 minutes per group. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Kathleen Lee, followed by Ryan Uzinger, followed by Kurt Gaffil, and then we have Fong Bui. 3 of them are on Zoom, one's in person. Kathleen Lee, if you can unmute yourself, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Harmon, Coastal Commissioners, and staff. My name is Kathleen Lee, and I serve as the Director of Governmental and Community Affairs with Pebble Beach Company. Pebble Beach Company deeply values our relationship with the Coastal Commission and Coastal Commission staff. I'm here today speaking in defense of the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan that was carefully written, directly with Coastal Commission leadership and staff, and received a thorough environmental review, which provides a delicate balance between the conservation of the Monterey Pine Forest, the preservation of the residential character of the Del Monte Forest, and the visitor-serving uses within the forest, and capped the number of available visitor-serving units within the forest to protect that balance. With that perspective, Pebble Beach Company has been actively engaged in the short-term rental discussion with the County of Monterey since 2015. Our first public comment in opposition to unlimited short-term rentals was in August of 2016. Before I continue my prepared comments, I wanted to note that staff's presentation indicated that 57 commercial vacation rentals would be permitted in Del Monte Forest. While we understand that the Commission only has jurisdiction over the coastal zone of the Del Monte Forest, I did want to clarify that the total number of commercial vacation rentals allowed by this ordinance in the Del Monte Forest is actually approximately 112 due to the fact that the Del Monte Forest is bisected by 2 separate land use plans, each with a 4% cap, and the forest has approximately 2,959 lots. Pebble Beach Company recognizes that vacation rentals are here to stay. We need reasonable and manageable rules to maintain that balance outlined in our land use plan. Pebble Beach Company knows our community. We've been dealing with the issue for a long time and have provided the county with a reasonable solution. We are disappointed that the county failed to respond to suggestions from the organization that has the closest connection to the community when drafting this ordinance. As a result, the county's ordinance is critically flawed in ways that disregard and upend the Del Monte Forest land use plan and needs to be fixed by the county before the commission certifies the ordinance. The major challenges with the ordinance are: homestays are a gigantic, unenforceable, and unmanageable loophole in the ordinance. Pebble Beach Company provided the county with a blanket objection letter that the county should be providing upfront to applicants, advising applicants that the Pebble Beach Company will not grant access to our private roads, which are paid for and maintained solely by Pebble Beach Company for the benefit of operators of commercial vacation rentals. A copy of that letter was included in our written correspondence. There is no pre-approval process and no set of rules to expediently handle bad actors. The county does not have the resources to enforce short-term rentals, resulting in frustrated residents reporting their complaints to Pebble Beach Company. This puts Pebble Beach Company employees at risk when they respond to complaints of noise, traffic, or other activities that impact the quiet of the residential areas of the forest. Short-term rentals in Pebble Beach should be limited, not commercial. The commercial license violates our CC&Rs and goes against the careful balance in our community between residential visitor-serving units and the conservation of the Monterey Pine Forest that was thoughtfully and intentionally created by the land use plan. Homes that are commercial vacation rentals are no longer available to be occupied full-time by renters or owners. Pebble Beach Company respectfully requests that the Commission not certify the ordinance before you, and further requests that the County of Monterey uphold their commitments to revisit the short-term rental ordinance, fix the flaws outlined above, and present the revised ordinance to the Commission for adoption. Thank you.
Next is Ryan Luzinger. Ryan, if you can unmute yourself. There we go.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'd like to start by thanking the Coastal Commission staff for their detailed and nuanced report. I am Ryan Leitzinger. I'm the president of the board of directors for the Community Association of Big Sur, and I'm here to speak today in favor of the amendment to the LCP. My organization, the Community Association of Big Sur, has existed for decades. We've been very engaged in public comment on this issue, and we've come to a specific conclusion that we think represents the best interests of our community and its visitors. There's many reasons to support the LCP amendment, and I'll focus on two. The first one is that the proliferation of commercial vacation rentals, were that to continue if the amendment is not passed, would certainly lead to less month-to-month rental housing in Big Sur. We know that would be true based on evidence from across the United States and across the globe. Less month-to-month rentals in Big Sur means a smaller workforce, and a smaller workforce means fewer services available to the many people who visit Big Sur in a given year, and more expensive services for those that remain. The second point I'd like to highlight is that Big Sur is unique in many ways. One way that's particularly important to this amendment is that there's near parity between homes occupied by full-time residents and the number of hotel rooms in Big Sur. If campsites were included, the number of overnight visitor serving and accommodations would actually be much higher than the number of homes occupied by full-time residents. So that's a way of making an important point, which is that the status quo in Big Sur represents a unique level of emphasis on visitor-serving overnight accommodations vis-a-vis residences occupied full-time by community members. Approval of this amendment to the LCP is essential in realigning visitation practices with Big Sur's land use plan, an advisory document that's existed for 4 decades and is widely considered the gold standard in land use plans. Craig Spencer noted a number of really important things earlier about the unique constraints present in Big Sur. Here we have treacherous mountain roads, extreme fire risk, and a current severe lack of month-to-month rentals for teachers, first responders, and those who work in Big Sur's hotels and restaurants. Alongside our community supervisor for this district, and a range of other local organizations, I strongly urge you to approve this LCP amendment, which represents a thoughtful compromise between constituents. And I'd like to conclude just by noting that the claim earlier by our first speaker that banning STRs or reducing commercial vacation rentals, more specifically, protects were the amendment to the LCP to pass, that would be, actually, I'll stop right there. I'm almost out of time. I'll end. Thank you.
Okay, next is Kirk Guffield, followed by Fong Bui, followed by Laura Davis, followed by Christina McGinnis. Kirk Guffield, if you can unmute yourself, and you can start your video if you like.
Thank you. My name is Kirk Daffel, and I'm a long-term resident of Big Sur and serve as the spokesperson for the Big Sur Local Coastal Plan Defense Committee, a group of over 250 local residents and business owners. For over a decade, we have worked with Monterey County to address the negative impacts of short-term rentals in the Big Sur planning area. Through these many years of public hearings and planning efforts, Monterey County has finally developed short-term rental regulations that, while imperfect, are ones that we can support to achieve resource protections and regulatory clarity for visitors, residents, and owners of short-term rentals. Absent a meaningful enforcement and regulatory process, the negative and ongoing impacts of short-term rentals will continue, and there will be limited, if any, tools to address current conditions and to make necessary future adjustments to the balance of resource protection and public access. The consistency determination in the Coastal Commission staff report concludes that a meaningful vacation rental market would be maintained in the county's coastal areas while also protecting coastal resources and housing and community needs and objectives. The Big Sur Local Coastal Plan Defense Committee agrees, and we urge the Commission to certify the proposed LCP amendments without delay so that Monterey County can begin to effectively implement these balanced regulations. Thank you very much.
Okay, next is Fong Bui.
Good afternoon. My name is Fong Bui, and I'm speaking on behalf of the California Short-Term Rental Association, which represents STR operators and workers across California. I'm here in strong opposition to the staff recommendation for the Monterey County LCP amendment. We believe that this recommendation would fundamentally undermine the Commission's core mandate to protect and maximize public access to our precious coastline for all Californians. STRs provide 80% of the total overnight visitor capacity along the Monterey County coast, and on a per-person basis, they cost about $75 a night compared to $122 for hotels. So that's a 39% savings. They also offer kitchens in larger spaces, allowing families to save hundreds of dollars on meals eating out, and by making this coastal trip possible for many Californians. Monterey County is not a market that hotels are trying to serve. Research shows that since 2019, Monterey County has actually lost 6% of its economy hotel rooms, while luxury and upper scale categories have grown to nearly half of the market. Only 29% of the hotel rooms are considered economy class, and in high demand areas like Big Sur, affordable hotels are virtually non-existent. And STRs really fill this gap. They meet demand peaks on weekends and summers, and they accommodate groups and families, and they mirror California's demographic and income diversity. And by severely restricting or outright banning these accommodations in areas like Big Sur and Carmel Highlands, the proposed ordinance will effectively eliminate the primary source of affordable coastal accommodations, and thereby diminishing public access rather than maximizing it. We urge the Coastal Commission to reject staff's recommendation and work towards a policy that preserve whole home STRs as part of a very balanced accommodations mix. We're ready and willing to collaborate on solutions, and so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Laura Davis, followed by Christina McGinnis, followed by Noah Suarez Sykes, followed by Doug Bloch, followed by Russell Jones. Laura, if you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Laura Davis. I'm the Deputy Director of Landwatch, and I will be providing comments on Landwatch's behalf. Landwatch advocates sustainability and smart growth, including the provision of adequate housing for the local workforce. We urge the Coastal Commission to support staff's recommendation and certify the County of Monterey's implementation plan for its local coastal program for short-term rental regulation. Like most of California, Monterey County suffers from a serious shortage of affordable housing for the local working community. The people who work in our community, for example, those in the tourist industry, need places to live within a reasonable distance of their employment. When a significant portion of already limited housing is used for STRs, it reduces availability and raises rents. This is especially true in the coastal zone. The County of Monterey carefully drafted ordinances to regulate STRs, taking into consideration the diverse needs and interests of the vastly different regions of the county. The ordinances distinguish between different types of short-term housing, allowing flexibility while maintaining housing stock where the most severe housing shortages exist on the coast. They preserve housing for local workers while also supporting the local tourist industry. Like most good legislation, the ordinances are a compromise. Landwatch and many other community organizations have been involved with the development of these ordinances for more than 10 years. The public participation process was extensive. Numerous meetings were held with community groups, the Monterey County Planning Commission, and Monterey County Board of Supervisors. County officials and staff discussed the details of proposed regulations countless times and made adjustments in response to new input and data. We commend Monterey County's efforts for listening to the various stakeholders and crafting a balanced ordinance that considers the needs of all Monterey County residents. We urge the Coastal Commission to support staff's recommendation by approving the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Christina McGinnis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Christina McGinnis, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Keep Big Sur Wild, a small nonprofit dedicated to protecting the scenic landscape, sensitive natural resources, and wild rural character of the Big Sur coastal region. We represent over 250 supporters. We do support Monterey County's prohibition on commercial short-term rentals in Big Sur. However, we have grave concerns about the remaining provision that allows limited unhosted vacation rentals up to 3 times a year with only a business license and no CDP due to the lack of enforcement by Monterey County. Keep Big Sur Wild has reported numerous violations to Monterey County for years, often including vacation rentals that are operating on illegal event centers leased out to LLCs. These rentals and event centers are located in residentially zoned properties without any enforcement, as demonstrated in our letter to your commission. Since enforcing illegal rentals is the lowest priority for Monterey County code enforcement, the limitation of 3 unhosted rentals per year would not be enforced, and these properties would certainly take advantage of this by offering more rentals than the limit. Essentially, this is a significant loophole in the ordinance and would not eliminate commercial vacation rentals in Big Sur. In the current ordinance, these limited vacation rentals would allow up to 15 day occupants and 10 people overnight. We highlighted an example of the unsafe road conditions in Big Sur, 1-lane roads, dead-end roads, hilltops with no turnouts, etc. You also heard that from Mr. Spencer today. In the event of an emergency, vacation renters would be unfamiliar with proper evacuation codes, could potentially endanger year-round residents. And this type of situation is not an anomaly. It's a real danger to both visitors and residents alike. It will result in a tragedy one day. It's just really a matter of time. So we respectfully request that the provision for limited vacation rentals is removed from the ordinance due to the lack of enforcement and the safety concerns they present. The Big Sur land use plan currently allows for bed and breakfast, and we support the continuance of that opportunity, not further commercialization of properties in residential neighborhoods. The Big Sur land use plan is also one of the core tenets for protecting Big Sur, and there is a limit on the number of visitor serving units that are allowed in Big Sur. Currently, the county is not proposing to count any kind of a limited rental towards that visitor serving unit cap. which has been established and which our organization has done extensive research on and has shown has been actually exceeded currently. That's also a concern. Big Sur is mountainous, remote, full of sensitive habitats. And as your staff report noted, in cases where development potential is limited, the Commission has in past cases recognized that more stringent limits on vacation rentals may be appropriate. So given what the safety concerns are, I just want to share a story that I heard yesterday. As a matter of fact, we had a meeting. A resident out on Partington Ridge explained that at 3 a.m. one night, he was woken up with a knock on the door by a vacation renter person asking where the vacation rental was. And he's also explained that there have been numerous occasions where he's had to pull out cars that have come off the road on Partington Ridge. I know a lot of you probably aren't familiar with the back roads of Big Sur, but I can testify here honestly that they are very treacherous and very dangerous in areas, and visitors who aren't familiar really do pose a safety threat. So we strongly encourage the Commission to eliminate the ability for limited vacation rentals, which we know will not be enforced. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Noah.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Noah Sykes. I'm an organizer for Better Neighbors LA, a coalition of hosts, tenants, housing advocates, and community members. We conduct data analysis and research on the short-term rental industry, including in the coastal zone, where we advocate for regulating short-term rentals through true home sharing in hosted-only rentals as the best method to balance coastal access and long-term housing needs. Today, I'd like to discuss item 15A, Monterey County's LCP amendment, updating its short-term rental regulations, and a few ways that it could be perhaps improved. This ordinance does represent a significant step forward in regulating STRs in the county. Provisions like limiting STRs to one per natural person, as well as banning corporate STRs from multifamily housing and certain zones in the county, will help prevent corporate exploitation of housing. At the same time, however, we have concerns that this ordinance does not go far enough in regulating STRs. We urge the Commission to amend the LCPA to only allow true home sharing in hosted-only rentals. Hosted STRs in Monterey County are more affordable than unhosted STRs, and most unhosted STRs in the county do not, on average, constitute lower-cost coastal accommodations. A 1 to 2 person STR has an average nightly rate of $334 a night in the coastal zone, which is far above the threshold for an overnight accommodation to qualify as affordable. True home sharing in hosted-only STRs will best achieve the goals laid out in the county LUPs, which emphasize long-term housing opportunities. If the Coastal Commission chooses not to amend the LCPA to allow only true home sharing in hosted-only rentals, we recommend 3 amendments that will preserve housing and affordable coastal access in Monterey County. Number 1, to require STR operators to be the primary residents of the units they're renting out. Number 2, to implement a 60-day cap on commercial vacation rental stays. And number 3, to lower the proposed cap on commercial vacation rental permits from 4% to 1%. These common sense policies have been previously approved by this Commission in jurisdictions throughout the coastal zone, and they can make a serious impact on the cost of housing in the coastal zone, ensuring that the vibrant coastal communities that we love continue to exist. Thank you very much. I'm going to see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next is Doug Bloch, followed by Russell Jones, followed by Jonah Brazelau. Doug Bloch, if you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Doug Bloch, and I'm with Unite Here Local 19, representing hospitality workers in Monterey County. Our focus is on ensuring affordable access to the coast, especially housing, which is the most pressing challenge that our members face. We advocate for strong regulation of short-term rentals to preserve housing and ensure truly affordable coastal access. We applaud the county for taking on this issue. That being said, we have several concerns with this ordinance. First, we believe that unhosted rentals reduce available housing and do not necessarily provide affordable coastal access. Allowing 4% of the housing stock to be commercial vacation rentals presents a significant challenge during a housing crisis. We are concerned that these commercial operators will not be subject to the same requirements to promote lower cost overnight accommodations as hotels are. Why is that? Second, we are concerned about how these regulations will be enforced. For example, there's a rule that an owner can only hold an interest in one commercial vacation rental. Is there anything requiring an owner to be an individual rather than a corporation? And what prevents an individual from owning multiple LLCs that operate numerous short-term rentals in Monterey County? This potential loophole should be addressed. Finally, we oppose the exception that would allow unique neighborhoods with existing developments with the intent of managed vacation rentals. This is far too vague, and the staff itself notes that it could apply to more than just the single complex mentioned in the staff report. This should be clarified. Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you. Next is Russell Jones, followed by Jonah Breslow and Carl Jagger. Russell?
Good afternoon. My name is Russell Jones. I represent about 50 short-term rental operators in the city of Pacifica. And while none of the individuals I represent would consider themselves commercial, by Monterey County's definition, they would be. Everyone in my group, they're not large corporations, they aren't managed properties by someone else. These folks are moms, dads, husbands, wives, who scrape together enough to buy an investment property and manage an efficient, affordable operation inside the coastal zone. This benefits our city, it benefits our coast. I'm an interested party here because I do see parity with what's going on in Pacifica and what's going on in Monterey. I hear many of the same arguments. I hear about protecting affordable housing. I hear about the hosted versus unhosted debate. And I get it, this gets really complicated for folks like you. But I just want to start by saying I can speak firsthand. Many of my guests who book my short-term rental come from Northern California, or maybe even just within the greater California area. They're booking from the East Bay, Tracy, Oakland, and often describe needing to get away from the heat of the East Bay or wanting to spend the week with their family on the coast. They want access to affordable accommodations where they can stay together, cook together, and most of them could not afford to visit otherwise. This really is that important. If we continue to allow wealthy neighborhoods to coalesce around bogus arguments and false accusations about bad operators, we really are harming small, young families and folks who deserve to have access to the coast. Another large share of my visitors who book my property are just families visiting relatives in the Bay Area. They need a place in the heart of our town so they can visit beautiful hiking trails along the coast and shop at local restaurants. Hotels, especially in high demand areas like my town, can cost hundreds of dollars per room per night. For a family of 5 or 6, that means paying for 2 or 3 rooms, easily doubling or tripling their lodging costs. In contrast, a vacation rental allows families to stay together. When my own sister wanted to make a trip to the Bay Area, she originally looked at hotels as an option, but she chose an Airbnb because all the hotels in Pacifica are too expensive, shabby, and run down looking. Many opponents of STRs in my town often invent horror stories about loud parties or irresponsible hosts, and I get it, that probably occasionally happens. But what's happening in my town, I see also happening in Monterey. They're just lumping all STR operators as if they're all doing the same thing and then saying, we just need to get rid of them all. And that just doesn't make sense. This doesn't make your ruling easy. I get it. The last council meeting that I attended for Pacifica, one of the STR opponents bragged about how he calls the police regularly, even when there's nothing wrong, just so he can keep the STR operator on notice. It's important to note that as a host, I take pride in welcoming visitors who come to enjoy our beaches, trails, and small businesses. I sent you a PDF with just reviews from my booking. it tells the story of who's visiting and who needs access to short-term rentals along the coast. I really do hope that you take this matter seriously and consider the impact on young families and folks who could not afford to come visit our town without these valuable accommodations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jonah Breslew, followed by Carl Jagger, who we do not see. Carl, if you're on Zoom, please do the hand function. If not, then after that, we'll go to public individuals, which is 2 minutes. Jonah Breslew, you can unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jonah Breslau. I'm here with Unite Here Local 11. We second the comments of Better Neighbors Los Angeles. This measure would be a significant step forward, but we do have significant concerns as well. We care deeply about coastal access, but housing is the greatest need of working people here in California. The Coastal Commission must set good precedents that do not take it as a given that short-term rentals constitute affordable access to the coast in and of themselves. And Monterey's land use plan reflects this conflict. We believe the availability of homestays does ensure LUP goals and LCP goals are met, but have some concerns about unhosted and commercial vacation rentals and consequently short-term rental regulations in Monterey County. First of all, we support the CDP requirement, but we would go further. We are concerned about these commercial vacation rentals. A key issue is that there is no assurance that these permits will actually promote lower cost overnight accommodations, a critical goal of the Coastal Act. Is there any mitigation for the creation of luxury STRs? The Commission has generally held that high-cost hotel rooms may need to pay significant fees or build lower-cost overnight accommodations on site or show that neither of these are feasible. Is there a provision to ensure that the CDPs for commercial vacation rentals will promote lower-cost overnight accommodations? These are serious issues if we're going to sacrifice housing for luxury short-term rental development. Secondly, we urge you to lower the cap on commercial vacation rentals to 1%, as Better Neighbors mentioned. Monterey's certified land use plan recognizes the importance of preserving residential neighborhoods. 4% of housing becoming short-term renters will have an impact on those looking for housing, especially in a housing crisis. And a lack of housing pushes Californians further and further from the coast, which makes coastal access less and less feasible, less and less affordable, as we are pushed away. If it takes hours or even requires an overnight stay, a visit to the beach will be out of reach for working class people, even if there's more coastal accommodations available. And as you have heard from Better Neighbors, home sharing is on average more affordable than unhosted and commercial short-term rentals. So we urge you to address these concerns for working people throughout California who want access to the beautiful coast in Monterey and all around our state. Home shares do are better at promoting access and comply with the city's local coastal program, whereas unhosted short-term rentals can cannibalize our housing and, at least as proposed, may not be required to meet the same sort of standards to promote lower cost accommodations as hotels. Thank you so much.
Okay, next we're going to public individuals, which is 2 minutes each. We have about 24 found, total of 38 speakers, 24 are found, and 14 are missing so far. So we're going to stick with in person, Alex Hakakian and David Hakakian, Margot Thomas, and Maurice Ragson.
Thank you, Simone. Before we begin, I just want to give folks a heads up that at a certain point, given the hour, we may need to reduce the public comment time from 2 minutes to 1 minute. So I would ask, please just urge efficiency and to do your best not to be repetitive. Thank you very much.
Definitely, I'll try to be brief. My father, Alex, had to step out, so he's not going to be with us, but I'm going to speak on behalf of my family. My family owns a vacation rental in Big Sur. It's an amazing place that people get to really, really, really enjoy. They get to go there with their grandparents, with their uncles, with their aunts. They get to really enjoy intimate time with their family, and I'm very concerned by the broad nature of this amendment. I wholly reject what's going on here. I think it's going to have incredible impact on coastal access for visitors. And I also don't think that it's going to help the housing shortage at all in the area. I encourage the Coastal Commission and county staff, if they're looking into more housing and housing affordability, to deal with that from the development level and not to restrict coastal access in the process. I also object to the natural persons requirement. I'm here, I'm a natural person, I own this property as an LLC, and I won't be able to monetize it. Many families will not be able to afford it. And yeah, I just hope that you guys, you commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, all really understand that the decision that you're making today has an impact on millions and millions of Californians that want to access the coast. And Big Sur, which is the crown jewel of California, so many people have said, is just going to be so out of touch for people. And I'm concerned, and I hope that you reject the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Margot Thomas, followed by Maurice Ragson, followed by Jim Holtz, followed by Todd Corner, followed by Yumi Takayama. Or Jim.
Hello. Hi, I'm Margot Thomas. Thank you, commissioners, for your thoughtful care you bring to such a complex issue. I traveled from Carmel for this, and it's been a privilege to witness your process today. I want to state clearly that I oppose a 100% ban on short-term rentals in the Carmel Highlands and urge you to use a balanced approach and grandfather in existing STRs. For the past 15 years, my family and I have welcomed peaceful, respectful guests. This is not a corporate entity or commercial. That narrative is simply incorrect, very similar to the gentleman who just spoke. Via the Coastal Act, short-term rentals do create meaningful connections to our coast, especially for young people, and that matters. Kids from landlocked areas watch migrating whales from my dining table and light up with joy and curiosity. A recent guest from Kansas City told me the only time he saw his 3 daughters look up from their phones was in my home to connect to the coast. This is not the same experience in North County. That's why so few STRs exist there versus the housing supply at large. So the proposed LPC is not in fact balanced, and it reflects only the loud voices of a handful of residents in the Carmel Highlands. I also host people with disabilities who require extra space for medical equipment, caregivers, and emotional support animals. Hotels cannot provide the privacy, accessibility, and comfort that a home can for this population. Also, on a somber note, I host guests going through chemotherapy, and they're sustained by the peace of the coast, and it may be their last moments to spend with their family. I've also hosted people who need ad hoc housing evacuating from the Big Sur fires. Communities need this sort of interim housing available. I also urge you to consider the environmental impact of a full ban. Without STR options in the Highlands, visitors will stay in hotels in Seaside and Marina and drive down Highway 1, creating more traffic congestion, increasing CO2 emissions along. Oh, okay, thank you. Try to get a lot in there.
Thank you, Maurice Ragson, followed by Jim Holtz, followed by Todd Corner.
Hi there. Thank you very much for your time today. Also, I want to thank you all for your service and the fact that you have really allowed people over the years to enjoy California's incredible beauty. The coast never fails to take away my breath when I drive it multiple times every single day. I was blessed to grow up in Malibu, along the highway that easements were put in by the Coastal Commission, allowing the public to enjoy the beaches. What everybody seems to not really want to address, I'm going to address, because you wanted to hear ideas and things that are different from what you've heard previously. There's a sense in our area today, and I speak particularly of the Carmel Highlands, of the minority really dominating the narrative and creating misinformation, influencing Board of Supervisors in a way that has been just tragic. For 13 years, the house that I own in the Carmel Highlands has been used as an STR. There have been no issues. What there has been is the ability for people who normally would not be able to enjoy the coastline, to see the whales migrating, to see the wildlife and the vistas that are so unique to California. I've been blessed to travel the world. It's unique in California that you can own property on the ocean. Most countries don't allow it. The beauty of your job and your mandate is that you want to give access to as many people as possible to enjoy this natural wonder. I will tell you that it is really important to allow people to come and enjoy the coastline. You should drive it, I'm sure you do, but I will say that there are some things that need to be clarified. The gentleman from the county talking about septic tanks, creating cross-contamination. Lived all my life with septic tanks, from Malibu to Carmel. They're not ideal, but the reality is, if that's the issue, we'd all be happy to empty our septic tanks that haven't serviced every 6 months. Those are just some of the things that don't make sense to be brought up. Thank you for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you. Next is Jim Holtz, followed by Todd Corner, followed by Yumi Takayami, and Jim Holtz will translate for him.
Yeah, she's here right here. She will speak after me. Thank you, commissioners. You heard from several people from Better Neighbors LA. I call them Benla. They're driven by the hotel workers, Unite Here Local 11, and by hotel associations, which have a direct financial stake in eliminating STR competitions. They say they want to reduce rent, but they're just looking to keep their jobs. Benla's been appear at all coastal commission and most city meetings across Southern California, repeating the same hotel-sponsored message. They arranged for hotel maids to speak here, complaining they can't afford to live on the Hermosa Beach Strand because STRs make renting there too expensive. Hello, renting on the beach is expensive for everyone. STRs do not create that reality. Benla paid for Professor Wasma's commission research in December 2023 housing discussion that aligned perfectly with Benla's message. I watched the video. The professor parroted their talking points perfectly, and the commissioners ate it up. Your own staff report showed that the professor did not respond to multiple follow-ups after his presentation when he was pressed on the details. Before you rely on these findings, please consider who funded them and why. They sell hosted-only SCRs to the commission as a compromise because it acts as a de facto ban for most rentals. Family would rather rent a whole home on the beach where everyone could be under one roof instead of paying big bucks for adjoining hotel rooms and eating out in every meal. If the commission falls for the hosted-only SCR charade, this is what it looks like in practice. A woman forced to stay at home as a host with 5 men from Europe here for the World Cup. Little Johnny staying next to the host.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Todd Corner.
She's going to speak in Japanese. We go out of turn, so she gets to serve.
委員の皆様、モントレーの提案には重大な欠陥があり、STR の仕組みを誤解しています。この用途の整備には大きな投資が必要になり、1年ごとの抽選で実績のある運営者が権利を失えば備品の処分、高額保管期、長期入居者の退去リスクが生じ、モントレーには実績と、損保で評価する免許制の転居が必要です。違反常習者を排除し、健全な運営を守るべきです。ロス・オッソスの前例は極めて限定的でした。未ホスト型の STR に各都で沿岸開発許可を課す発想はそのロス・オソスの一例をなぞるだけでモントレーには不適切です。裁量不可は公開審査が必要で迅速処理ではありません。ソロカウンティの陪審も名ばかりと評しました。ホスト同居か否かは本質的ではありません。明確な基準と執行こそごとが遵守を生みます。委員会は STR の類型を分断すべきものではなく、各 STR に許可を課せば、地域審査と不服申し立てが激増し、通知と報告で、職員が埋まってしまいます。遅延と、費用は、応募者を締め出し、 実務の重さは、種類販売免許並みになってしまいます。コースタルコミッションの双方にとって非効率となります。ロスオソスの例外を一般化しないでください。ロスオソスの広げてモントレーまで及ぼすべきではありません。ありがとうございました。
Hello, Chair. Before I start, I'm having a little discussion here. According to the Brown Act, I have 4 minutes to translate for her. Can we confirm that? That's not what the Brown Act says. It says I have 4 minutes to translate. What? What's that? Sorry.
The Commission is subject to the Bagley-Keene Act, and the Bagley-Keene Act allows double time for people who need translation, which means 2 minutes for the person who needs translation to speak, and 2 minutes for the person translating for them to translate what that person just said. So that's double the time, that's 4 minutes.
Okay.
Turn the mic on, please, sir.
Okay. Sorry, I prepared for a longer time. I just want to say the CDP for each STR rental is really out of line. That creates $12,000. It would put people out of reach. The whole home STRs and commercial STRs are just names. It really should be just one item, STRs. It shouldn't be separated. That's really a Benla talking point. The Big Sur and the 4% inland cap STRs are the, basically the backbone in Big Sur as far as, there's only a few economy of hotel rooms up and down the coast, and they provide most of the bed and home sharing options that hotels cannot accommodate. Right now, 80% of coastal beds are vacation rentals. I just want to point out that a lot of people have been saying cost comparisons. You have one whole house compared to a home sharing or hosted only, a whole home rental. I mean, it takes several rooms to accommodate what one home can have. Plus, there's a false equivalence with the traffic. When you have 2 parents and 2 adult children, you have 4 cars, but when they travel together, that's 1 car. So that's less traffic, not more traffic. So let me just summarize right here. Please drop the per home CDP, lift the Big Sur and Carmelite Highland bands, grandfather existing STRs to avoid sudden loss of capacity, raise the cap above 4% to a level that actually protects visitor serving accommodations, eliminate the distinction between hosted and unhosted events. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Todd Corner. And then we'll go to Zoom. We have about 18 people left on Zoom.
My name is Todd Kerner. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to relate the positive impact that being a short-term rental host in Hermosa Beach has had on me, and I believe on the city of Hermosa Beach, which I will reference has yet to file an LCP with the Coastal Commission. I have seen people come in from Australia to take volleyball lessons on Hermosa Beach, and by staying with me in my short-term rental, which is my primary residence, they have access to parking, so they're not bringing in a car to take up parking, and they have access to my kitchen facilities, so they're not having to spend extra money, which they probably couldn't afford to go to expensive restaurants. And I have had people come in from Arizona who want to spend time taking surfing lessons in Hermosa Beach, which they couldn't afford to do if they didn't have access to a residence like mine for a short-term rental. It has been, frankly, a life-changing experience for me because it exposed me to some really fantastic people who really want to enjoy the pleasure that the California coast has to provide. And I would say that that same argument would go towards what's going on in Big Sur and the question that's before the council at this point in time. So I just would like to reiterate that I am an advocate for short-term rentals. I think it provides a lot of opportunities that are missed before the advent of short-term rentals, and I strongly urge the council to deliberate carefully about any legislation or restrictions on short-term rentals that they have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Richard Matthews, followed by Mr. Gwen de Amaral, followed by Adrian Berry, followed by Tiffany Edwards, followed by Annie Martin, followed by Jim Zach. Just know when I promote you guys to Zoom, please accept it. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. This is Richard Matthews. Unhosted commercial vacation rentals, CVRs, are the most sought after form of coastal visitor lodging. Visitors do not want a stranger in the house when they stay there. Unhosted short-term rentals outnumber homestays by a margin of at least 4 to 1. That represents the desire for that type of housing. Yet this ordinance will permit unhosted CVRs in only 6 miles of the 100-mile coastline. Where will they be allowed? They won't be allowed in the Big Sur. They're not allowed in Carmel Highlands. They are allowed in a 5-mile stretch near Carmel by the Sea. And then in the North County, first the Pebble Beach area. Pebble Beach Company has already told the county that they will block every permit for a CVR in the Pebble Beach area. So Pebble Beach will not have commercial vacation rentals. In the North County, the only places where there are houses are in Monterey Dunes Colony and in Moss Landing. And Moss Landing, short-term rental commercial vacations are banned. So in the results, you have 6 miles of where commercial vacation rentals can be under this ordinance out of 100 miles. This is unprecedented. This goes way beyond the issues you see when you're enforcing a locked gate denying people access. This ordinance will deny access to the coast to vast amounts of people, far in excess of what you deal with in your enforcement with locked gates. Thank
you. Mr. Richard, are you done? Okay. Next is Mr. Gwynn, if you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, staff. My name is Gwen D'Amoral. I'm a resident of Carmel Highlands, and I would strongly urge you to approve the LCP amendment that's in front of you today. We chose to live here in Carmel Highlands because it's a low-density residential area. We didn't want commercialization as a neighbor. Carmel Highlands has 2 hotels already here and partial timeshares. They are both on sewer. I would like to also see the documentation that is showing low-income families are spending $300 plus to come to the Carmel District 5 area to enjoy time with their families. The short-term rental supporters that are raising concerns over the septic requirements are the same people that disputed them when they tried to have them placed by the county as part of a protection agent to protect the people living here in the Highlands. Anybody that would dispute that we do not have septic issues or contamination, all they have to do is look at the Carmel Highlands on-site wastewater management study by Cuesta to learn more about the septic failures and contamination. So I just urge you again to stand by this and to please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Adrian Berry. I'm going to unmute you. Adrian, if you can speak.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, a little bit louder though.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and speak. You got 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm in support of the current amendment. I wanted to address the concerns about the increasing cost of high-cost short-term rentals, STRs, along the California coast, many of which charge in excess of $8,000 per night, while STR proponents often argue that they improve access to the coast. These luxury rentals do the opposite. They commodify our coastline for the wealthy while displacing local families and workers. Renting a home for $8,000 a night does not promote equitable access to the California coast. These are not affordable accommodations for the general public. They cater to a narrow segment of affluent tourists. The original intention behind protecting all coastal access was to ensure that all Californians, regardless of income, could enjoy our natural resources, not just those who can afford a private estate for the weekend. STRs are destroying coastal communities. What we are seeing is a fundamental shift in the character and function of our neighborhoods. Housing displacement, long-term housing is being eliminated as hedge funds, corporations, and absentee investors purchase homes purely to operate as vacation rentals. These drive up home prices and reduces the availability of rentals for working families. Community erosion, families, leaders, teachers, hospitality workers, and public servants are being pushed out of the coastal areas because they cannot compete with short-term rental market. The result is a revolving door replacing permanent invested residents. Economic imbalance. The promise that STRs bring economic benefit is undermined by the profits that leave our community and the costs. Infrastructure, stress to local housing scarcity are borne by the locals. A call for balanced regulation. We urge prices and inequity of
Thank you, Adrian. Next is Tiffany Edwards, followed by Annie Martin, followed by Jim Zach, followed by Heather Marzano, followed by Fred Faltersack. Annie Martin, we're going to, Tiffany Edwards. Go ahead.
Thank you. My husband and I have been proud partners at Sanctuary Vacation Rentals in Monterey County for 12 years, and I do believe there should be an ordinance and a permitting process, but I believe we should remove the ban in Big Sur and Carmel Highlands and restore the 6% cap on the quote commercial vacation rentals. I also ask that the commission consider a grandfathering clause for rentals that have been in good standing, that have rented in the past year, have upcoming reservations, and have paid their TOT and haven't had any code violations, similar to practices seen in San Diego and South Lake Tahoe. At Sanctuary, we have 50% of our guests are from the California area. We serve families, and our guests want private extended spaces instead of multiple rooms that are unhosted. Our guests will not switch to hosted stays, and this decrease in supply will naturally drive up rental costs. Banning in Big Sur and Carmel Highlands will also not create an increase in affordable housing supply. Our owners are not in a position to convert their properties into longer-term rentals, and these homes are used by their owners along with their families and friends throughout the year. And transitioning them to full-time housing would be not only impractical, but also a burdensome and unrealistic shift for most. And finally, I'll say this year in Orange County grand jury found that, and I quote, that STRs have a negligible effect on the affordable housing in cities that currently allow STRs. And it is unrealistic to expect that coastal STRs would be converted to long-term affordable housing in any sizable number. A study in 2021 by RCL Co. found that STRs do not have an adverse effect on housing affordability. Instead, for Monterey County, those prices were driven by desirability of the area, housing trends, and the migration that has happened following COVID-19. I want to thank the commission and the county's work on this ordinance, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Annie Martin. We're going to allow you to talk.
Hi, my name is Annie Martin, and my life's purpose and passion is hospitality. For the last 18 years, I've owned Sanctuary Vacation Rentals, as well as being a founding member of the Monterey County Vacation Rental Alliance. My companies welcome millions of visitors with only a handful of issues, fewer than most long-term rentals. We manage 200 homes, and about 50 of them are on the coastal area. We employ 35 full-time staff. We support hundreds of local service providers and partner with more than 50 local businesses. The Coastal Commission purpose to provide low-cost visitor accommodations for individuals and families, not just for the wealthy. Banning areas such as Big Sur and Carmel Highlands goes against everything the Coastal Commission stands for and it's supposed to protect. Reducing the cap to 4% reduces the chances for ordinary families, often multi-generational, to gather under one roof. For many, it's their only way to come together. They can't afford multiple hotel rooms, and they don't want to share a home with someone they've never met. Would you? Home sharing may work elsewhere in other areas of the country, usually for those under age 30, but not in Pebble Beach, Carmel, or Big Sur, and I believe the county knows that this is the case. Banning SCRs will not create affordable housing. Limiting licenses to 3 bookings a year will cut supply, they'll raise prices, and worst of all, they're going to encourage unpermitted rentals, which will lead to more division in our community. The 6% cap, I think, is fair and reasonable, and responsible owners who have paid their taxes should be grandfathered and allowed to continue. Many of them, like ourselves, have been here from the very beginning in this fight, and we deserve to at least be able to rent our homes. Please choose a path that protects our communities and keep the joy of the Monterey Peninsula within reach for all who dream of visiting. Thank you so much, and good luck with it.
Thank you, Annie. Next is Jim. Jim Zach.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time. I'm a Carmel native who moved away to the Bay Area 30 plus years ago for school, work, and raising my family, and never assumed I'd be able to come back to Carmel, and a few years ago found a affordable fixer-upper that I proceeded to remodel and use as a vacation home and ultimately my retirement home. The short-term rental provides that opportunity to hold on to this property until a time when we can afford to be there full-time. A few things that I've noticed is that a lot of the people that are in opposition tend to be groups, and the people that are for this tend to be the individuals who own these properties. There's no one single story for everybody. There's no one story that fits all, and everybody has a different reason and a different motivation to do the short-term rentals. I think some regulation is in order. I think that the amount of money being discussed to continue to do short-term rentals is exorbitant and will probably put many people out of business. $12,000 is the cost for the CDP, but from what I understand, by the time you do all of the permits necessary, you're getting closer to $20,000, which really is inaccessible for most people. One thing that I've thought about through listening to everybody is what happens to the short-term rentals that are going to be forced out of business. I would ask another question, which is how many houses in the Carmel Highlands, Pebble Beach area remain vacant most of the time for wealthy homeowners that do have vacation rentals, where I think most of the short-term rentals are probably owned by people like me who are just trying to find an affordable way to enjoy the Carmel coast. So while some regulation is required, I would think that there's some reimagining that needs to be done here to make the regulations a little bit more accessible to the people that are doing this. The number of people doing host-term rentals is 300 or 400 people. It's really not very many, and the impact is gigantic, and the service they provide is extensive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Heather Marzano. I'm going to allow you to talk. Can you unmute yourself, Heather? Okay, so we're gonna move on. We're gonna go to Fred. Fred, I've asked you to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Fred Faltersack. I'm a native California. I'm also retired. I am a big believer and supporter of short-term rentals. They allow affordable options for thousands of families wanting to visit the California coastline. They allow owners such as myself to be able to afford to own a second home in the Monterey County. They bring additional revenue to the cities and the counties through the collection of TOT taxes, sales taxes, property taxes, and more. They bring revenue to the many businesses, including restaurants, retailers, wineries, and more. They bring jobs to the area. I employ weekly maid services, gardening services, maintenance services, and more. Commission members, I beg you to please reject this particular ordinance in its entirety. Please consider the thousands of families from all over the United States and other countries who would like the options when they visit the beautiful California coast. Please do not support ordinances which would deprive them of a visit because of cost or by not having an option to keep their family unit together in a single family home. I have a short-term rental permit, and I am one of the few whose permit was issued by the county into perpetuity. That's no expiration date. The proposed ordinance would give me a competitive advantage by limiting or eliminating competition. But that's not what I think is fair. That's not what I want. What I would like to see is affordable coastal vacations for all who want to visit. Thank you for your time, and I'm complete. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Colleen. Colleen, we're just going to allow you to speak.
Sorry about that. Hello, my name's Colleen Floyd Carroll. For over 40 years, our family has had the benefit of a home on the North County Monterey coast. Despite the misinformation purported by opponents of STRs, I've hosted affordable opportunities for multi-generational, diverse families with disability-friendly accommodations for up to 9 people to connect across states and countries, to stay together, cook together, dine together, all for less than the cost of 2 decent hotel rooms in a remote, beautiful part of North Monterey County. In the over 12 years of hosting, I've never had a complaint from a neighbor about my guests. Rather, they have become friends and assets to our community. Just this week, we hosted a diverse, multi-generational family gathering so that a grandfather with late-stage Parkinson's could spend limited quality time with his kids and young grandchildren who live at a distance, and we were able to offer all the accommodations to enable him to enjoy both our home and the beach inclusively and with dignity and privacy in this precious moment. Let's be real, beachfront rentals are never going to be affordable housing for local workers, but they do provide a great asset to the economy. I have a number of people who work for me and work within our community. We support the local economy. We send our folks out to local restaurants and businesses. We provide income diverse accommodations and have hosted scores of families over the years, with many of them coming back year after year to build memories. We are not a nuisance. We are an asset to the community, and we provide tons of money in terms of transient occupancy taxes and support to the local community. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Susan Kellerman. Ask you to unmute yourself. We have about 8 speakers left. So it'll be Joseph Sinish, after that Linda Marin, followed by Mark Grand Cola. Susan Kellerman. Did you unmute yourself, ma'am? Okay, we'll come back to her. Let's go to Joseph Sinish.
On behalf of the 12,000 people that will not have access to Big Sur and Carmel Highlands last year, I'd like to thank the Commission for taking the time to hear me today. Certainly the 4.05 median housing price for Carmel Highlands does afford those owners a piece of sanctuary. The $3.6 million median housing price for Pebble Beach and the $3.1 million housing price for Carmel. No, short-term rentals do not cut into the availability of affordable housing. More, that has been the task taken on by the Monterey County supervisors and zoning commissions who have failed to approve any high-density residential housing in the county, any significant high-density residential housing or zoning in the county over the last 20 years. We've actually seen a 5% reduction in available inventory in this county over the past 10 years. I would also like to speak on behalf of the $45 million in local contractor payments made to local contractors, the $31 million spent in local shops and restaurants, the $8 million in sales tax, and the $10 million in sales tax. So there's quite a bit going on with the short-term rentals that are driving the local economy and quite helpful. But the biggest thing is people are right. We do need affordable housing. We need high-density residential approved. Limiting short-term rentals in areas where we have 50% vacancy rates already because the owners are multimillionaires and these are their second and third homes is not the answer. Let's provide access to the coast to those thousands of families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Linda Marin. I'm going to allow you to speak. Linda Marin. Okay, nothing from her. We're going to go ahead and go straight to Mark. Oh, okay. She unmuted herself. Linda, can
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Linda Marin, and I found the staff recommendation to be surprisingly full of internal contradictions, and in some cases, just not true. It acknowledges STRs can provide unique visitor accommodations in the coastal zone, and especially for families and groups, and that undue restrictions on them is inconsistent with the Coastal Act. Then it says there's evidence that STRs impact coastal resources or housing availability, but apparently not in Monterey County, because the next paragraph ends with this statement, quote, "It is not clear that homes that are being used for unhosted rentals will instead be used for longer-term housing under these proposed rules," close quote. In fact, there's lots of evidence that these expensive second or even third homes will simply remain vacant. And the DEIR showed STRs having no impact on resources when capped at 6%. And I'm sure the staff knows that. The staff report says this ordinance will result in a loss of some vacation rentals, but claims the overall package will still allow for these types of rentals for groups and families. No, that is not true. You know, and I know, and everyone knows that families and groups, as many people have said already, don't stay in 1 or 2 rooms with a stranger in the kitchen. And then when every paragraph of a recommendation exhibits tortured thinking like this, that usually means the real reasons for the recommendation can't be said out loud. I have no idea why now in Monterey County in 2025, the Coastal Commission is veering so far off course from its mission to protect the coastal environment and public access to it. I can only urge any of you who still feels committed to that mission to vote to amend this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mark Grancola.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I just want to say that with all due respect to the good work done by this commission, when I ask Californians what issues concern them most, coastal access isn't at the top of their list, but affordable housing is. You've heard from several outside investors today. They want unfettered ability to buy up homes, turn them into mini hotels. And while this profiteering may reward their wealthy investors, it drives up the cost of housing for regular folks, not just in the coastal zone, but all the way across the entire Monterey County. This is one of the reasons why Monterey County, after long and careful consideration, has adopted a fair and balanced plan to cap and regulate short-term rentals, not ban or eliminate them. As your own staff points out, there are already lots of STRs, plenty of them available in Monterey County in the coastal zone. This LCP amendment does not ban them, but allowing more STRs is counter to the county land use plan. Pebble Beach Corporation does not speak for all of us like they claim they did. I bought my home in a residential community in the Carmel Highlands 6 years ago. Now I find myself surrounded by several mini hotels, none of which are hosted, but all owned by outside LLCs. I could carry on about the problems, such as overflowing septic systems from overcrowded rentals or bullets that were shot by strangers renting the STR behind me that were shot into my neighbor's house. But I will simply do this. Please support the recommendation of your own staff and vote to approve this reasonable and balanced Monterey County amended LCP. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Doug Clay. Doug, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. My wife and I own a property in unincorporated Monterey County, and we've operated a short-term rental for the past several years. No complaints, no incidents. We're in compliance with the county's new application process. We've followed the short-term ordinance process for years, and what we've seen in that time is a vocal minority overstating the negative impacts of short-term rentals. We've seen special interest groups like the Pebble Beach Company have undue influence over the county, including statements made today that CC&Rs prohibit short-term rentals or they prohibit access to roads, when in fact most owners in Pebble Beach actually have deed restrictions that provide access to roads for themselves, their tenants, and their visitors. We also see that financial numbers in favor of STRs are understated, and includes TOT revenue, tourism revenue, vacation rental industry jobs. So there's just a vocal minority just kind of twisting the facts against short-term rentals. We've heard that vacation rentals need to be banned to keep the nature of the community and provide affordable housing. And while housing is an issue in California, and while we all have our opinions, I just don't think there's any evidence that says that a short-term rental sold into the open market is going to end up in the hands of somebody who needs housing. It's going to go to another rich buyer. So I think that's just the reality in Monterey County. So what I'd like to suggest is that we consider some changes that reduce the complexity of the ordinance. Perhaps grandfather existing short-term rental operators who've paid TOT, who've operated without complaints, and provided professional operation. Thank you.
We have about 5 more on Zoom. Sarah Harvey, followed by Andrew, followed by Susan Jones, Marcus Foster, and Martha Dial. Sarah Harvey, you gonna mute yourself?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a low-income single mother of 3 young children, a full-time college student, and a longtime South Coast Big Sur resident. I co-host a short-term rental in Big Sur, and I want to be clear that it is because of the existence of this STR that I have a comfortable, affordable place to raise my children in the community where they were born and where I've lived for 15 years. Since 2021, I've been co-hosting an Airbnb on the same property where I'm a full-time renter. This STR is a small 1-bedroom cottage where couples stay to disconnect. I oversee available on site as my home is a stone's throw from the short-term rental unit. The owners of this property are a lovely family with 2 young children. They pay TOT and are respectful of our neighbors. They've relied on the STR as income to help alleviate the extremely high combined cost of mortgage payments, taxes, and fire insurance. The fact that they're able to operate the STR allows them to rent to me and my children at an affordable price. I'm gravely concerned that banning this type of short-term rental with a caretaker on site will make it basically impossible for property owners like my landlords to own housing and rent to low-income, community-engaged families like I'm sorry, I'm still here. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. This unfair ordinance will ironically pave the way for the housing market to be bought and sold solely by the ultra-rich and Big Sur who are not essentially a part of our community. My observation is that STRs have been mischaracterized as taking away housing from local residents, and I feel it is of the utmost importance for the Coastal Commission to understand this is not the case in all circumstances, especially in Big Sur where caretakership of properties with multiple housing units is common. When STRs are operated with caretakers on site, they can have an overwhelmingly positive impact on average low-income residents in the area, providing housing and jobs for locals with low-rent living situations. And this is why I am strongly requesting that your organization reject the proposed Monterey County ordinance as it currently stands. I just have a second, which would put an unfair, hasty generalization approach to a commercial short-term rental ban in Big Sur, and I request that you advise a revision to the proposed ordinance with consideration for the type of situation.
Thank you. Okay, next is Susan Jones. Susan Jones, go ahead and unmute yourself.
My name is Susan Jones, and my family and I own a home in the coastal zone of Monterey County in the unincorporated Carmel area. I'm here to urge you to support well-regulated, but not severely limited in number, short-term rentals in our coastal area, and to eliminate the CDP. As a local host, I've welcomed guests from all over the world, families, retirees, artists, and students who come to enjoy our coastline. Many choose short-term rental because it's affordable, allows them to cook their own meals, travel with family pets, have a bit more space than a hotel room, and easier access to laundry facilities after a day at the beach. Lets them stay in a real neighborhood. They spend money in our restaurants, shops, farmers markets, golf courses, and in doing so, directly support our local economy. These guests get to enjoy for a few days the paradise in which we are so blessed to live. The neighbors of our short-term rental have had no complaints and have appreciated our choice to host guests rather than tear down an older cottage and build a huge maximum lot coverage house. Our family, now in its 4th generation in Carmel, has chosen to retain a charming Carmel cottage and share it with others. Short-term rentals also align with Coastal Act's mission by expanding access to the coast for people who might not otherwise be able to afford to visit. With sensible rules like occupancy limits, parking requirements, and noise controls, short-term rentals can coexist with neighborhood life while keeping our coast open to everyone. I urge you not to restrict the number of short-term rentals and to remove the CDB requirement and grandfather in the existing short-term rentals, and respectfully ask that you preserve this important form of coastal access in Monterey County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Marcus Foster.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. I appreciate the time here. Thank you. My name is Marcus Foster. I'm a long-term resident here in Big Sur. I've been here long enough to see the impacts of our community dissolving and our housing options and the proliferation of STRs, not the only cause of it, but it is a great part of this happening. There's no denying that short-term rentals impact opportunities for long-term housing. You're seeing this happening around the world at all these popular tourist destinations, and locals are starting to push back on that. I do want to push back on this false narrative that I hear from opponents of this amendment that it's an affordable way to visit the coast. I'll just talk about two short-term rentals within half a mile of my area, one to the north at $2,500 a night. It used to be owned by full-time residents. It used to have a renter in their caretaker house that worked in local restaurants. And that's the impact more so than the luxury homes. It's the caretaker units. It's the guest houses, the yurts and things like that that were affordable. You know, opponents all seem to obviously prioritize visitors over residents. And I think that's just straight up wrong. We need to prioritize people that live here. How about the coastal access for people that grew up here, the people that live here that want to be part of this community? What about our coastal access as we get pushed out because there is no place to rent? So let's prioritize people that want to live here, that want to be part of the community and contribute. Let's prioritize that over the visitor for once. And our LUP, our land use plan, strictly in Big Sur is unique. Rural residential areas, secondary uses do not say visitor serving units and short-term rentals in them. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Martha Dial, followed by Holly Thomas and Ellen Thomas. Martha Dial, if you can unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Martha Deal, and I'm here to ask that you approve the LCP amendment before you and do it today. As you know, LCPs share our stated vision for how we will balance many different needs and interests. Perfect balance is impossible. If the outcome is fair, usually nobody gets everything they want. This amendment is certainly no different. I've served on the Monterey County Planning Commission since 2001. As you've heard and know, vacation rental policy has been a hotly debated issue since well before that. Our failure to resolve it leads to significant conflict among neighbors and stakeholders and helps no one. This amendment is the result of many thousands of hours of input from individual organizations and agencies over decades. As you can see from today's turnout, nobody gets everything they want in it, which is probably a pretty good sign that it's balanced. For the record, I have heard very little that I knew today that I haven't heard before. This proposed amendment is intended to be a clear statement of how homes in coastal Monterey County can be used to benefit property owners and provide public access to our coastal resources without harming the very resources we all here seek to protect. It's meant to counter existing incentives driving the conversion of scarce coastal housing units into visitor accommodations, and instead to support visitor-serving businesses and services and encourage residential housing to house residents, who may then host vacation rentals if they wish to do so. It recognizes the unique different needs of different areas differently, consistent with their different circumstances. And most importantly, it also provides clear means and methods for consistent, fair, and ongoing enforcement. Nothing is perfect. However, what we have now doesn't work for anyone. This amendment is a well-considered good faith effort. It deserves a chance. Let's use it to set a new baseline to build from. The conversation can continue, but it's time. Please vote to approve this LCP amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Holly Thomas and Ellen Thomas. From my understanding, they are on Zoom together. I'm going to allow you guys to speak. Doesn't look like they have a mic connected still. They're on Zoom, but they don't have a mic.
Okay, I gotta let you go.
Wait, hold on.
Please vote to approve this.
I gotta let you go.
Today. Thank you.
Holly or Ellen, can you guys speak again, please?
Hello, my name is Holly Thomas.
Hi, go ahead and speak. You guys got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Holly Thomas. Thank you, Commission, for your time and service. I gotta let you go. I'm sorry, my mother and I are both trying to speak to you at the same time. Yes, hello, my name is Holly Thomas, and my family and I operate a short-term rental in the Carmel Highlands.
Go ahead and speak. You guys got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Holly Thomas. Thank you, Commission, for your time and service. I'm gonna let you go. There's a little bit of a lag here. I apologize. Trying to speak to you at the same time. Yes.
Okay, so just try to just talk through it. We're at 1 minute and 26 seconds, so
okay.
Let's just push through, mute your side, and then just talk through. We'll hear you.
Rental in the Carmel Highlands. I have always been respectful of my neighbors. I urge you to take a fair and balanced approach. Here, I apologize. And to grandfather in existing STRs in the Carmel Highlands. Our community has the feel of the Big Sur, but without the complexities. Rental in the Carmel Highlands. I have always been respectful of my neighbors.
It sounds like you have a second device that's playing back the audio. Could you mute that device? We're hearing you in real time just fine.
Yeah.
Holly, try again. Let's unmute. If you have 2 devices, turn the other one off. The one that you're speaking in, speak into that one. Holly?
We could just move on.
Okay, so let me just make sure that Holly, we'll come back to you. Oh,
okay, I think I'm here.
You're here.
And
go for it.
I would like to apologize and thank you for the long day that you have all put in. And good evening. My name is Holly Thomas. As I stated earlier, my family and I operate a short-term rental in the Carmel Highlands, and we have been very respectful to our neighbors over the years.
Come back to you.
Okay, I think I'm here.
You're here. Okay, Holly, thank you so much. I think we understand where you're coming from, and we're going to go ahead and move forward.
And good evening. My name is Holly Thomas.
We might try to come back to you if nobody else comes back. Hold on.
Hi.
Okay, we're going to try... let's see. Yeah, we've lowered all hands. We have about 13 speakers that we can't find. We're going to repeat their names just in case, and then if not, we'll try Holly again. Andrew, we do not see Andrew. Heather Marzano. I'm going to try to unmute you, allow you to speak.
Oh, hi, this is Heather Marzano. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead and speak.
Fantastic. I'm, everyone had really great comments. I'm in support of short-term rentals. I'm not going to repeat them here. I just have 2 minor requests for amendments and how you're executing this, however you end up voting in terms of allocating out CVR permits. And one is you're excluding LLCs, and everyone kind of is referring to LLCs almost like a 4-letter word. LLCs are generally individuals or domestic partners and just how they choose to title their property. The county has the operating agreement and knows exactly who owns the LLC. So that is a very, very easy step to check to make sure that only one person is getting a CVR. Very few of these are actually larger corporations. The second is, so I would recommend that be excluded. It's just a way how some people choose to take title. My second request is not necessarily grandfathering in all the STRs that are in operation, but rather prioritizing the allocation of permits to pre-existing STRs who have demonstrated, a high degree of success within the community, within their neighborhood, so that when we're kicking this off with, in some cases like Carmel by the Sea, with I think the first time that permits have been issued or have been permitted, that you do so in a successful manner. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Next, Susan
Excuse me, Simone. For the remaining speakers, we've already called everyone once, so when you go through them one more time, if we find them, they'll have 1 minute. Get to deliberations. Thank you.
Perfect. John Wilson, Mimi Chan, Josh Ohanian, Renukathan Raman, Mary Randall, Catherine W., Moses Cesario, Harriet Villa, Philip Talbrook, Alexandra Burke. No names, no hands up. We're good to go.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your help. Okay, and we will return to the county. They've asked for 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Testing. Got it? I'm not used to being on this side of the dais. I'm Kate Daniels, Monterey County Supervisor, and I'm going to try to be really quick so Craig and Melanie get the opportunity to add to within the 5 minutes to make some comments as well. But I hope you ask them a lot of questions during the Q&A time in case we don't get a full rebuttal, because there is a lot here. There's a lot that was said that does need a response. But what I want to start by saying is I want to thank staff. I want to thank the Coastal Commission staff, and I want to thank the county staff for years of meetings and for years of conversations that got us to this point. One of the first things that was said about the Vacation Rental Alliance is that we have a different way that we balance coastal, our priorities, and that could not be further from the truth. So what I want to really direct all of you commissioners to is the documents that guide, at the end of the day, the policies that are before you, and that's the local coastal program. And so what was determined and devised in Big Sur and what was devised and determined in the Carmel area have to do with the words that are in the land use plans. And that's the governing document for Monterey County. It's our general plan in the coastal zone, and obviously that is the Coastal Act. I also want to say that we have not, as a county, removed STRs from 60 miles of coastline. We're talking right now about unincorporated Monterey County, but you still have the city of Seaside, you have the city of Pacific Grove, both which have short-term rentals in the coastal zone with regulations. And what we're trying to do is bring regulations to unincorporated Monterey County. So I hope we get the opportunity to talk more about what's in those plans and why we have the rules in place that we're proposing for the Carmel Highlands area. It was pointed out that where we do have visitor serving uses, we actually had to go onto sewer for the hotels that are in that area. And there's so much I want to say, but there's a lot I think we need to rebut. So I'm going to turn to Craig Spencer and just say thank you. Ask lots of questions because we have lots of responses to what was said here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Again, Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development in Monterey County. I just want to cover a couple of things we heard during public comment and say what we're not doing. We are not restricting access to the coast. We're not prohibiting access to the coast. Come to Monterey County. Come visit our beautiful coastline. stay in a hosted vacation rental, stay in a limited vacation rental, stay in a permitted commercial vacation rental, stay in a hotel, stay in a campground. We have all of it in all of the areas we're talking about. We are not restricting or precluding public access. We want to provide the ability in areas that are appropriate for people to have commercial vacation rentals. We want them regulated, and we want to be able to have clear rules in place for everyone, for the neighbors, for our constituents, for the people who want to do hosted vacation rentals. We're also not trying to say that people who are hosting vacation rentals now, we want you to convert your housing, to affordable housing. That's not realistic. That's not what we're asking for. But there is a point in time where you do have to say, here are the rules for vacation rentals in Monterey County. Here's how many we can have. And if you want to come invest in a second home, if you want to come and invest in an investment property, you may or may not, depending on if there's room in the cap and you want to go through our process, you may or may not be able to do a commercial vacation rental to pay for your second home or your investment property. That's what we're trying to do. That ultimately will help us with all our housing policies, which we are working on, our housing developments, which we are working on, to get housing built and to keep up with the supply that we need to keep up with to address our housing crisis in Monterey County. So there are some things we're not doing and some things we are doing, but ultimately we're asking that you support your staff, that you certify Monterey County's LCP amendment as it's been submitted, and we stand by and are happy to answer any questions you have. As you know, it's been a long process. We have a lot of answers, a lot of history, and we're happy to provide answers to questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Daniels, Mr. Spencer. Okay, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to our staff for their response. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was obviously quite a lot. I think one thing's for sure, there's clearly not a whole lot of consensus on the issue. And I think in place of a series of responses to everything you just heard, I think it'd be more efficient if we see where the commission goes with this, and then obviously we're here for questions to help you along. Really, Katie and Kevin are the experts up here, and then I would echo the county. They've been at this for a long time, and they know the ins and outs of this really well, and so ask questions of county staff as well, but we're here for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Okay, who would like to kick it off? Commissioner Kelly.
I just had a quick question of county staff just regarding the areas within the county's jurisdiction that are not covered, that we're not discussing today. Obviously, we're just focused on the coastal zone and what's under our purview, but just out of curiosity, what are the policies? Are short-term rentals allowed in other parts of the county? If you can just highlight a little bit of that, because I know we're just looking at a small sliver, but obviously right now, we could be staying in our hotel and have access to the coast, but we're not at the beach right now, right? So I'm just thinking about how we access the coast and where folks stay.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. We have 13 geographic planning areas within the county. 4 of them exist within the coastal zone. We've been talking about 4 of them. The other 9 are not within the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. We have the regulations in front of you adopted and in place and working within the other 9 geographical areas of the county. Many of them are essentially on the coast. Some are a bit further away. And with overall, we have 5 areas where from the existing data we had on who's operating, they would come down in number from the existing levels on how many we can permit under the cap. That's if they're all commercial. In all of the 8 other areas, it would go up significantly in terms of the capacity for us to permit above what exists in those other areas today. And overall, the total number of operating vacation rentals that we could permit in unincorporated Monterey County is much greater than what it is operating today. It is very much concentrated on the coast today, though.
Thank you. So just to make sure I understood what you said, there are a number of other areas within the county that do allow for short-term vacation rentals, many of which are actually going up in the numbers that would be allowed. And that those changes have already gone into place. And you're seeing, how are you seeing those results?
Yes, they are in place and they are working. So we have provided grace periods. Anyone who's been permitted under previous rules has until the expiration of their permit or up to 7 years to continue operating. They then have to come in and get a permit under our existing regulations. A similar situation with the coastal zone. We are permitting vacation rentals. We have permitted a number of commercial vacation rentals, and we permitted dozens of limited and homestay vacation rentals through a ministerial, simple process that is not expensive.
So and then my next question, which I think you just touched on, appreciate, the process and the time frame by which, should these changes go into effect in the coastal zone, it would be also 7 years for safe harbor, and then people would be phased out?
It's different because within our inland areas, we did have regulations governing short-term rentals. We have not had them in the coastal zone. So there were people permitted previously under the old regulations in the inland areas, and we did have to deal with them. We have, I think, 2 or 3 permitted in the coastal zone under a similar use determination. They would be allowed to continue operating for 7 years under our current regulations, and then have to come get a coastal development permit to continue operating after that.
So for those that exist, say, in the Carmel Highlands area now, and they would not potentially, should we move forward with what's being proposed, not be able to exist going forward, what would be the time frame by which they would have to cease to operate?
Yeah, so the majority of existing commercial vacation rental operators in the coastal zone have never had any permit from the county. They've paid TOT for the most part to the county, but have not had any licensing, any discretionary permitting, no coastal development permits. They just started operating, and they would have 2 months to make an application. In the Carmel Highlands, that would be 2 months to stop operating, essentially, because they wouldn't be permitted in the Highlands. That's that small section of Carmel, by the way. The rest of Carmel, you still have the ability for 4% of the total number of units in Carmel. So Carmel does allow them. It's just that section that we call the Carmel Highlands that would not.
Understood. And then for those other areas where you are allowing for commercial permits to be allocated within this plan, but less than the number of commercial rentals that currently exist. So there will be, if all of those folks wanted to continue forward, some will be winners and some will be losers, for lack of a better term. What is the process by which, is it a first come first serve application process, or how will you make the determination of which commercial entities could get those coveted permissions?
It is a first come first serve.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you just, one moment?
It is a first come first serve process, and we start at 4%, and we do have the ability to increase that if we're seeing the lack of impacts in the demand in the future.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I'll go to Commissioner Lopez, please.
Yeah, I have statements that I'll make later. At this point, though, just being in the Q&A, I would like to ask, we talked about the study being done on 6%, but then the end decision being on 4%. Can you talk about why that drop happened, and what, if you've updated the science or the numbers, the algorithm that was used to calculate that to 4%, what got us from 6 to 4?
Yeah, that's a good question. It did come up. It was something I didn't have time to address.
Sir, can I ask you to speak a little bit? Thank you.
So we did identify as part of our project description for the EIR that we completed a 6% cap on vacation rentals. That was something we studied as the project in our EIR. One of the alternatives to that in the EIR was a lowered cap, 4%. When we looked at the numbers, again, we have 13 areas, we saw that there would be fairly small differences between 4 and 6% in certain areas. 5 areas, including Big Sur and Carmel Valley, which have a 0, would come down from existing. The other areas, Carmel, Del Monte Forest, would also see a decrease from what was currently being advertised. And then I believe it was Greater Monterey, or no, it was Kashawa, for anyone who knows where Kashawa is, our supervisor would, because there's only very few houses out there and there were 11 vacation rentals, that number came down. Everywhere else it went up. So looking at the various environmental impacts, coastal resource impacts, and the alternative in the EIR, and the numbers in terms of overall numbers in the county and in each individual district, 4% seem to work, and then it's also a place to start and which can be increased. It's much harder to decrease in the future.
Melanie?
Yeah, Melanie Beretti with the county. Just for one added clarification to that, in addition, when the decision for lowering the commercial vacation rental from 6% to 4%, we also had the alternative to add in homestays as an alternative, as an unlimited alternative throughout anywhere in the county. And so it was also part of that consideration in the big picture of how we allowed different versions of these in different parts. So it wasn't just an elimination of commercial vacation rentals due to all the reasons Mr. Spencer spoke to, but also recognizing we wanted to add in this other type that had not been accounted for in the project description regulations.
So then a second question would be, given the numbers, the folks who were paying TOT, so folks who we knew were operating on the inland side, how many of those folks, what percentage have come in and gotten permits, and what percent essentially went away?
So we don't have actual numbers to be able to say what percentage of who is doing what. In our inland area, our regulations went into effect in October. We had a 6-month window where any unpermitted operations could come in. And at the end of that 6-month window that ended in April, so not that long ago, you needed to either come into compliance with our new regulations, including coming in for applications. We've actually had a fairly low rate of applications. We've had, I believe we have approximately 100 applications in play, give or take. It is starting to tick up because one thing that came up significantly in some of the public comment was the concern about enforcement, how to enforce limited vacation rentals, how to ensure that a homestay is a homestay. The county board actually approved 2 additional code enforcement officer positions in order to help support enforcement once and now that we have these regulations.
So 100 applicants on the inland?
Yes, it is growing, it is climbing.
Okay, because I know, I'll just share from the folks I've talked to, all but 2 decided to just shut down, right, given the huge barrier to entry. So I would love to see those numbers. Thank you, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I have comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Preciado.
I just have clarifying questions, and I have comments and motions that I may pursue later, but I wanted to know from staff, it seems that there is a variance. I appreciate that each local community, local government has the ability to create from their context and point of view policy recommendations, but your staff recommendation reflects your context, which is the state of California's responsibility and interest in this. And how did you change, or how did you see the conditions so different when you look at just 2 years ago Malibu, or within the last 5 years the other areas where you considered different ways of offering regulations for short-term rentals? And we'll use the pejorative that's being used in this area, the commercial short-time rentals instead of other short-time rentals. How did you decide that this community merited such a strong ban? Because I'm trying to understand how you reached that conclusion given past practice of the commission.
Well, I wouldn't call it, from the start, I wouldn't call it a ban. I think the way Ms. Butler referenced it this morning earlier in the presentation was there's still going to be a market. It's just a different kind of market, right? So the homestays and the limited vacation rentals would be allowed unlimited without any sort of coastal permit, right? We keep focusing on this commercial vacation rental, but that's not the only part of this that is vacation rental. And then just going back to the questions about our past history, etc. I was not involved with the Malibu one, so I won't speak to that. But I can say that there's definitely been an arc in front of the commission with respect to this issue and the way in which communities are addressing it and the way in which the commission has approached it. And I would say in more recent times, you're much more likely to see something akin to what Monterey County is proposing in terms of focusing on individual areas, identifying certain numbers for those areas, than you are to see kind of what we saw originally, which were just regulations, a lot of good neighbor regulations in the beginning.
With all due respect, is that speculative on your part? Are you making an assertion about how the state of California will be managing the short-term rental industry based on what is your opinion, sir?
I'm not observing anything about the state of California.
So I just want to clarify, where are you getting that information?
Sure. So I'm speaking to the Central Coast District and the North Central Coast District, which are districts that I supervise, and I'm aware of the arc of the commission with respect to short-term rental regulations in that area, and they have tended towards something akin to what Monterey County has done. I think you heard some folks refer. Is that all you want, or?
Oh no, keep going. I'm listening to you, but I have one more question.
Okay. I think you heard some folks reference the Marin County short-term rental regulations, which happened fairly recently, within the last year or so, I'd say, which was really a lot focused on this similar kind of idea, looking at those individual communities, what made sense for those individual communities, and then each one of them had their own prescription. And that is much more the trend now, and so much more specific to that area what they think is appropriate. And I think you've definitely seen that arc has included a lot of deference from this commission to local city councils and local boards of supervisors in terms of the process. You heard about a 15-year process here. That seems like a long time. That's not a long time. These kind of processes are taking very, very long, and they're super duper contentious. And so there's been that deference to that process where they found a balance. And so I'm not speaking to the state of California, I'm speaking to the areas that I've been involved in. And so hopefully that helps to answer your question.
So I want to be respectful of staff, but he just commented publicly that he wasn't here 2 years ago, or he wasn't responsible for what the commission did 2 years ago. So I'm wondering if the executive director can comment on what is our approach with short-term rentals, and how have we used policy in the past as a commission prior to the 2 years that was referenced by staff. How does the staff approach this? Because I know I'm familiar with projects in my coastal area that we're holding sacrosanct access and economical access to development. And so I'm trying to understand how this varies with the different kinds of options. Are we committed to access everywhere, or are we limiting access? And by the way, the industry, according to their belief, is that by enhancing or expanding the so-called hosted you're basically creating a ban, a default ban. It may not be characterized that way, but so I'm just trying to see if the executive director can comment on past practice of the commission and go and explain, since the staff member only has 2 years of experience.
So just for the record, Dan Carl's been with the commission for 32 years. He has a lot of experience, but his districts are North Central and Central Coast, and that's what his experiences in those areas. However, to your question, Commissioner, I think what Dan was saying about an arc is definitely true. As staff, we look at each case individually, case by case. We want to hear from the local governments and communities. They know these areas better than we do, and so we use the data they provide to us, and we make a determination on a recommendation to you all. But the commission is the decision-making body here, and so we take direction from the commission. And the arc that Dan was speaking of is one that the commission has created over time, and we are in partnership with you responding to that. So I just want to make that very clear. But again, there is new information available all the time related to this topic, and so we take that in as it comes. And some of the discussions related to the effect of short-term rentals on access and on community character and other types of issues that come up, there's new information all the time on that. And so we bring that in, we look at what's in front of us, and we make our best recommendation for that particular case. And again, there has been an evolution about how the commission has chosen to work through these things based on new information and a new thinking or new ways of looking at the impacts. So I think, you know, as you made one comment about how we view access, and access is one of the main tenets of the Coastal Act. So it's something we think about deeply all the time. And there's no one way to describe what access is. It looks different, and it comes in a multitude of ways in every community. And so we really try to dig into each, in this case for these types of LCP amendments, with each community and understand what are the constraints, what are the opportunities in each place, and then maximize access through that, and in all the ways that we can do that. So that's just as a little bit of a high-level background of how we approach these things, but we're very, obviously interested to hear how you all are thinking about this particular LCP amendment, but also in general on short-term rentals and how we should be looking at those things.
I appreciate the opportunity to ask questions at this time, but I hope I do get a chance to speak again when I'm not asking clarifying questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Huckelbridge. And I want to just note, Mr. Carl is an immense wealth of knowledge who has been with the commission for many, many years. 32 years, I'm being told up here. I don't want to give away your age, but we are incredibly grateful for all you do, and appreciate the probing questions, important conversation that we're having up here. So I will, Commissioner Wilson.
A couple questions as well. Let's see, where's the staffer from the county, I think? Well, there's we'll get into that discussion around the arc of the discussion, or the commission on this issue, short-term rentals as well as access. But I have a couple questions around what you're saying. Well, I think what I heard you say, you can come up because I want you to answer your questions. Yeah, I can't remember what your name is right now. Correct, thank you. So what you're saying is that most of the short-term rentals currently operating in the coastal zone don't have a permit to do that and aren't zoned to do that in particular. So really, they're non-conforming uses within wherever they are right now. So they're really operating technically it's a code violation currently, right? That's the way it was for us. I'm just going to say, so in our county, but that's technically what it is.
Yeah, it's a complicated answer, but
we have not that complicated, really.
I mean, right. Well, they're not in violation because of our essentially estoppel letter. We call it. It is a settlement over a legal challenge.
Okay.
We have said we are not enforcing, but they have not gotten a permit or a license or a permission
because it's not enumerated in your land use code right now. So it's basically commercializing a residential use without a permit or a license.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. So, and that could be any. I mean, so you know, any house could be converted into a dentist or any other business, but in this case, it's okay to convert it into basically a, you know, a one-unit hotel.
For a change in use of a residential structure, it may require coastal development.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. The TOT part of this, is the TOT being submitted directly to the county or through like Airbnb or one of these other hosting platforms?
I believe it's submitted directly to our treasurer tax collector at the county.
So they don't do it through
both ways.
Both ways.
Yes.
Well, in our experience, if it comes through one of the hosted platforms, we don't get any information as to actually who pays it and who doesn't pay it. So we just have to trust that that happens.
That was one of the pieces of information we had a hard time getting as well.
Right.
Just the nature of taxes.
And there was no accounting, so we didn't even know if we were getting the same amount of money that they were paying to taxes that were coming to us. There was the Airbnb and VRBO did not offer any accounting for that, and probably still don't, I would imagine. Is that they?
Yes, one of the difficult things that we encountered in trying to find the data was we actually didn't keep record or track of the difference between what was collected as part of vacation rental TOT
right.
and what was collected as part of a traditional hotel motel operation TOT. So there wasn't a way to separate out that information.
Yeah.
If I may, the one thing we did with these new regulations, we did work closely with the treasurer tax collector, and we did establish a very low cost but business license so that the treasurer tax collector can track hotels, vacation rentals, and others to be able to track that revenue. We also included provisions in our regulations that require the hosting platforms to work with our agency and with the county to provide information on basically providing information of who is advertising and operating within the county, and also to ensure that they're advertising and operating with proper permits and licensing. So we are also trying to work with those platforms as well.
Right.
Some of the platforms have started to provide us with that information, and we haven't quite gotten there with all.
Yeah, starting to, but they still haven't, for us anyway, in our county, provided the money part. They give money, but we don't know where it comes from specifically. So a question, well, actually, the question I have is, the fact that you did an EIR, I think is great and amazing. And for me, there's a lot of discussion here today around all these different areas, but really North County was kind of really stuck out to me because it's the only place we were talking about 150% increase in STRs. And so I guess and I read in here about how, you know, some of the justification for that. But I mean, if you were to do an EIR for just North County and you said, and say the project was proposed as we're going to build a hotel and we're going to remove 100 homes, which is, you know, that analysis would be pretty significantly different than the analysis that is in what we're seeing here today, which is that there's nothing, right? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is the problem with sort of STRs and sort of the slow boil that we've kind of come into, is that we're eliminating housing, and I understand that, you know, it's not our space, our place, for our standard of review is not around housing specifically, but when we change communities significantly around the character of the community, and what I mean by that is like when you remove the sort of the working people that are within these communities, that's actually part of what people visit and see. And I don't want to put us, you know, those of us who are working people in coastal communities in this place where we're like a zoo, but what I mean to that is that, like, the character of that space matters. And when I think of like the city of Trinidad in my community, which, you know, exploded into a 25% STR rate, like, you couldn't, like, the number of like surfers with flip-flops walking down the street and the fishermen that lived in the, you know, that changed really dramatically. And so that space is
is very different now. And so my concern in relation to North County is that anytime that you have a cap of STRs that's above the existing amount means that probably almost every sale of a property is they're accounting for the capacity to convert to a commercial enterprise in the price. And then that raises the property values in a way that makes it unsustainable for the people who exist there or to move in there to do that. And we even had testimony today around someone saying like, hey, I bought a place, but I can't afford to live there because I have to commercialize it in order to get it to where I need it to be. So I guess for me, that's why I'm most concerned with the community and the character under section 30102. I can't remember what the section is that we have within the Coastal Act, that we're supposed to have, we need to take that into consideration. And so I was just kind of wondering, like, why did this all kind of focus, why did the explosion, or whatever, the increase in STRs occur in North County as opposed to the other places? Thanks.
And our director Spencer can add to this, but I've been involved in this for the better part of 10 years, both as a staffer, 5 years on the Planning Commission, and now as a county supervisor. And in terms of what Commissioner Wilson, you're asking, what we have right now is a free-for-all with no regulations. And what we will have when we have regulations is the opportunity to assess the concerns that you have in real time. And the reason most of the county is opened up for short-term rentals in Monterey County is when we were working with entities like the California Coastal Commission, literally hand in glove, giving our staff feedback throughout all of these years, we knew that it was a priority of the California Coastal Commission to have short-term rentals. So what we're trying to do is come up with a proposal with an ordinance that allows short-term rentals but allows us to regulate something that's been completely unregulated. It allows us to enforce where there are problems in ways that we could not enforce before. And so there is going to be some discretion. That's why it's a coastal development permit. And that discretion will allow for us to assess in real time. Is there a concentration of short-term rentals in this one area? Is there too many short-term rentals on this one street, right? If there's too much density, that's discretion that the county will have in issuing a permit. But right now, none of that exists. So Craig may want to add, but I just wanted to reiterate the part that this has been hand in glove with the California Coastal Commission staff, trying to address the fact that short-term rentals are a priority, and in terms of a use that has been supported over the years by the California Coastal Commission. There are many people that you heard from today, many in my district, who do not want to see short-term rentals, but we're trying to come up with a way to allow for short-term rentals throughout the coastal zone, whether it's in the form of a homestay, a limited vacation rental, or in most of the areas, which includes the North Coast. That potential, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it's a potential that could exist up to the 4% cap.
I appreciate that response. And before I close out, I want to speak just a second to the arc that was discussed earlier, and sort of understanding, again, the standard of review for us is not housing, right? But I will tell you, the political pressure on this commission around housing has been extreme, and you can see it in the legislature through the bills that are just hammering through the thing, and the perception that this commission is not friendly to housing, which I think is just absolutely crazy. But it is around an arc, and if it's not about just building housing, there's also the preservation of housing, because if you remove hundreds of units, now you want to try to rebuild those hundreds of units in the form of affordable housing. It costs you $500,000 per unit. Your TOT, you could spend all your TOT for 100 years and you still wouldn't even get close to the replacement value of that in terms of the loss of housing within your community. And yet, when the grander politics of this construct, you know, what we're talking about here, I just want to speak to that we feel that. That's all I'm saying. It's like, it's not, we don't use that in our standard of review for discussion, but I just think it shouldn't be so hidden away and sort of like that it's not relevant in this case, because if we're, it has relevancy. Again, my nexus and the nexus I've always thought about this, how it changes the communities, right? And the people that are in it, and whether or not that community is vibrant and authentic. And whether, so if you were losing housing, we're losing authenticity within these coastal communities, whether you can even get people to be on city council or volunteer for the fire department, or all the other things that make them cool and interesting for people to visit, right? That is very, very important. And we're trying to mitigate both those changes and then also this access at the same time. So thank you for letting me kind of like vent a little bit about that, because when I first got on this commission in 2019, the conversation was very different. It was not just different at the commission, it was different at the state level as well. It's different. It was different. We weren't interviewed. I wasn't interviewed about housing or the impacts of housing to be on this commission, but certainly it's something that's in our lexicon now. And so that was it. I just wanted to give context to some of this discussion, because I just didn't think it should be like under the table. So thank you.
Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. I'm hoping to get away a little bit from generalities, and I want to zero in on the two areas. And I'm going to go to staff on this. I'll let you know. Thanks, Mr. Spencer. If I have any questions, I'll let you know. So let me turn to staff on this, because I know that the staff struggled with this the same way the community struggled with it. It's hard to look at a reduction. Let's talk about Big Sur, from current 37 to 0. And we have not seen any community propose, and in Carmel Highlands, to go to 0. It's not really 0 though, because they're allowing 3 per year in a sort of unregulated way, I believe. You know, I'm unclear. Dan, can you just tell me?
Just without a coastal permit, so it'd still be subject to the licensing and all that.
Still be subject to getting a license, but not the expensive CDP process or anything.
Correct.
And it can be up to how long each time?
Up to 30 days.
Okay. So 3 times per year up to 30 days. So that's, you know, 90 days of potential renting then for Big Sur. So I just want to clarify, because I think it's a little jarring for everyone when you see the number when you see 0. It's not 0, because I am concerned about Big Sur. I love Big Sur. I go there a lot. I'm usually camping, and you know, I checked to see what the camping situation is. For example, if I wanted to camp there now, and it was actually better than I thought. There's no campsites available now, as you can imagine, but within a week, you know, if you plan ahead, you could go to Pfeiffer. In Ventana, I know they have that campground there, and it's not too bad. It's $80. That's a really good development, and that's the kind of thing I would love to see more of. Like, it would be great if Post Ranch would take that example and develop a campground, because it's just been so beautiful. It's been a great thing and a great way for people to access the coast. But I am very concerned, because it's so expensive down there. The hotels, they're stratospheric, you know, really, to spend a night in a hotel room in the few hotels that are down there. I was trying to figure out where are the less expensive rooms? No, in Big Sur. I'm talking about in Big Sur. So we don't need to get into it, but I just think it's important as we discuss this to recognize that, no, we're not talking about a complete cutoff, that there is an opening here, both here and in Carmel Highlands. And, you know, I've gone back and forth on this, because in Carmel Highlands, for example, the rationale for going to 0 is because of the domestic water issues, the septic system issues. But of course, to get a commercial vacation rentals under your new proposal, you would have to prove that all of that is resolved. That's correct? It's in the report. I assume it's correct. You would have to set. So the rationale is not really working for me on Carmel Highlands. However, what does work for me is years and years and years of community process and community input. And I really respect the people that live in an area developing a plan that they feel comfortable with. With regard to the woman that spoke that lives in Big Sur, and it was a little unclear to me because she was sort of breaking up, but it sounds like for someone like that, and then the people have a vacation rental on that property, would that be considered would that be considered hosted? It sounded like she lived there or the owner lived there, but that the rental was a separate place.
We don't know all the circumstances associated with that, but it sure sounded like it would fall into the unhosted, the commercial bin.
Oh, you think it would?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, I think, look, I think it's a tough situation that you all are dealing with. Big Sur's such a unique place. The housing crisis there, I can't, I'm sure nobody that works there, barely anybody can afford to live there. And then that drive, it's really a lot. And bridges falling down. They got all sorts of problems getting to work. I think anything that can be done to deal with the workforce housing thing, which I know is a priority for you all, and went into your thinking on this. So at the end of the day, I think when you really look at the underlying possibility for people up to 90 days without getting a CDP, the commercial license is so difficult to get. I don't see a lot of North County people getting that, frankly. I just think I find that hard to believe. I just don't think that's going to happen. So I guess what I'm getting at here is it's a very, very complicated and difficult process you've been through, but I don't think it's as, what's the word I'm looking for? I think that people will have an opportunity to utilize their places for vacation rentals in the Big Sur area and in Carmel Highlands in a way that I think is reasonable. So for me, this very, very tough plan, I feel should be supported.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
If I could respond to that one piece about the 3 for 30, the reason that's set up, and Mr. Spencer talked about it in his comments, is really for large weekends like the one we're going to experience this weekend, which is Car Week, right? It's not 3 times you get to rent it for 40 or let's say 9 different folks over a 30-day period. It's 3 rentals for up to 30 days each time because those folks need time to come in, clean out the house, bring in the Bentleys and the McLarens and set up the front yard for a show, right? So they're one-time rentals to these large folks who come in and take care of that. I don't know that it's what you're thinking in terms of somebody in Big Sur is going to say, hey, this weekend we're going to go away and rent it to somebody for a month, right? It's not, that's not the way it was imagined and created when we discussed it at the Board of Soups. And so I know that there'll be different folks who decide how to try to use that language to meet their need, but really it was set up for those large-scale events that happen with the Pro-Am, the Car Week, and then some years we get the U.S. Open. So those are your 3 big events.
Thanks so much, Commissioner, and I'm really interested to hear your comments because I know that you've dealt with this extensively and have a strong position. I guess the way I was looking at it, there's a couple of things I was thinking about in Big Sur. Thing number one I was thinking is, well, if you have a large house, and say you have an estate or something, a lot of these people are renting these large houses, then hire somebody to stay there while you're renting it out. A lot of these people have ADUs, whatever. So that's an option for these large vacation rentals. But I was thinking, for example, in Big Sur, say you could rent 3 times, you could leave for a month. If you need to make money off your vacation rental, you could rent it, be gone for 30 days, 3 times a year, and give people an opportunity to enjoy the coast, even if it's 2 weeks. It's not traditional vacation rentals, but that's just not working, it seems to me, for the Big Sur community. So, but I'm very interested to hear your feedback on this whole plan.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all the speakers today. There's passion, obviously, on both sides. Thank you, staff. I know you guys have worked tirelessly on this, as well as the Monterey County folks. So you know, nothing that comes before us is easy, right? And if it were easy, we wouldn't need to be here. So there's no disputing that short-term rentals are here to stay. They are part of today's travel landscape. For some visitors, as we know, they offer an affordable option, making it possible for folks to enjoy the coastal communities they might otherwise not be able to enjoy. But we know also that, you know, a lot of these properties are $20,000 a night. And so, you know, I will put affordable in quotes there. You know, but as we've heard, at this time, the growth brings challenges for municipalities, especially in high demand areas where neighborhoods, as my colleague talked about, feel the effects of frequent visitors, and it impacts community character. That's why it's important for municipalities to have some flexibility in trying to determine where the short-term rentals can operate, how many there should be, and the conditions that best fit that community standard. And we talked about that, and I think that is imperative. And I think when we talk about the ARC, that's what we're talking about. I think a balanced approach, which is something we're looking at here, can preserve the economic benefits of short-term rentals, maintain community character, and that's important. I have some concerns. I'm okay with the 4%. I think what you've proposed here is a start, as you all have mentioned. You know, it may not be perfect, but I don't think we should let perfect be the enemy of good, and to continue to do nothing, which is so often what paralyzes so many of us, is we do nothing. There'll be growing pains. Some people will be happy, some people will not be happy. That's government, that's the way it, but we figure it out. And I think this is a good start point to figure it out. I had some specific questions, and my colleague mentioned the enforcement piece. You know, homestays. You know, homestays are unlimited. I don't know what that means. I understand what it means theoretically, but if I'm registering my property and I go on Airbnb and say it's a homestay, what does that mean for you all? And then how is it reconciled with the platform that it is a homestay versus, you know, an LLC, and you know the whole, what was the natural owner? I'm still not sure what that means, and because I don't know what that means, because if I go online and register my property on Airbnb, there's nothing that goes to the city that says Ray Jackson has registered this property on Airbnb, right? So then you've got to figure out code enforcement and all of that. So help me understand how that you think that all is going to work.
Commissioner Jackson, may I ask, are you directing that question specifically to the county?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Identify that. Our public hearing's closed, so I want to make sure we.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Very good question. Homestays with natural residents means essentially that you can't have someone occupy the property on your behalf and then call it a hosted stay, first of all. But then it is a place of residence where someone lives and rents out rooms within their home and to visitors. Often you'll see kind of a upper level, lower level split kind of situation where an owner host will live in one part of the house and the guest will live in another. That is unlimited in terms of it is not a zero in any area within our county. It's allowed in every area without a coastal development permit. And it's not limited in the number of times you can do those short-term rentals per year or per any given amount of time. So If you are living in a home and you rent out rooms within your home and you advertise it on a short-term rental host site as a hosted stay, and you're licensed with us, the will ensure that that matches. We have it licensed as a homestay. The online, whoever platform you use says it's a hosted vacation rental. It's available. Certain rooms are available within that hosted vacation rental. Then it's really, enforcement is really only if we get complaints or if we do a random inspection through our dedicated enforcement staff.
Every hosted vacation stay requires a permit.
It requires a license, registration.
A license.
Registration.
All right, so everyone has to go, everyone who operates a short-term rental has to go through the licensing process.
Yes.
Okay. And so I say it's hosted. You don't really know whether it's hosted or not. I advertise it. You collect the TOT. But if I don't license it, if I don't go through the city, you don't know what I'm operating. Unless you've got your code enforcement and,
yeah, we have host compliance enforcement capabilities, so we are monitoring who's advertising on those hosting websites. The VRBOs or Airbnbs, those hosted websites, we're monitoring who's advertising short vacation rentals on those websites.
And I guess I understand the intent of the hosted stays, but hosted stays unlimited versus hosted very restricted versus unhosted very restricted. I'm having a tough time with that because I think at the end of the day, now obviously your enforcement pieces, you'll figure that out. But I guess I'm having a tough time with that. So within my own mind.
So for hosted vacation rentals, a lot of the discussion was around someone is on site and is responsive, which means often less risk of noise and neighbor type complaints. It also means that someone lives in the house and it's not something that is sort of a commercial operation without someone being present.
No, I understand,
yeah.
But in theory.
I'm going to add one more point that it is, and this comes from the years of discussion that was had with the community, is it also retains a resident in a home versus fully removing residents from a house to make it a short-term rental. So we heard from many people who said, look, I have this home, but this is how I'm staying in this home, is being able to rent the short-term rental. And so the hosted, all the things that Mr. Spencer said in terms of having someone on site so you don't have all the noise complaints and the party house and all of those side effects, but you also keep a resident in a home, and that was a real priority. And then I want to add is that we have found so many people thought they were a commercial vacation rental because they were renting, say, a guest house with privileges in their kitchen or whatnot, and found in this process that they are actually a homestay. So I think you heard about how many of the operating short-term rentals were commercial today, but that was anecdotal. That was not based in fact. And what we are finding is that people are coming forward and applying inland for a homestay that thought they were operating a commercial vacation rental before.
I appreciate that. And the CDP requirement for North County, that obviously is going to deter a lot of folks, because that is it's a high hurdle in terms of the application fees and the process, right?
It is.
And was there any thought of licensing/permitting versus the heavy lift of a CDP?
There was quite a bit of thought and debate and disagreement about all of that. Yes, we established things that we thought were both not detrimental to a neighborhood or housing stock, like homestays, like your limited vacation rentals. We wanted to make those easier. We didn't want to put that restriction in place. For the commercial vacation rentals, the decision was made to keep some discretion on how many, in which areas, in which neighborhoods, in which circumstances, in which cases, and a lot of various factors that for actually many years in the inland area, our planning commission and board have grappled with.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, go ahead.
If I may just briefly add
No,
on,
please,
on process, just on process. So calling it a CDP, it is a coastal development permit. We're doing our use permits on the inland. However, because there is not new construction happening, the process is significantly truncated. We've also made them so that they can maybe be approved by our zoning administrator. They do not have to go to the planning commission. I do want to separate cost from process. The discretionary process for changing a use to this type of use in a residential, that's what was deemed appropriate. The cost and the fees that were set by our board are for the coastal development permit. That is a discretionary decision by our board that could get revisited if it continues to prove as a barrier for individuals. There was a suggestion from the fees perspective for the licensing process to come back and have that be, especially renewals, be significantly less expensive so that it was less of a barrier. So I think I just wanted to reiterate, the process is not the same as what you think of as a laborious coastal development permit. I think a lot of the contention and a lot of what individuals want to appeal is because we have no regulations and no ability to enforce what is happening at the time. And if we don't have the chance to start rolling it out, we can't come back and report to our board on how it's going and where we might need to refine as we discover how it does and does not work to balance those needs.
Thank you, and again, thank you for your willingness to start, to put a mark on the wall and say, hey, let's start here and then figure it out and adjust as needed going forward. So thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lopez.
So I want to share, in full transparency, this ordinance passed our board on a 3-2. Right, and I was in the 2. I was in the minority on this, full transparency. And as I've gone through this process, I've tried to remove my hat as a supervisor and really only focus through the lens as a coastal commissioner on the issues that are before us and the questions that we have to ask ourselves in carrying out the coastal act. Looking at all the work before us, I want to share that there's things that still stand out to me, most of which have already been called out by each one of you in your line of questioning about our process, right? The high barrier in the fees. We just updated those this last Tuesday to an extent, and I had voted against them again, right, on a 4-1 at that time. And it's that concern for me in terms of making sure that families who live on the inland get that chance to visit the coast. That access piece that I talked so heavily about when I was interviewed for this particular seat, when I was asked about why I was interested in representing inland California on this seat. This is one of those moments for me, outside of my role as a supervisor, but in my role as a commissioner, I have to speak up for those families who are trying to access all parts of the coast. At the same time, knowing the communities that I know so well, having spent so much time on the coast, I see the concerns around specifically Big Sur, and their LUP is clear about a restriction on a number of units, a restriction on what they can and cannot take in terms of capacity given the conditions of those roads. They're not paved roads, they're not paved driveways. It's a really interesting, raw and rural place, and that is captured in the LUP and the way that it's been framed. But I also can't separate myself from those final moments in the politics of that last fall. Let's get this done and push it over the line and just be done with it. And I don't know that we're done with it because of some of the pieces. I'm not asking that we go deep again. There's pieces that I would like to see us call out as concerns on the access piece to have the county address to bring back to us, right? And some of those include the cost. That cost of permits, we've heard 11, we've heard 13, we've heard $20,000. It's somewhere in that spread. That is a high number to get through the door. And I don't know that that's fair to all Californians and especially those who want to visit this very special part of the coast. So that to me is important. The caps, the numbers, I think we agree there's going to be winners and losers, and I think just coming back with clarity on that, knowing what that number is across. I hear the concerns about North County. I also hear the concerns about those places where we're already over the numbers. So I want us to call those out as a concern. One thing that's important to me, and we heard it today in Big Sur, was the idea of the ADU, with a resident living in the ADU, a resident, not an owner, not the registered owner, and she's helping monitor that for the owner and play that role. As I understand it, in our ordinance, that would not be allowed. And that is of concern. Is that correct or incorrect, Melanie?
So in Big Sur, if the case we heard, they were living in an accessory dwelling unit permitted as such, and the main house was being rented as a commercial vacation rental, that would not be allowed. In other areas of the county where commercial vacation rentals are allowed, that absolutely is allowed, and that is, you know, those caretaker units that could be a home for someone local, where then the main house is a commercial vacation rental.
Okay, so that to me is a concern that I want clarified, right? Knowing that we're seeing it work for communities and creating access for community and housing at the same time, and that same question comes up in the instance that was addressed at our board in a big back and forth about what if somebody wants to develop the ADU in order to create that opportunity. And at the time the decision was no, right? But to me, that's an opportunity to have balance, to bring both to our communities that I would like to see included. And so on all this, and I heard some feelings, but I don't know that I'm ready to vote yes today. And again, if I get overridden, I don't hold bad feelings about that. I want to be clear. Even with my colleagues, I know even on a 3-2, I'm good with that. That's just where I sit today given this conversation, and I know that we've been deep and it's taken a lot of time. But I'm worried about the question of access for this very special part of California.
Thank you for that valuable perspective. Yep, Vice Chair Hart, yeah.
Thanks so much. I mean, this is kind of what I was getting at. You know, I think that if you have 0 commercial rentals, and then you say, well, if someone has a property, let's just call it a 1-acre property in Big Sur, and they have a cabin and they have a house, and you're saying that and you have somebody who's employed to oversee the property in the cabin, I think this is what you're getting at, Commissioner, that it doesn't count as a homestay. I disagree with that. And I'm willing to take that up today. I feel like we have to be a little more flexible when you have 0 as the number. So let me talk to the county now. I don't know if that's supervisor or if that's you, Mr. I don't know, and I don't know if my colleagues agree with that. But to me, I think that's a pretty important point.
And the question specifically that you're asking about is the ADU?
No, I'm specifically asking about how homestays are defined, which also Commissioner Jackson talked about, that if you have a property, one property, and either has an attached ADU or an adjacent ADU, and somebody is there to oversee, and their role there is the same as somebody that's the homeowner, I'm not sure I see why that wouldn't count as a homestay if someone is there.
So I'm gonna defer to Melanie, but I'm gonna just bring the conversation to back to one thing that's really critical is we're talking about the Big Sur land use plan. And it's really important that I think when we're talking about Big Sur, we have this context from the Big Sur land use plan. So the Big Sur land use plan originally had caretaker units. Those units were changed in an update to the Big Sur land use plan to become ADUs, of which there are 50. That is the number of ADUs that are allowed in Big Sur. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that there are 50 ADUs allowed in Big Sur. So you really do, I think, have to understand the context that it's much deeper than a conversation today, perhaps saying, can we allow ADUs to be operating like a guest house in other parts of the county? Because we do allow a guest house in this ordinance to be like a room in a house, and you can either rent out the guest house and you're in your main house, and you can offer some privileges to the kitchen because the guest house doesn't have a kitchen in it. It's a guest house, but it's different from an ADU, which is a standalone home.
Okay, let me take it back to staff, because that's not how we interpret ADUs. I mean, generally speaking, we have ADUs that are attached to houses, and we debate all the time, you know, to make sure that they're rented and available for rental, etc. So I get the sense that Commissioner Lopez and I are sort of seeing this the same way. Can you respond to this? How homestay is defined in what we bring forward to include if someone is on the property occupying an ADU, whether it's attached or not attached. What is your feedback on that?
Well, currently, as proposed, as I think you just heard, that would be considered that wouldn't be considered a homestay as the way that the county has defined it. That would be, and if it were more than 3 times and more than the 90 days, or the 30 days each time, that would be a commercial rental. And so I think what you're asking is, could it be changed in certain circumstances that the homestay definition could include, if you had an ADU and you had another main unit on the house or on the property, could a homestay, by definition, allow for that essentially? And so that would be called a homestay as opposed to a commercial rental. Currently, as it's proposed, that's a commercial, more than 3 times. That's a commercial rental. And just one point of clarification about Big Sur ADUs. The county just recently adopted a new ADU ordinance that eliminates the 50 unit cap. It's actually pending with us now. We hope to bring it to the commission in the near-term future, but I just wanted to identify that so you're aware.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a great opportunity. I mean, again, I don't want to be in a position of overruling the local community, but we have a leader of the local community, luckily, on our commission that's indicated that this is something that's of great interest, it sounds like, to him. And I agree. So I'm turning to staff to say, is that unreasonable? Is that something that we could propose? Or how could, and I don't know if I have a majority here on that topic. But anyway, I'm just hoping to get some kind of response if that's something we could pursue here.
I mean, there are obviously ways of doing it, and if you were focused on the areas that have 0 for the commercial, right, Carmel Highlands and Big Sur, you could focus it or limit it to those areas for this special thing. I mean, essentially, you would be changing what the county's, what they're proposing, so that would require mods. But I think we understand what you're getting at. If that's the will of the commission, we could, figure out a way to get there.
Well, it sounds like 2 of us feel that way. I think it's something that we have to get a sense of the commission.
I'm going to jump in with a question here, if you don't mind, and I want to just drill down a little bit on this distinction between ADUs and guest houses, and I'm going to direct this to staff to start, I think. Can you talk to me a little bit about conceptually why one would consider a guest house that is not a standalone unit, theoretically, separately from an ADU? And I'm primarily thinking about the various streamlining ADU laws that are in place that conceptualize ADUs as separate homes, as opposed, I think, to a guest house, which, and I'm asking this as a question, do not have the same sort of streamlining rules and approaches around them.
So I'll start, and then I'm going to hand it to Katie, because I think she knows more about the distinctions between the types of units, particularly in Big Sur. But yeah, there are certain streamlining measures that are associated with recent changes in state law, basically exempting ADUs so long as, and those exempted ADUs aren't allowed to be used for short-term rental by state law. But other ADUs that may have been created under other processes, they're not necessarily prohibited from being used for short-term rentals in the same sort of way. I'm not sure you're asking exactly that question, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Budler with respect to guest houses and that sort of thing. But I do know that the county, not that long ago, did the process that Supervisor Daniels talked about, and not everything, most things were converted to being called ADUs. But I'll turn it over to Ms. Budler now.
I may need to defer to the county staff on this, but I believe that guest houses do not have kitchens. That's by definition. The units that were previously considered caretaker units are now considered ADUs.
I'm happy to jump in. So for a long time, the county had essentially 3 types of habitable accessory structures: a caretaker unit, a senior citizen unit, and a guest house. The guest house is the one that wasn't allowed to have a kitchen. It was essentially a detached bedroom, and it wasn't supposed to be rented separately from the main house. The other 2 were separate units. State law changed and said you can't really have senior units, it's based on age, and then ADU law came along. We revised our LCP to say caretaker units, senior citizen units, whatever we permitted in that respect is now an ADU, and we put in regulations for new ADUs and conversion of existing structures, including guest houses, to make it easy to put in a kitchen in a guest house to make it an ADU. So there are still remnants of our past permitting practices and zoning code, but that's kind of the difference. There are caretaker, senior units, and ADUs, all separate rental units, fully contained kitchen, cooking facility for a family, and the guest house was not, no kitchen.
Thank you. So I think there are a few people who want to comment. I'll ask if someone has a question or comment about this specific issue. Okay, Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, just to be clear, the 3 units that are now ADUs, are those under the new California provisions that do not permit those to be rented as STRs, or are those previous to the change in state law with regard to ADUs? It's the SB 9, SB 10, I believe it is. So.
Yeah, so they are considered ADUs now, and except for caretaker units in commercial zones, where you actually have someone living on a commercial property to care for a commercial property, we kept caretaker specifically for those kind of commercial opportunities. So that's a little bit unique, but all of the second structures, accessory structures, are now considered ADUs.
So
under our code,
some of those units could be rented as short-term rentals, and some of those couldn't. Is that what you were distinguishing, or?
Sorry, that was what I was saying based on the way state law works. So the county, just to be clear though, the county is proposing that ADUs aren't allowed to be used for short-term rentals.
Okay. Commissioner, they are all ADUs now. Got it. Thank you.
Guest houses are not.
With the exception of guest houses that don't have kitchens.
Right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kelly, then Commissioner Wilson.
I just want to kind of comment maybe in a different context about this particular issue regarding accessory dwelling structures or accessory structures that may or may not be defined as an ADU, but that are habitable for an overnight guest. Meaning there's a bedroom, someone could sleep in it, but they may or may not be able to live in it long term because it may not have a kitchen or it may not have laundry or, or it may. A number of unincorporated areas in Sonoma County where I live, where I was a planning commissioner, have this same particular issue. Many, and a lot of rural areas in the state have this same issue because of specific limitations on resources, whether it's a septic issue or an access issue, roads that are single lane, gravel roads, where it was determined at some point in time that adding more density for more people to be living on site was not cohesive with whatever the resource limitations were on this site. Now, whether that was NIMBYism masquerading as environmental protections or whether that was actually, the reality of the local context, I want to just bring us back to the issue here is that we are looking at very specific, kind of like dissected areas of this county based on a decade of process that has happened at the local level with local expertise and residents participating, and that this entire region has a bunch of nuances to it, just like so many other regions along the coast and across the state. And so I think there are avenues by which we've seen these accessory structures turned into habitable units with kitchens and laundry or whatever you might need to live there full time. And then there are others that were built or permitted or not permitted in a way that really is just a place to rest your head temporarily or otherwise. And I think that there is so much nuance to how these exist just at baseline, and then so much nuance to how they should be treated for the purposes of making money to rent your place to guests, that there are really specific issues that are on a case-by-case or a region-by-region that I think we should give deference to the local jurisdiction here, because they have spent years working on getting to this point. I agree that the hosted rental contacts as it relates to organizations that do rentals, many of which we've talked about today, the companies that do this work, they treat hosted and unhosted differently. And I believe many jurisdictions treat hosted and unhosted differently, in part because of the impacts on the neighboring communities and on the impacts of access and otherwise. And so I think the definitions, as whether it's Airbnb or others, have created this hosted rental or homestay definition. Sonoma County also has homestays. We also have hosted rentals, and we also have unhosted rentals, and many of which are prohibited in certain areas for certain reasons. And so I think that this issue is going to come up in other places along the coast. It already has. And we have counties who treat their sub-regions differently based on the natural resource issues, the environmental impact issues, the access issues. And when I say access, I mean fire access, ingress, egress, as well as coastal access for people who want to visit the coastline. And so all of those things to be said, I think the issues that are being raised are really important ones, but there's so much specific nuance to separate accessory units, to hosted versus unhosted, to is this a commercialization of a property and is someone living there full time? Is it a renter? Is it a homeowner? It is like mired with a lot of different landmines we're trying to navigate around, while also ensuring that we're protecting environmental resources on the coast, protecting access to the coast for everyone in California, and ensuring that people still have the ability to afford to live in these communities, and that the people who are servicing and supporting this industry of tourism have a place to live. And all of those things on balance are very complicated, and I just want to echo that we are trying to not legislate for an entire state, and that's why we have these local planning efforts, and that is why we work with local partners like the county in this instance. And so I don't want to all of a sudden look at the whole state on that every single region is going to have the same legislative issues, but also I want to make sure that we are incorporating the feedback and the nuance that's been proposed by the local jurisdiction here, because I think they have the level of expertise, especially within these sub-regions that we're looking at in the local coastal, or in the coastal zone today, and I want to give a greater deference to what we're hearing from them and the definitions that have been proposed, because I think there's a reason behind each of those definitions that's pretty specific.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
I'm ready to make a motion, if that's all right. Okay. And then I'll just briefly speak to it, and we'll just kind of move on here. So I see the motion and resolution here. Is there only one motion, or is there more than one? And I'm recommending a no vote. Is that? Do I have that correct?
Yes, it's the double negative.
It's a double negative.
Yeah.
I move that the commission submit an article. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so motion to certify. I move that the commission reject, oh, there it is, that's the double one. Implementation Plan Amendment numbers LCP-3-MCO-24-0039-1 as submitted by Monterey County, and I recommend a no vote. And if we get a second on that.
Second.
Great. I know there was some discussion about some potential changes. I want to say I'm probably not inclined so much based on but that I think commissioners should do what they want to do. But just based on what was said by Commissioner Kelly, I think I want to say, if it was up to me, that there would be changes I would make to this too, right? I mean, just
being really blunt, I would say like, no increases in STRs in the community of North County, specifically for access in relation to if people want to move to the coast from the inland to have affordable houses they might buy and the impacts that might have on housing prices. This is the classic conflict we have, which is the conflict between access to visit and access to live. It's constant in this, it's embedded in so many of our conversations on this board, constantly. And we're trying to find balance. I lean more on sort of the access related to places for people to live. That's just and the impacts to that and how that creates community in our coastal zones, and as stated in the section that I mentioned before. But those are the conversations we have. So I thank you for letting me have that motion, and hopefully we can have something happen here today.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
I'm wondering if the appropriate process is to make attempt to make friendly amendments, or just go for the jugular and move to
amending motions.
So, so I'll say 3 things that I'm interested in seeing, and see if any of those 3 things appear to be friendly. Maybe the makers of the original motion can point me in that direction, because otherwise I'll try to do a substitute motion. I'm very concerned about the impact this will have on existing operators. I believe I was instructed in my first opportunity to be on the commission that zoning processes can be used to change the conditions by which investors, or I'll call them families, have a use, and now we're saying you can't have that use because it's taken us 15 years to figure out what we're interested in as a process. So I'm just very concerned about the inability for us to grandfather folks in. And so one of the things that I'm interested in doing is amending to grandfather current users or current operators. That's one concept that I'm playing with. The second concept is this idea of getting a coastal development permit for an existing property that's just trying to change its use. And I've heard 12,000, and I also heard 20,000. And then of course, if it's appealed, and if it's appealed by everyone near you, I'm just wondering how much that adds to the cost. So I'm wondering if another condition that could be considered as a friendly is that for those people applying, that it be identified as something different than a conditional, than a coastal development permit, that it be like an operating permit of some sort for an existing property. Obviously not for new properties, because those have to go through another process, but it seems to me that there should be a process by which existing can submit and not have to pay $12,000, because it's a streamlined process, right? It's just a different use of an existing facility. And the third thing that I am interested in pursuing conceptually is, so for me, I heard Dr. Hart describe how camping was a possibility for her, going to Big Sur. I think that would be impossible for me. I think it would be impossible for me in many ways, and other members of my family that could join me. And so I really do see where we're going to zero as changing access. I can see having conditions placed on these places, like you will clean out your septic tank every 3 months and show proof. Or whatever appropriate conditions are, but so those are the 3 areas where I'm concerned, and I don't know how it would be helpful. But grandfathering, number 2, creating a different fee structure for these places that are not new construction or new development, they're just change of use. And then number 3, where we are going to zero, to see if we can imagine a new process that doesn't take us to zero, but that takes us to something more balanced. I think that's the word everyone's happy with, balance. And so I'm wondering if any of those three can be seen as friendly.
Thank you, Commissioner Preciado. I'm going to turn to our council, who I think will help you turn that into a motion.
Yes. I think rather than trying to amend the original motion, which is already kind of complicated with the double negative, for example, if you were going to make suggested modifications, then the commission would actually have to vote yes on the motion that Commissioner Wilson made so that it could reject the implementation plan as submitted and then make suggested modifications. So we would need to know ahead of time essentially whether suggested modifications are going to happen. So what I recommend is that you make an amending motion, and actually I recommend 3 different amending motions because some commissioners may be supportive of 1 or 2 of your suggestions but not all 3. So I think it could be, so the first one amending motion that's pretty straightforward would be to eliminate the requirement for a CDP for operators who are seeking to get commercial licenses or CDPs. So that is pretty straightforward. I think staff may have some ideas on specific wording on that. And then you could also require that the existing operators be allowed to continue operating for a certain number of years, or you know, have a phase out. This is getting to your first point about your concern about the existing operators. And then the third one, where you're concerned about getting down to zero and you're looking for some balance, I think there needs to be a little more specificity about exactly what balance you're looking for on that item. But I see those as 3 different amending motions so that commissioners can support each one as they see fit.
Oh, am I still on? Look at me. If I leave it on, I'll never mess up, but then it messes everybody else up. Okay, so let me start with this one. I'm hoping to amend the main motion to add a condition that existing operators be allowed to continue for 7 years. Sounds like a number. I don't know if there's a second to that motion, then I can speak to it.
I'll second it for you to comment.
The reason I believe in this motion is when I hear the individuals who speak about their investments, their private property, and how they want to continue to use those, I think what we're passing, what the original motion, if we don't have this kind of amendment, just creates some significant losers in this process. And I assume that they've had a lot of space to give input and feedback in this 15-year process they've been a part of, but it just pains me as a councilman, because I have to also think about what I would do in my city if I was confronted with this, that I just don't think the existing investors, property owners, residents who are choosing to add this activity to the way they live or the way they use their property. So I'm just encouraging to see if we can consider this grandfathering clause to the amendment.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, I'm supportive.
Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you. I think it was clear from my earlier questions where I was going initially, and I was inclined to start making some changes. I thought it might make sense, but I was moved by Commissioner Kelly's very salient points that it's easy for us to say, well, let's just grandfather these guys in. Well, who we grandfather? There are some that were permitted, some that weren't permitted. Did they pay their TOT? Did they not pay their TOT? Anything we make is bigger than just as it appears. And so we have to tread lightly. I think the point that we all understand, particularly as elected in our respective cities, these guys have been on the ground for 10 years, have been ironing this issue out. And the different reasons, as you know, Commissioner Lopez, are different. And they have fleshed all these things out. So it's easy for me to go, well, I don't agree, but I have to give deference to them. They answer the questions satisfactorily, and I think that is critical to our decision making today. That while it may not be perfect and we may not like a certain provision of it, let's see where it goes. And you know, you can't just say we're going to grandfather these people in. Well, who's going to be grandfathered? Under what conditions? I mean, so and that goes for all of the other. That goes for all of the other potential amendments that you're considering, Commissioner. So I am a no on all three.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. Are we okay to go to a vote on this one first motion, or Commissioner Wilson, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a no, partly because most of these were done as code violations to begin with, and it just takes you down a track of, you know, I don't like where that's going, and speaking to Commissioner Jackson's comments.
Thank you. So on the amending motion as made by Commissioner Preciado and seconded by Commissioner Lopez, I would like to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Chair, if I could just clarify what we mean by grandfathering in this instance, because of some of the issues that those other commissioners are raising. I really want to be clear about...
Speak up just a little bit. Thank you.
Excuse me. I want to be really clear about what it is that the commission is voting on. So it's to allow existing operators who, is there a way for the county to define, do they know who those people are? I just want to know what it is that would be accomplished through this, and maybe we need help from the county as to...
So I believe the county could respond, but yes, through TOT, we have those who have paid TOT for years, so it would be those in good standing would have that opportunity to continue to operate, to phase out their operation.
Thank you, that is very helpful. And then also, because this is complicated, because we're talking about adding suggested modifications, that I think the way this needs to be framed is that this amendment would add a suggested modification that would then officially be adopted when the commission makes later motions to adopt with suggested modifications. So this is just defining the suggested modification that the commission would ultimately adopt in a later motion. It's complicated.
So I'd love a roll call vote on defining the suggested modification that we will then later adopt. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Bochco.
Just
You're
through
voting on
the
whether...
chair, maybe we should just do straw votes on these, because there's no reason to actually vote on them.
There's a reason to vote on them, right? So the vote is on whether to allow existing STRs that are in good standing with the county that have paid TOT to continue to operate as STRs.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you. No.
For 7 years. For 7 years.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Hart?
No.
Hart, no. Commissioner Jackson?
No.
Jackson, no. Commissioner Kelly?
No.
Kelly, no. Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Nothoff? Commissioner Preciado?
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
No.
Wilson, no. Chair Harmon?
No.
No. The vote is 2 yes, 6 no.
Thank you. Okay, to the second amending motion, please.
So the second amendment, with all your cooperation, is this idea of potentially not requiring a coastal development permit, but creating some sort of a different fee structure that doesn't charge you $12,000 and make you go through that process. Staff commented that it would be streamlined already because it wouldn't be new development, so I'm just trying to see if that can be calibrated somehow.
I think we may need a bit more specificity. Mr. Carl.
Yeah, I'm just going to say if the motion is specifically to omit the CDP requirement, that's fairly straightforward. The other process that they have is the licensing process that's not a coastal permit process. So there's already that quote-unquote streamlined process, I think, that you're talking about.
So then, yes, not require a coastal development permit would be my suggestion.
Second.
Any comments to this motion? Commissioner Kelly.
I think given the role of the Coastal Commission and needing to evaluate impacts on coastal resources or the challenges that we're trying to create balance on for the purview of the Commission, I'm concerned about what potential impacts there may be for certain uses. For some vacation rentals, again, there may be minimal impact, and that's what you evaluate in a CDP. But for others, there may be massive impacts on coastal resources and things that we are tasked with needing to protect. And so I think without an avenue to evaluate those within the purview of the Commission and our staff and their expertise, I have concerns. I've seen the degradation of sensitive environmental resources that we are tasked with protecting. So to not have that process and to just do like a ministerial process where we're like, here's your permit, I think that then kind of opens up the door for potential impacts on coastal resources that I worry. I don't know how we would be able to appropriately evaluate those impacts but for that process. So because of that, I'm a no vote on this motion.
Yes. Roll call vote, please.
Okay. And this is moved by Preciado and seconded by Lopez, correct?
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hart?
No.
Hart, no. Commissioner Jackson?
No.
Jackson, no. Commissioner Kelly?
No.
Kelly, no. Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Preciado?
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Bochco?
No. No.
Bochco, no. Chair Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
Okay, to the third bucket.
So my last amendment was associated with this going to zero in the two areas, the Carmel and the Big Carmel Mountain, or Carmel Highlands, look at that, and the Big Sur area. So going from existing activity to no activity, I thought was too much. I was proposing that we consider balance. I don't know if balance is 50%, but I did think that it was too dramatic to go to zero, especially when you have existing uses. And I wasn't convinced that you couldn't monitor, for example, the use of the septic systems to mitigate. So that's my point. And I think you were out, Dr. Hart, but camping for me is not a possibility. And I'll wait and see. So I was just going to comment that Big Sur has many amenities, many possibilities, but camping would not be an option for someone like me because of my mobility issues. And so I think not every resource that's available in Big Sur would continue to be available or is available to all of us to use. And it just seems that going from what the existing number to zero is too dramatic, and that's why I'm making the point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Unless you have specific suggestions here, I'm going to suggest that you actually consider voting yes on the underlying motion. I think that's...
I have a recommendation in terms of the specific issue Commissioner Preciado is trying to address here, picking up on what Vice Chair Hart and Commissioner Lopez talked about earlier. One way to avoid going down to zero in Carmel Highlands and Big Sur would be to allow ADUs to be used for permanent residents and having an STR in the home associated with that ADU, or I think that was the direction they were going in. So that would be one way to address your concern about not going down to zero and creating some balance. I don't know if that's what you had in mind.
Maybe, Commissioner, I could tell you what my amending motion reads like and what I think the impact would be and see if that resolves any of your concerns.
I will withdraw my motion at this point if my seconder agrees, because
I don't think a motion's been made yet. So let's go to Commissioner
Okay.
Hart and see if that speaks to your concern.
Okay, so my motion, following up on my comments earlier, is as follows, that hosted rentals in Big Sur and Carmel Highland areas would be defined as including the presence of a homeowner or equivalent caretaker on the property. And I think it's pretty clear that that means if they're on the property in an ADU, or if they're on the property. Is that clear enough in your opinion, Dan, or does it need to?
I think that that's accurate. I think
Okay.
that reflects what you had suggested
Exactly.
before.
Okay, so that's my motion.
Yes, Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Bochco.
Just clarifying, so then it would have to be the primary residence of the caretaker, correct?
That's correct. So we
Okay.
could include that in the motion.
Right, so to have a
Yeah.
primary resident,
Of the it can be a resident or the caretaker.
right.
Living there full-time as their primary residence, which is part of the hosted.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I agree with it, but I
Okay.
just wanted to clarify.
Okay,
Thank you.
so that's
Commi-
my motion. So I don't know how.
Commissioner Bochco has a question. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as you pointed out, Dr. Hart, it really isn't zero, because there are the 90 days, rented out for 30 days for 20 grand a month or whatever it is. So it's not really zero. So is this in addition to those 90 days?
Yeah, I think it's really important. I mean, in my mind, as I look at the overall situation in Big Sur, where you have a couple hotels that cost thousands of dollars each night, I mean, maybe in general, it costs somewhere between $500 and $2,000 a night. There's really nowhere to stay there unless you're camping or you're staying in an expensive hotel. There's barely, so in order to make this area accessible and resolve the concerns of residents, I think that where you have a house that has either an attached ADU or an adjacent ADU, you have somebody living there full-time on the property. That's the concept of hosted. I just want to clarify that that would apply in Big Sur and Carmel Highlands specifically, that hosted includes where there is a full-time resident on the property.
Primary resident.
And they can be, it doesn't have to be in that home as long as it's on the property. For example, if it's a detached ADU.
Excuse me. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes, I'd just like to ask the county to come up for a second and just tell us how you feel about this particular motion. I understand what Commissioner Hart's going for, and I'm in sympathy with it, because I do know how expensive those hotels are. But how do you feel after the 15 years of process you've been through? I know you came down on a different way. Do you feel this is like a big old wrench in the works or not?
I as a staff person, not having reached out to our constituents, talked with my supervisors, I feel like it's a reasonable request.
I'm sorry, you feel what?
It is a reasonable request.
Reasonable? Thank
from
you.
a staff perspective in Monterey County.
Thank you.
I would like to ask for the opportunity for us to either amend the definition of a homestay or create some other way in making happen what you're requesting happen.
Yeah, I'm fine with you working on our staff. Sounds like RED has a comment.
I would request that we take maybe a 5 or 10 minute break so that we can discuss with the county, see if we can't figure out something to address the concern, and we'll go from there and then come back and bring it to you.
Through the chair, I just want to ask that part of that conversation, I would want to know what the implications that has on the policies around multifamily housing everywhere, because really you're talking about 2 units on a site, and so this isn't the only place where you have 2 units, and so I just want to, I don't want to create a domino effect in terms of the planning around the rest of the county by this.
And Commissioner Wilson, I'm just applying it to the 2 Carmel Highlands and Big Sur were 0. Okay.
Okay, let's take a break and come back at 6:45, please. Okay. Thank you. We will call this meeting back to order, and I guess I will turn it to staff. Mr.
Yes,
Carl?
I'm going to try to articulate what is a pretty complicated concept, and please correct me if I get any of the information wrong, but I believe that the amending motion is intended to create two different systems, one that would apply in Big Sur, the other that would apply in Carmel Highlands. So for Big Sur, the amending motion would allow for any property with 2 legally existing residential units for one of the units to be used as a short-term rental if the other unit is occupied by a permanent full-time resident.
That would be included in hosted and considered hosted.
It would not require a CDP for that to be allowed, but there would only, for properties where there are 2 residential units, there would be a cap of 4% that could be used for SCRs. So for the hosted rentals that the county has already defined, where there's 1 unit and there's someone living in a bedroom, for example, those would continue to be unlimited. What is limited are these situations where there are 2 legally existing residential units, one of them occupied by a full-time permanent resident. The other one could be used by an STR, but only up to 4% of the residential units in Big Sur.
How many residential units are there in Big Sur?
I believe there's 925, so that would be roughly 37. At 4% would be 37,
Which is roughly what there are
what
currently for STRs in Big Sur. So that is the first piece of this. And then the second piece that would apply to Carmel Highlands is that for properties on which there, and I'm not sure I said that before, 2 legally existing residential units on 1 property. That's important that it's on 1 property. So that would be the same. So for Carmel Highlands, it would be a property that as of August 13th, 2025, has 2 legally existing units on 1 property. Then one of those could be occupied by a permanent full-time resident, and then the other one could be used by an STR, but you would have to go through the CDP process for a commercial vacation rental in order to have that STR in Carmel Highlands. Does that accurately, subject to the 4% cap, does that adequately describe your motion?
Yeah, the only thing I will say is just to not confuse things. There are currently 37 STRs, but of course, probably many of those do not have this separate unit. You know, they're probably just being rented by themselves. So I just want to make sure that there's a mechanism by which I guess you just get a license if you fit into that category of having two homes on 1 property, right?
Right. If it didn't, under the motion, if it didn't require a coastal permit, it would all be taken care of through the licensing process.
And the 30 of the group of 37 that don't qualify for that, they have 1 month to terminate their vacation rental. Is that what it was?
2 months.
2 months.
Yep.
Okay. So that's kind of how it is. That's the best that I think we can get on the same page with the county.
Is there a second or comments? Any comments? Commissioner Lopez.
I'll just say at this point, I'm becoming Ray Jackson. I don't know that I can support. I mean, again, we're getting kind of complicated here at the end. I get it. So I'm just gonna, you know, I already shared with the chair. I'm hoping to make one more amendment after this, and I'll stay there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kelly, to the motion.
I think I'm envisioning 2 different scenarios that I want to paint out for folks. I think there's one scenario that Commissioner Hart is trying to solve, Vice Chair Hart is trying to solve too, which is there is a home, there are 2 dwellings on this property. One might be, let's refer to it as the mansion, and the other one is the caretaker ADU for just the purposes of this demonstration. And in that instance, it may make sense to allow for this mansion to continue to be rented out, or this beautiful cabin in the woods, to be rented out in this way by having a permanent long time, caretaker resident living full-time on the property in the ADU. I do want to just caution that there may be another scenario, which is that you have 2 units on a property that are both naturally occurring affordable housing because there's 2 units, 2 dwellings on a property. And that by creating this amendment, we might be then shifting away from that existing naturally occurring affordable housing by virtue of the fact that you have neighbors living on top of you, or by virtue of the fact that it's kind of a, I'm not calling it a duplex, but in the market of real estate, a duplex tends to be less valuable than, more affordable than, say, a mansion and a cottage. And so the only scenario that I want us to be cautious of is that we're not then making this housing less likely to be housing and more likely to be a short-term rental, which is, and so I'd love to just better understand how we can ensure that that's not the slippery slope that we find ourselves going down by trying to create this caveat. And I do appreciate some of the other components that were just mentioned in terms of the cap and having the CDP be required in Carmel Highlands. So I'm open to that. I'm just concerned that we may end up losing housing for folks who can't afford the other concept, or that the housing gets removed because people want to commercialize it in this way.
Okay. Did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the report that was put together by staff talks a lot about the affordability anyway in Big Sur, and that, the idea that there's going to be 2 small cabins on a property in Big Sur, I mean, that's, I'm not sure that really is realistic. But in any event, the way I see it is, we're talking about how can we address zero SDRs, which is what is being proposed right now. How can we go from 0 SDRs in Big Sur for commercial, right? 0, and adjust that so that people at least have some way of moving forward that have 2, that are essentially, it is really hosted because someone is required to live there full time. I think the policy outcome or the policy goal here is to motivate people to rent their cabins, et cetera, because they need to have someone living there full time in order to accomplish this, versus, other things. I mean, I think one of the things that has to happen in Big Sur is more rental properties have to become available. And I mean, I think that this would motivate that. But I think, look, you're talking about 4% anyway here. So I assume that this is something that is going to be followed up on. We're going to be hearing back from the county, or the county is going to determine how well this is working. I just have a really hard time voting yes on this with 0 commercial permits in Big Sur.
So just for clarification, that was going to be my final amendment, was a report back requirement.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Kelly has a question.
Can I just request from county staff, I know at the very beginning of this presentation, which felt like this morning, you talked about the 4 different zones and the current, what's currently existing in these categories and what would be allowed going forward. And when I heard your presentation, I didn't hear that there would be 0 in Big Sur, and I'm just wondering if you can clarify under what's being proposed in the staff report, what would be allowed in Big Sur if we didn't modify it?
In Big Sur, only hosted vacation rentals, or
all rentals,
homestays?
All types of rentals in Big Sur. So
I'm being corrected. Only homestays or limited vacation rentals?
All categories of any use of a residence. The 4 categories you talked about, I believe there were 4 categories?
Oh, yes. You would still be allowed to build an ADU. Well, caretakers you're talking about?
No. So prior in this presentation, you talked about the different types of vacation rentals.
Yes.
One on the far end was the commercial rental that would basically, that was being reduced to zero.
Yes.
In Big Sur. There was another that was vacation rentals that you don't have to get a CDP for, and that was also being reduced to? No. What was that number?
Those were homestays and limited vacation rentals, and there is no limit on those.
So in Big Sur, you can have unlimited homestays, which
Yes.
means it's a hosted rental where someone's renting a room in your home currently in this proposal. And then the other category
Is limited, that means up to 3 times per year you can rent your home.
got it. So the limited rental category, and the person I'm trying to get to hear me can't hear me right now, so I'm just going to pause. So the limited category that allows all folks in Big Sur who want to rent out their house, that limited category can allow for them to have 3 different stays per year.
Yes.
So how many, say everybody wanted to exercise that option, which they won't, how many units of housing is that could potentially do those 3 stays?
It's about 925 residential structures that we've counted in Big Sur planning area. So
Got it. So all 925 of those residential units, if they wanted to allow people to rent their home, could do it up to 3 times a year for each one of those units. Some of those could be 30-day stays. Some of those could be one-night stays. But they could be one night, they could be 30 nights.
Yes.
Times 3 per year,
Yes.
times 925 housing units.
Yes,
So that's not 0 when you do that math.
it's not.
Some people won't do it, totally,
Yeah.
but some may. Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. I will make my comments to this motion, and then I propose we move to a vote. I agree with Commissioner Kelly's assessment that it really is not going to 0 in either of these 2 locations that we're discussing. And I do have concerns about, the, okay, thank you, sorry. About the implications of making a change like this that I think could be quite extreme, and maybe it's warranted, maybe it's not, but throughout this whole hearing, I consistently have felt that the county has spent years and years in this process to specifically balance their needs with the LUP policies. And so I truthfully cannot say that I understand what impact this change would have on the existing LUP policies such that I can support it. But I can say for sure that it's not going to 0 in Big Sur or in the Highlands, and that there's still opportunity, ample opportunity, unlimited opportunity to have certain kinds of short-term rentals in that area. So that's my 2 cents, but it's certainly a good conversation we're having. And I'll ask, there was a motion by Vice Chair Hart and a second by Commissioner Bochco, and if we could please have a roll call on this motion.
I just want to say one more thing to my motion, and I won't say another thing. This prohibits a person that lives on a property, that lives in a house, full-time resident that has a small cabin from renting the cabin. That is, except for 3 times a year. That's prohibited. All I'm saying is, and the county had agreed, it sounded like, they stood up and agreed that this was an acceptable change. I thought that's what I heard from the county. Is that correct?
I think that the staff indicated they understood it and that this was something that they could understand, but I think they don't know what the board's going to do with it.
One other, just to jump in, I think we'll see where the vote goes and what happens here. I think regardless, we're looking at a scenario and thinking through it. It took us a long time out there to even try to come up with language because it's so complicated. That doesn't mean we can't do that given more time, or we wouldn't work with the city with the county if it does. You could request that they bring this issue back and give you more information about how that's working.
It just seems like a shame. You have a place that you can rent.
Again, we don't know how the motion's going to go, and I don't want to say, but I'm just putting that out there as a potential. There are multiple ways to get to what you're trying to get to.
It's clear what I'm trying to do is make it so that scenario, when you have somebody living full time and you have another house that it could be rented to address the fact that, you know, there's barely going to be any vacation rentals available in Big Sur, which is the goal. I get that. So that's it. I don't have.
Okay. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
And this is amending motion number 3 and moved by Hart and seconded by Boschko, if I'm correct. Okay. Commissioner Jackson?
No.
Jackson, no. Commissioner Kelly?
No.
Kelly, no. Commissioner Lopez?
No.
Lopez, no. Commissioner Preciado?
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson?
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Bochco?
No.
Bochco, no. Commissioner Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. Chair Harmon?
No.
Harmon, no. The vote is 2 yes, 6 no.
Thank you. That motion fails. And I will turn it to Commissioner Lopez for his amending motion.
So final amendment to include would be that we get an annual report back 1 year from the date of implementation for 2 years consecutively. So for 2 years from date of implementation, because again, there could be delays, we get a report back on the numbers approved and how they're going and what tax collection is.
Second. And I just want one comment to the second, which is, I believe this body reviews more short-term rental ordinances than any body on the planet. So I think we're probably right about that. And so I think it's important that we get that information, and so that's why I support this.
Director Huckelbridge.
Through the chair, just wanted to make a comment that we probably don't need a modification to the LCP to carry out that request. We as staff can agree. We will work with the county, bring back the numbers. I just don't think we need to modify and put something specifically in the LCP to do that. We will commit to that. Well, we could do the update, but it might be helpful to have the county indicate whether they would be willing to also come and do this update with us.
Willing, committed, and happy to provide a report. Thank you.
Is that acceptable, Commissioner Lopez? Okay. I believe we still have the original motion on the floor, no amending motions. I'll entertain comments to that original motion.
Just to be clear, you asked if Commissioner Lopez was okay with that. He said yes, so we're interpreting that as withdrawal of his motion.
As was I. Thank you. Okay, so on the original motion, I just want to make a couple of brief comments as to the original. Welcome my colleagues doing that as well. You know, we have all said this, such a critical component of our mission here is access. But the idea of access isn't static. It doesn't always mean the same thing in the same community in perpetuity. So I'm not really looking at this through the lens of, does it maintain the number of STRs specifically as it currently exists today, but instead does it adequately balance, and is it consistent with the LUP policies? And I really do, I'm convinced by our staff's analysis and by the testimony that I heard today that indeed it does. Particularly noteworthy to me, the very robust, over a decade public engagement process. And our staff made the point, I think it was also reflected very well in the public testimony today, that the solution that the county has come up with really does appear to be a middle ground, and it's not wholly supported by either side. So on balance, when I think about unlimited STRs, unlimited hosted STRs in all areas, plus the limited number of opportunities 3 times a year in an unlimited way, plus the opportunities for commercial STRs in certain areas, you know, to me that is a meaningful and balanced, if different than what currently exists, framework for these kinds of visitor serving accommodations. So I will be voting no, I believe, on the motion as it was presented by Commissioner Wilson, and if he would like to speak to his motion.
Yeah, and I concur or align myself with everything you just said, just to make sure that my decision is based on the staff report only. Nothing
else.
That was not part of the standard of review. Thank you.
Agreed. Okay. With that, there was a motion by Commissioner Wilson and a second by Commissioner Kelly, and they are asking for a no vote.
And just to be clear, the result of a no vote will be certification as submitted.
Correct. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Kelly.
No.
Kelly, no. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Lopez, yes. Commissioner Preciado.
Yes.
Preciado, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
No.
Wilson, no. Commissioner Bochco. Bochco, no. Commissioner Hart.
No.
Hart, no. Commissioner Jackson.
No.
Jackson, no. Chair Harmon.
No.
Harmon, no. The vote is 2 yes, 6 no.
Thank you. The LCP amendment is certified as submitted. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone for a very robust process. We have one more item here. Right. Excuse me. That brings us to item 17A. We'll just give our staff a second
as we shift people in and out here. Put her name up there. Okay. Ready? Just tell me when. Ready? All right, so that does bring us to item number 17A, and this is an appeal in Cambria in San Luis Obispo County, and I'd like to ask Hale Bolig from our Central Coast office to give our staff presentation. We do have a PowerPoint for this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. Item 17A is an appeal of a San Luis Obispo County CDP decision that authorized the replacement of a single-story bluff-top home in the unincorporated community of Cambria with a new 2-story residence set further back from the bluff. Slide 1 shows you a view of the shoreline in southern Cambria where the project is located. Before getting started, I'd note that we prepared an addendum that was distributed yesterday that responds to the appellant comments but does not change the staff recommendation. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows Cambria's location outlined in red along the coast in San Luis Obispo County, between San Simeon in the north and Cayucos, Morro Bay, and Los Osos in the south. Further south and inland is the city of San Luis Obispo, and to the east and inland is Paso Robles. Next slide, please. Slide 3 zooms in on southern Cambria with the yellow star showing the project site. The current bluff-top home is located within a mostly built-out residential neighborhood and is approximately 10 feet from the bluff-top edge at its closest. The proposed new house would be set back some 26 feet from the bluff-top edge to ensure its safety for the next 100 years without shoreline armoring. Next slide, please. Slide 4 zooms in on the project site, with the existing residence shown on the left and a visual simulation of the county-approved proposed residence on the right. The appeals contend that the county's approval of the project is inconsistent with LCP provisions related to visual resources and shoreline armoring. However, as detailed in the staff report, staff respectfully disagrees with these contentions. The home was originally built in 1967 and has essentially reached the end of its useful economic life. The applicants propose a replacement home that will be sited more inland and away from coastal hazards threat, some 26 feet from the bluff-top edge, to ensure its safety for the next 100 years without armoring. Per the LCP, the county also conditioned its approval to require the applicants to waive any rights that might exist to any future shoreline armoring. In other words, the new home will be set back a sufficient distance to avoid potential future coastal hazards without armoring, as is required by the LCP. As such, the shoreline armoring and coastal hazard appeal contentions do not raise substantial issues. With regard to visual resources, the appellants argue that the existing home is a historic resource and that its loss would be inconsistent with the LCP historic and community character provisions. It is true that the home is relatively old, having been built in the 1960s, and it is also true that it has a unique fort-like geometric facade designed by a known designer of that era. But, more importantly, it is also true that it is not designated historic in the LCP. And, to err on the conservative side, the county required a historical resource evaluation to be prepared, where that evaluation determined that the home does not meet the eligibility criteria for the California Register of Historic Resources. And a second set of experts peer-reviewed that evaluation and concurred with it. In short, it is clear from the county's record that the home in question enjoys no particular historic or protected status under the LCP. The replacement home also will generally blend into the existing residential aesthetic and does not raise any significant visual or historic resource concerns. Next slide, please. Thus, staff recommends that the Commission determine that the appeal contentions do not raise a substantial LCP conformance issue, and that the Commission decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application for this project. In fact, the county-approved project appears to be LCP consistent and actually represents an important example of the type of residential adaptation that should be applauded, namely removing residential development from harm's way, shifting residential development inland, and avoiding shoreline armoring. The motion and resolution are found on page 5 of the staff report, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. I'll begin by asking if there are any ex partes on this matter. Okay, seeing none, I will open the public hearing, and we will go with 3 minutes. We'll begin with the appellant, please.
We have two appellants, Christina Galloway, and she should be in person. And then Jeff Litz is on Zoom.
Yes, we have it. Thank you for waiting.
Okay, and thank you for having me. Just want to clarify, I'm Christina Galloway from Cambria, representing the NCAC, the North Coast Advisory Council. Our contention has nothing to do with historic status. It's policy-based, so I just want to make that really clear because we've been kind of getting bucketed with the other appellants. Okay, here I go. I'm Christina from Cambria. I chair the North Coast Advisory Council. I serve on the board of the Cambria Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here representing the NCAC on this appeal. 2675 Sherwood Drive lies within the mapped Windsor Boulevard Scenic View Corridor, a map-sensitive resource area, both confirmed by the staff report and seen in the documents before you. Under our certified LCP, either designation alone triggers a full application of Title 2304210, Visual Resource Protection Standards. With both present, the procedural requirements are mandatory. A qualified visual analysis, SRA findings showing avoidance or minimization of impacts, and landform alteration review under 2305034. 2304210B1 explicitly requires visual analysis, possibly including story poles, to evaluate compliance with siting, visibility, and development standards. No exemptions here apply. These are not discretionary guidelines. These are required steps before an approval can lawfully be found consistent with the LCP. The procedural gap is clear. The county did not require this analysis, and staff does not acknowledge this omission. Without visual simulations, line of sight studies, or an alternatives analysis, there is no evidentiary basis to evaluate the additional protections the LCP requires. Here, staff acknowledges that the county misinterpreted the Windsor Boulevard Scenic View Corridor policy, limiting protections to north and south views, a limitation not found in the LCP, yet they still conclude that the project will not significantly affect east-west views. This conclusion is based on staff's opinion, not the qualified evidence-based analysis that the LCP mandates. When the county applies the wrong legal standard and fails to produce the evidence required under the correct one, there is no lawful or evidentiary basis to conclude that the project is consistent with associated LCP policies. Additionally, the Outhouse and Mead biological report confirms 5 mature Monterey cypress trees will be removed. None are identified as dead or dying. The staff report incorrectly claims 3 are dead or dying, and that the remaining of the 2 are part of a retained cluster. In reality, only 1 tree will remain. This misstatement undermines the scenic resource evaluation and bypasses required consideration of alternatives or mitigation. There is existing precedent here. For example, in Von der Reeth, the Commission found that substantial issue even with a partial visual documentation because full analysis was missing here. Here, no such analysis exists, yet staff recommends no substantial issue. This is part of the coastline that defines Cambria, a scenic treasure in California and the gateway to Big Sur. Approving a project here without the required evidence and review is a dangerous precedent, allowing applicants to bypass mandatory scenic protection standards required by our LCP. We are not opposing a newer, safer, or bigger home. We're just asking the Commission to apply the LCP as written. This approval lacks the substantial evidence needed for a lawful consistency finding. We respectfully request you find substantial issues so the project can be reviewed through the required evidence-based process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Next is Jeff Lentz. Jeff Lentz, I've asked you to unmute. Go ahead and speak. You have.
Good evening.
Speak up, Jeff.
First slide, please. Oh, sorry. Put my earbuds in.
We're getting feedback. Do you have another window or something open, or your phone or anything?
No.
Okay, go ahead. No feedback. Go ahead.
First slide, please. The owner describes this as the most unique and cozy cottage you'll ever vacation at. He's correct. It's in great condition, fully booked and profitable, renting for $600 a night. It's clearly not beyond its useful economic life. Far from it. Yet it will be demolished, next slide please, and replaced with this. The Sequoia exemption is the critical problem here. It was flawed from the start and wrongly granted by the county. An accurate visual analysis of the SRA should be required. The bluff and beach are the actual scenic resource. I've learned much over the years with your guidance, building several seawalls here in Cambria. Next slide, please. Riprap when you required that, or concrete when that was your preference. Permitting was difficult, took at least a year or more than 2. Construction took anywhere from a day to less than a month. The paperwork was often more costly than the construction itself. As a result, there are many unpermitted structures here on the Marine Terrace. From north to south, probably more than half with no oversight. Next slide, please. If this is ignored here without review, a precedent will be set that there are no consequences for building these structures. Next slide, please. The Leopold House doesn't really need a full-on seawall, just a soft, protective strategy to buy some time. It's lasted 30 years now with no bluff retreat at all. The base is buried below the beach. At the plus 6 foot high tide elevation, waves are deflected before reaching the bluff, with a massive amount of gravel accumulation, probably several tons, raising the beach 5 feet, improving public access. Surprisingly inexpensive to build on both private and public property, it took 5 years to complete gradually. That's complete gradually. Adapting to storm events one by one, I expect it to last another 40 years or more. Sorry, next slide, please. I'll go through this quickly. Please require a visual analysis of the SRA. These are more than substantial issues. It's pervasive and overwhelming for Cambria. Please intervene and grant a full de novo hearing to resolve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next is Bill Eisenman. He should be in person, the applicant.
Good evening, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Bill Eisman. I'm an architect representing the applicant this evening. Thank you, staff, for your presentation and the staff report. I obviously had read through it and don't have revisions to it. I do, however, think it's important for the Commission to know that I met with the appellants multiple times, both on site and at the County of San Luis Obispo's offices. At both those meetings, I offered to listen to them and hear their concerns, and then take those back to my client and come back with potential alternative solutions to their concerns, which we did do as part of an effort in addressing some of the building massing, which seemed to be a concern at first. And so one of those solutions we brought back to them was removing 30 inches of building mass on either side. So ultimately 5 feet of it. But what was concluded was that they didn't want that. That was not acceptable. And so at that point, it seemed obvious to me, or at least that they weren't necessarily looking for a modification to our design solution. They didn't want anything there. So the project before you is in full conformance with all land use ordinances and policies. And as far as the view study that they're referring to, the staff can speak to this, but the project is not located in the sensitive resource area as mapped. So I'll let you have some more, get some more definition to that. But I'm here to ask you to uphold the approval of the San Luis Obispo Planning Commission, as well as approval of the San Luis Obispo Board of Supervisors and the findings of your staff. And so thank you for your time. Certainly can answer any questions if needed, but thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Claudia Harmon. She is on Zoom, and that's the last speaker. Claudia, I've unmuted you.
Hi, this is Claudia Harmon Worthen. I've lived in, hi, this is Claudia Harmon Worthen. I lived in Canberra for 40 years, and I did know Warren Leopold, the man whose home they wanted to tear down. I'm just going to say a couple of things because I've been through this process so much. There's a lot of things I could say, but I think most importantly for us, for me, and a group that I'm a chair of, the president of a nonprofit, and we're interested in certifying Canberra as a dark sky community. The project with all the windows, and you've all looked at the ocean side of this, it is all windows, and the CZLDO 2304-300 says that the light directed onto the lot, the light sources are to be designed and adjusted to direct away from any road or street and away from any dwelling outside the ownership of the applicant. The lighting will be coming mostly from the inside of the house, but when you have a 2-story building that's all light, it is going to be blasting out into the ocean. I heard earlier today, because I've been here all day, you're doing these wonderful things for young people to teach them about how to protect the ocean and how to protect the beach, and yet here you have a project that's going to destroy the night sky for all of the ocean life and all of the things along the ocean. So there cannot be any glare, can't be transmitted. The light, this is all part of the CZLEO. You cannot have light trespass. It has to be shielded, and it's violated all of those things. So those are the major things that I wanted to say about this, and not upholding my mind just went blank here for a second. A review, environmental impact report is crazy. All of Canberra is an ESHA. And so when the gentleman said that it's not an ESHA, it is. All of Canberra is an ESHA, and this particular part, of course, is as well. So it needs to be protected. It needs to be reviewed. You need to go back and take a look at this and really analyze it yourselves. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the time.
Great. Thank you very much. So that will close the public hearing and return to staff if they have any response. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harmon. I'll keep it short and sweet given the time. Just real quick, I also believe that all the issues that were addressed today are well covered in the staff report and addendum. But just real quickly, the LCP includes a series of visual resource protection policies, some of which are more broad, some of which are more specific. We walked through all those in the staff report. Some of the more specific ones that are listed by the appellants today regarding the sensitive resource area are inapplicable for this particular project. This project is not located within the mapped area, and so we explain all this in the report of what is the appropriate standard of review here. With respect to trees, Monterey cypress are not afforded a ESHA or given a certain level of protection under the LCP in Cambria. And then lastly, with respect to coastal hazards, this is actually kind of an exciting project in terms of pulling a structure away from the coastal bluff in a non-armoring manner and using kind of non-armoring alternatives in that regard to address coastal hazards issues. So this is kind of a managed retreat in action here. So from that perspective, this is a good project, meets the LCP. Otherwise, we're available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kahn. Okay, to the commission. Comments, questions, or a motion? Commissioner Wilson.
I can't make the findings to go against staff's recommendation here, but I do want to say this house is super cool, really interesting, and just because it was built in the 60s does not make it beyond its useful life, because I live in a house that's much older than that, and I was built in the 60s myself, so I was going to say. So there you go. But all I'm saying is that I see where the staff's coming from. I do wish this house could exist somewhere on the planet beyond this time and space. It would be really cool. If you could maybe pick it up and move it to another lot across the street, that'd be awesome. Give it away instead of tear it down, but I just can't make the findings. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart. Commissioner Nada.
Yeah, I was going to make the motion, and also just to be clear that the standard of review in front of us for appeals is set forward in the staff report and is clearly consistent. So I will make the motion. I had it in front of me. Do you have it? Oh, each back. Thank you. Oh. I move that the Commission determine that appeal number A-3-SLO-25-0021 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under Section 30603, and I recommend a yes vote.
Moved by Commissioner Nodoff, seconded by Vice Chair Hart. They're asking for a yes vote. Unless there's any objection to unanimous consent. Seeing none, no substantial issue is found. Thank you. And I'll ask our staff, are there any statewide items tonight?
No, not that I'm aware.
Awesome. Okay, thank you everyone for a long but productive day. See you tomorrow.